At Asda this Father's Day, we've got a whole range of gifts dedicated to him to help your thank yous go farther. Okay, we'll leave the dad jokes to dads and stick to the prezzies. We've got loads of goodies from socks to shavers to mugs, including a Nivea gift set down from £20 to only £12, and Father's Day cards starting at just 28p, to help every dad feel above par this Father's Day. Sorry, Asda. That's more like it. Selected stores subject to availability. Nivea offer ends 16th of June. May exclude Asda Express and small stores. Asda.com/small stores.
I love history podcasts. I was listening to one about the suffrage movement, and it got me thinking about my great-nan. With Ancestry, we discovered she'd been arrested and imprisoned with other suffragettes. They've got her voting records and even examples of her protesting on the census. It made my family so proud.
Bring your backstory to life. Get a free 2-week trial of a full membership at ancestry.co.uk. Renews automatically from $10.99 per month unless cancelled.
The Clyde One Super Scoreboard Podcast.
With Luker's Land Rover. Looking to sell your Land Rover? Contact them today for a no-obligation quotation.
Hi, I'm John McGinn. We've got McGinn and the Euros to begin. Scotland earned the right to be in Germany.
We are on our way to Hull for the ferry.
No playoffs.
We got to Newcastle when one of my passengers...
No riding our luck.
...had realised that he'd forgotten his passport.
We're looking at the clock. We need something.
We made it to the ferry with 15 minutes to spare.
Yes! He's made it!
We have just made it over the border from the Netherlands and into Germany.
The Tartan Army March. Stein in hand.
The road where I come from.
Steve Clark's hands carry a nation's hopes.
The Tartan Army go crazy!
With our brave hearts in Bavaria.
Talk about brave hearts! They're all on the field right now!
Scotland versus Germany.
Hi, I'm Andrew Maclean. This is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Live from Munich. Mark Wilson and Gordon Dalziel. Captained by Gordon Duncan. Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Good evening and welcome to Clyde One Super Scoreboard live in Munich as Scotland gets set to kick off the Euros against hosts Germany. Over 2 decades in the international wilderness, then a COVID-hit home tournament, and now this is the real deal. If party atmospheres were worth points, Scotland would have the trophy in the bag already. But now it's down to business for Steve Clark's side as they take to world football's centre stage. I'm Gordon Duncan, and joining me tonight you have Gordon Dalziel and Mark Wilson.
Well, we're finally here. It's been a long time coming. A lot of build-up and preparation has went in, not only from the Tartan Army, but of course the team and Steve Clark's men will be in the dressing room just now, making their final preparations for what's going to be an epic occasion this evening.
I've got to say, Gordon, for the first time in a long while, I'm excited. Goosebumps, everything. Just walking about the city today. We know it's not too far away. We're looking forward to Steve Clark starting 11, and we're looking forward to a positive start to the Euros.
And looking after things at home, the man for the big occasion, keeping an eye on a nation while we're away partying, it's the one and only Hugh Keevins.
Gordon, 32 years ago I was in Gothenburg when Scotland played in Euro 92. And I've been very fortunate since then to have attended major finals on 3 different continents. But I don't think there has ever been anything bigger than this day. 200,000 Scottish people in Germany, and of course only a small fraction of them will have tickets for the Allianz Arena tonight. But I don't think there has ever been in our international history a day as big as this. A chance to make history by beating Germany and putting a down payment on qualification for the knockout stages, and a volume of support over there unparalleled in our international history. I envy all of you.
It has been absolutely incredible. We want you to join in from home. This is as good as it gets on Clyde One Super Scoreboard. We cover many big events over the years, but none bigger than this. 01419511025. Give us a call. Nothing changes on that front. We're here in Munich, but we want you to give us a call. Share your feelings at home with us. How are you feeling? Are you confident? Can we cause a shock? Are the nerves settling in? Who should Steve Clarke play? We won't be too far away from finding out the team news. We'll get live guests here in the pub in Munich as well to join us and give us their thoughts. So we've got a full 2-hour build-up, then right through the game, every kick of the ball, and maybe, just maybe, the chance to celebrate a famous victory thereafter. So do get in touch. But it's not just here in the centre of Munich. It's not just Hugh Keevins back in Clydebank, arguably, and in fact there's no arguing about it, definitely the man with the hottest ticket in town. Our reporter Andrew Maclean is in this stadium. How is it, Andrew?
Oh, it's absolutely incredible. What a stadium for what an occasion as well. Opening the tournament against the host, it really is just special, isn't it? The world's eyes are on this fixture. You just need to look at the media attention to realise that. Press from all corners of the globe, 2 huge fan bases. I was walking around the city the last couple of days, and honestly it was Scotland fans as far as the eye could see. I went up 9 floors, the tower at Marienplatz, and was looking on, honestly, Scotland fans absolutely everywhere. I'm surprised there's any left in Scotland at the moment. Many of them will be watching in fan zones in Munich. Plenty will be in pubs like you guys are at the moment. There'll be the select lucky few that I can see dotted around the place in the stadium already as well, that have golden tickets quite like myself. And as much as we've spoken about the occasion and the fans being over here, it's such an important football match as well. You forget with all the talk as well that the football's not even started yet. This Scotland team want to be the first to get out of the group at a major tournament. Obviously this is the game that we're favoured the least for out of the 3, but the supporters are dreaming. Plenty I've spoken to are optimistic. Steve Clarke says they're a team full of belief, so hopefully this is going to be a real special night, possibly one of the best, if not the best, in Scotland's history.
And I mean, Andrew, you are one of Europe's in fact the world's proper footballing arenas. You think of all the not so glamorous venues Scotland have gone to over the years and flopped dramatically. What an occasion this is going to be tonight.
Yeah, it's one of these stadiums that as soon as you walk up the exit and come out to it, it's so expansive. You're moving your neck around to see the whole stadium because it's so engrossing. The Scotland players are actually out on the pitch at the moment, and every single one of them is just looking straight up basically, because the stands are so steep, it's so vast, it's so big, and from the outside it looks incredible as well. It almost looks as if it's just like a spaceship that's been dropped into the middle of Munich, but from the inside I'd say it's maybe even more impressive. You look at the Scotland players, they're taking it all in. They know how special this is, they know how big this arena is, and they know just what could be capable tonight if they are on their A game and they manage to cause Germany problems. They look relaxed at the moment. I do wonder how they're feeling inside though.
I can't even begin to imagine. Mark Wilson.
Yeah. Well, it's at times like this, my mind wanders to how the players are feeling, because we've been here enjoying ourselves. 200,000 other Scottish fans have been doing the same thing.
Feels like more, doesn't it? It
does feel like more.
Genuinely, to try and paint the picture, literally, a word that's overused, every corner you turn, it is a sea of navy, saltires, kilts, lots of beer, lots of singing. It is just incredible.
It's not just the main square. Every side street you go down is filled with the Tartan Army. But the players, the access to social media that they have, the players must be well aware of this, and they know now arriving at the stadium they have to get their game heads on and try and concentrate on the task that's in front of them. Steve Clarke will know his team, obviously. The players will probably know the team. He would have named that, I'm sure, back at the hotel, and they know what they face against a very difficult and very good German team. So the nerves must be there. They'll just want out in the pitch and ready to go.
It's incredible, Gordon. I said it last night, there's always a cliche that goes around big football matches, how you play the game and not the occasion. I can't imagine just how difficult that would be. It's been all about the occasion so far. It has been party time. The players, that can't have escaped. their attention. All their families are here, all their friends, the scramble for tickets. It's been quite an overwhelming experience, and now we get down to a 90-minute football match.
Yeah, and these guys have played in massive games, Gordon. You know, you've got top quality players in the Scotland squad. It's played in big matches, but nothing is bigger than tonight. They know they represent the country. They know how many people are over here. You're right in what you're saying. Their families are here. Everyone's here. They're out in the pitch. They're having a look about. I don't care how many games you've played or how many big games you've played. The nerves will still be there. But the minute go on that pitch, that whistle blows, it's all about concentration.
Now, I did say that you can get in touch via the traditional mode at home, 01419511025. Of course, you can tweet the show as well, but the beauty of us being live on location in Munich is we can look around the pub, try and find some semi-sober Scotland fans to join us. Harry is the man to kick us off. How are you, Harry?
I'm very good. How are you?
All good. Where are you from? What's your story? How did you get here?
I'm from Kelty. Come on, the Kelty. I came about two days ago to Dusseldorf. Got the train today, about 8 hours, and then we were in that plaza just there for about 2 hours, and then came here. And it's alright in here, isn't it? It's alright. Even better.
I'm glad you've given it a tick.
It's good.
But genuinely, to paint the picture for people back home, the main sort of square here in Munich, absolutely mobbed, full of Scotland fans. Yesterday, even more today. We're talking one of like the sort of busiest the squares you'd sort of find in Europe, and they had to shut it off today because there was so many Scotland fans. It is genuinely off the scale. Harry, people back home might think people here are exaggerating, embellishing, posting on social media to rub everyone's nose in it, but just how incredible has this been?
It's nothing like I've ever seen before. I've seen more Scotland fans than I have German people. They're the most kindest people as well. I don't know if you've have interactions. They're so amazing. But there's more Scotland fans I've ever met, and I've seen the dumps of Scotland. I went to Kazakhstan to watch us get beat 3-0.
Did you?
I've seen some horrible stuff, but this is optimism at its finest, and everyone's just so high on hopes that it's gorgeous.
That's amazing, because that's the result actually that sort of got us where we are today. That's the bit that started it. Yes, we beat San Marino around that time, but it was not a very convincing win. Alex McLeish left, Steve Clarke come in. The obvious question, that night in Kazakhstan, could you have imagined being here?
Not at all. Watching that team in Kazakhstan, I was like, right, what am I doing here? I look like a fanny.
Yeah, I think a bit embarrassing. That's what you're trying to say there, Harry.
I think I'm professionally obliged to apologise on Harry's behalf. It is the danger of live broadcasting. Listen, biology's not his strong point. And if the producer in Clydebank could just pick Hugh Keevins back up off his seat. Hugh, you've heard many things on this show. Are you okay? Are you still with us?
Well, listen, I haven't led a sheltered life, and I know that Harry's excited. As I said to you at the very start of the programme, there has never been a day like this, and Harry will know his history, and he'll know that when we played in England in 96 in the European Championships, or when we went to France for the World Cup in 98, or Italy in 90, or even back to Germany 50 years ago, there were never the number of fans in any of those countries like there are today in Munich and in Germany in general. So I repeat, this is the biggest day, and Harry's forgiven.
Is that what's done this though, Harry? Because all those years of being in the international wilderness, from Kazakhstan, that journey to now, is that why there's such an enthusiasm here this week?
Oh, 100%. I think it's the sheer size of the jump of quality and that optimism that we have now. Like beating Spain at home, I was at that game as well. That is the best. And Israel 3-2 as well. That is some of the best atmospheres I've ever been to. But being a Scotland fan right now is like the best feeling. And we were talking to it as well, me and my pals today. Like, I'm so jealous of anyone who is not Scottish. Today has been unbelievable, and I would not want to be anyone other than a Scotsman.
What's that journey been like then? Because there's a tournament about to take place, and if it doesn't go to plan, Steve Clarke will get criticised. He'll deserve criticised. That's fine. But look at the journey, the sort of job he's done to go from Kazakhstan, to go Nations League qualification, to go to a Euros, to go to another World Cup playoff, albeit lose it, to go through another Nations League, to then come through a conventional qualifying group. Like I say, this is not some self-preservation thing. If Steve Clarke needs criticised this tournament, fine. But the job he's done up to this point, for you as a fan?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. The qualification process, everyone probably seen us as a write-off, seeing Norway and Spain and Georgia, and they're all great teams, but the way we've played, that Norway away game as well, that second goal, oh my God, you must have went mental as well. It was unbelievable.
And Mark, I wonder if, this, just in case people weren't aware of that journey, that progression, we're very Scottish, we can be pessimistic. You could look at the last Euros, what's that Nations League all about? And that was lucky we got through there, and through in penalties, and then the tournament came around. It was under COVID restrictions. 2 games were at Hampden. Yeah. The performances didn't go great on the park. We had a big night against Ukraine, which didn't go to plan. But it doesn't genuinely, it's not just a phrase that you throw out there. It doesn't really get much better than the opening match of a Euros against the hosts, with that host being this particular host.
Well, this seems like the real deal. I mean, the last Euros, it seemed a bit false, if I'm honest, and it seemed a wee bit flat, and the results followed that. And then you're right when you mentioned that Ukraine game, everything was flat around that time. But the qualification campaign has been extraordinary. And Spain and Norway are quite big hitters, and we dealt with those. But to be here in this opening game, it feels real. It feels for the first time in a long time we're part of something huge, and we just can't wait to get it underway.
What are you expecting on the pitch tonight, Harry? I mean, the test, the host nation, a footballing superpower littered with superstars. Can we do it? Can we cause the upset?
I know this is probably cliche, but I've got nothing but faith. I think the fans alone give that extra 10%, and I think that the players have been seeing all over social media how well we've been, how many of us are over, and I just think I'll drag them on. And I really think that the least we'll get is a draw, but I'm hoping for a win.
I hope you're right. I love this man's optimism. Thank you very much to Harry. Harry here in Munich. I'll tell you what, the standard of our contributor over the last night and a bit has been top drawer. You two don't need to say very much.
I think
he's better than you two.
I think you're going to lose your job over here. But I'll tell you what, if Scotland qualify, it'll be worth it.
You know what, I'm gutted for Harry though. All those places that he's been, and he's travelled, and he's been in the grounds, and he's not got a ticket for the game
that's
tonight.
A good point.
Yeah,
I think I know there is a point system, but I think an automatic. If you were there that night in Kazakhstan, you're straight in tonight.
You deserve it.
That would be fair, wouldn't it? And listen, we don't mind his little slip up that he made. We apologise for the language.
Going to be a couple more, I think.
It's just coincidental that Dalziel and Mark Wilson, he looked at you two when he said it, quite frankly. But anyway, 01419511025 in the Allianz Arena. Andrew Maclean, they've got some interesting pre-match entertainment on the go.
Yeah, they were just showing the highlights of the Euro 2020 final there, and it got to the penalties. Italy, England, every single England penalty that was missed or saved, big cheers went up through the Scotland supporters that were in here, and then when the final one was saved and the Italy players were celebrating, so the Scotland fans have had their first cheer of the night. Hopefully a few more to come.
There is no pettiness like a footballing rivalry. We are underway. Every call that passes, every minute that passes, we get closer to kick-off in Munich, Germany against Scotland. We want you to join in on the phones as well. 0141 951 1025. Clyde One Super Scoreboard is coming live from Germany this summer thanks to UK Debt Expert. They offer free advice with experts who could help you clear your debt, or at least help with a large portion of it. UK Debt Expert has already helped over 250,000 people UK-wide deal with debt. That's just about 5 times the capacity of Hampden, and 45,000 of those customers come from right here in Scotland, with experts based in Glasgow. In fact, in the time it takes Scotland to play Switzerland, around 145 people will have asked them for help with their finances. So, if you're struggling with debt you can't control, please talk to UK Debt Expert. There is a solution for you. They've got 5-star rating on Trustpilot, so you know you can rely on their services to take you forward. And for more information, please check out ukdebtexpert.co.uk. And remember, keep listening. Clyde One Super Scoreboard is going to be live from Germany this summer.
At Asda this Father's Day, we've got a whole range of gifts dedicated to him to help your thank yous go farther. Okay, we'll leave the dad jokes to dads and stick to the prezzies. We've got loads of goodies from socks to shavers to mugs, including a Nivea gift set down from £20 to only £12, and Father's Day cards starting at just 28p to help every dad feel above par this Father's Day. Sorry, Asda. That's more like it. Selected stores subject to availability. Nivea offer ends 16th of June. May exclude Asda Express and small stores. Asda.com/small stores.
I love history podcasts. I was listening to one about the suffrage movement, and it got me thinking about my great nan. With Ancestry, we discovered she'd been arrested and imprisoned with other suffragettes. They've got her voting records and even examples of her protesting on the census. It made my family so proud.
Bring your backstory to life. Get a free 2-week trial of a full membership at ancestry.co.uk. Renews automatically from $10.99 per month unless cancelled.
How exciting is it to play the British Heart Foundation's weekly flutter? Ka-ching! Exciting enough to get your heart racing. Just a little bit. Like texting a mate. The same time they text you. Like flipping pancakes with majestic grace. Or spotting that last parking space. Yes! With the added joy of knowing the money you donate helps to fund life-saving research. £1 to play, £1,000 to win every week. Search British Heart Foundation Weekly Lottery. See? It's a little bit exciting.
Gamble responsibly. Over 18s only. T's and C's apply. Please see our website for more details. British Heart Foundation is a registered charity.
Girls, I've had an absolute nightmare.
What? Tell us!
No. It's too embarrassing.
No, you have to.
Okay, one sec. Let me turn my camera on. Stop! It said Indigo Husk on the pack.
So screenshotting his babe. Your hair's blue. No, it's not that bad.
Really?
You look good.
I look like Papa Smurf. Oh, yeah.
Three's network is gigahertz, so yours can giggle till it hurts. Life needs a big network. 3.
The Tartan Army has marched to Munich. And we're backing the Bravehearts in Bavaria.
That's exactly how you can catch out the Germans.
For Scotland versus Germany. Live from Munich, this is Clyde One Super Scoreboard. Live from Germany with UK Debt Experts, the national team helping you tackle your debt. May not be suitable for all. Fees and disadvantages may apply. Free advice at moneyhelper.org.uk.
Yes, welcome back to Clyde One Super Scoreboard. We are live here in Scholars Lounge in the centre of Munich, and the team are here thanks to UK Debt Expert. We are live most nights throughout the Euros, and a big thanks to the folks there at UK Debt Expert for helping us get here. We're going to be at the Olympia Park fan zone tomorrow as well between 2 and 4. Now, UK Debt Experts help 250,000 people deal with debt. Think about it, it's 5 times the capacity of Hampden, 45,000 of those in Scotland. So if you're struggling with debt, talk to UK Debt Expert. There is a solution for you, and you can find out more at ukdebtexpert.co.uk. It's 01419511025 on the phones. It's your slightly altered phone-in format. We still want you to call in. We still want you to get in touch. Hugh Keevins is still there in Clydebank.
I am.
We will speak to some fans here in Munich as well. Let's go to Sean in Bells Hill, who is going to be first through on the phones tonight. How are you, Sean?
How you doing, Gordon? I'm back again.
All good, Sean. How would you describe your mood? Nervous, excited, optimistic? You pick the word. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm really buzzing, mate, to be honest. I'm 22, so I've only ever seen Scotland but the last year, so there's been a lot of negativity, but people saying, I just want to realise we're there. We're in the group stage where whatever happens, if we lose 3 games, we win 3 games, but I'm just really excited the fact we're there, Gordon.
I think there's probably a balance, Hugh Keevins. Nobody wants to go and make up the numbers, so Steve Clarke certainly doesn't want to do that. I don't think come the end of it, if it doesn't go to plan, you can shrug your shoulders and say, well, at least we were there. But at least right now, you've got to sort of recognise the achievement of getting here, embrace this occasion, and then take it from there.
I know that Steve Clarke's point is play the game, not the occasion, but this is the occasion. It's the opening ceremony. It's the first time that Germany as a country has staged a major international tournament since reunification of that country. So it's a major moment in time, and I've maintained all along, and I will say it again tonight, if we were to win this game tonight, it would be the greatest result in Scottish international history. I was in Paris in '98 when we played Brazil in the opening game of France '98. But Brazil were not the host nation. They were, and still are, everyone's idea of the biggest international side in the world. But We lost narrowly. If we take on Germany, who are the host nation, in Munich, in the opening game of Euro 2024, and we beat Germany, then for me it is the greatest result in Scotland's 150-year history of playing international football.
And can we, Sean, how tough's it going to be?
I think it's going to be very tough, but what you've got to remember is Germany's got a lot of old losers, like Sir Mario Neuer and stuff like that. But they've had their time. They're still world class, to be honest. But I just think they've got a chance. If we just keep them off their game and just basically give it our all, mate, do you know what I mean? But I'm just really excited, mate, to be honest.
Good, and so you should be. I do think, Mark, that if we're going to find optimism, I don't think it is going to be in trying to find fault in the German players. Sean's picked one name in Manuel Neuer, who's getting a bit older, fine. But actually, if we were to go through them one by one and look at them on paper, I don't think that's the bit that fills you with confidence as a Scotland fan. If we are going to do it, it's going to need to come from somewhere else. They're going to need to somehow underperform. They're going to need to be bang at it. You never know. I don't think going through that Germany team and saying, they're actually not very good. I don't think that sticks.
Let's be honest, every one of them are world class, playing at the highest level. And if they're not, at a Bayern Munich or, one of the top teams, they're at a Leverkusen who've done fantastically well.
Better than Bayern Munich
this season, but historically probably not. So the players in form and came to form at the right time. So this is going to be a big test, but we have to be a collective unit and play together. And you're right, we hope that they have an off day. We hope there's a couple of mistakes in there, but if there is, we have to capitalise on that. If we get a chance or two, we have to make sure we take it.
Come on then, Sean, quickly a score prediction before we let you go.
I reckon 2-1 Scotland. I think they're quite close, going by how good Germany are, but I think we can nick it. But I win, mate, I win.
That was good of Sean to admit that it'll be close, Scotland, at least. I mean, nobody's expecting a 4-0 Scotland.
We're going to give the host nation a bit of respect. But listen, I'm with Sean. I've been speaking to people today, and the amount of encouragement we've got in the fact that the confidence of the Tartan Army for Scotland to get something tonight is incredible. And I do think disciplined, I know what Mark's saying there about world-class players, no doubt of that Germany have got. But as a team, I think we've got a better spirit. I think we've got terrific players in good positions, and if we can defend tonight, I think we're going to get a positive result.
Thanks again to Sean on the phones, and you can join in. It's a long old show for us tonight. 01419511025. We're going to speak live to Scotland fans in Munich as well. Let's hear a bit from Stevie Clarke, the Scotland manager, because I think this fits perfectly off the back of Sean's call. Sean talking about trying to take the positives from getting there, from getting to the Euros, and the pride that should be shown. Well, Steve Clarke says they should be immensely proud. They've made it to the tournament for a second consecutive outing.
It's been a long time since 1998 when we actually travelled abroad to be involved in a major tournament like this. It's why the nation's so excited. I think the last championships was obviously COVID affected, so we're proud that we've managed to do back-to-back qualification for European Championships. Hopefully at the end of this tournament we're proud that we've achieved something a little bit more special in regards to Scottish football.
01419511025. The thoughts there of Stevie Clarke. He always sounds like the calmest man in the room. I hope he is tonight. I'm not feeling too calm. Hopefully he is. I did say we're going to speak to loads of fans here in Munich as well. Next up we've got Cammy who joins us. How are you, Cammy? You well?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
All good. How excited are you?
Oh, well, excited a lot. Nervous, nothing. I think we've got a free hit.
Everybody's so I don't know if that's confidence, but everybody's so sort of positive certainly about it. So you think the pressure's off then, pressure all on the hosts and so on?
We spoke a bit over train from Dusseldorf to Munich, and we said there's not a bit of nervousness about us. I think we've got a free hit at this tournament. We don't usually get here. Why not just go and do what we try to do? And it's a free hit.
I love it, Mark. We hear I can't help but sort of think of our bread and butter. Now I know we're all reunited as Scotland fans here, but our bread and butter all season long on this crazy show. You go into a weekend where Celtic or Rangers play one of the lesser teams, and it gets described as that sometimes. This idea that the pressure's all on the big team, it's a free hit, you need them to maybe be off it a bit and you need to be bang at it. I just wonder if that type of logic applies here.
I think there's got to be an element of that, just because of who we're facing tonight. You know, the Germans, the host nation, a team that's won this competition 3 times in the past, so they've got a great history in it. Nobody really out with the Tartan Army, I think, expects us to win. I mean, everybody we spoke to says Scotland are going to get a draw or win. Nobody's, not one Scotland fan incredibly says Scotland's going to get beat, but I think out with Scotland everyone thinks we're going to get a bit of trouncing, so perhaps the pressure's off a wee bit. But I don't think Steve Clarke will be saying that to his players in the dressing room. I think he'll have them finally tuned and say that they deserve to be there and they can compete with the Germans. So I don't think the players will be getting out there relaxed and thinking it's a free hit, but us as a nation, maybe.
Cammy, what does it say about the atmosphere in the city, the occasion, the experience that you're having, that you clearly don't have a ticket for the game, or I hope you don't because you're going to be late, but it's not dampening the trip, you're still here soaking it all in and buzzing for the game?
Oh, I mean, it's brilliant. I'm only 23. I got the last Euros at London, which I thought was brilliant, but it wasn't quite the same. We're on the tube today, Dusseldorf to Munich, nearly paid €700 for a ticket. We would have paid it if it wasn't for the service charge.
That's what tipped you over the edge.
But no, it's been brilliant. The Germans have been brilliant with us, and every German we've spoken to doesn't feel confident. And we've spoken to a good few, and they all think that we've got something to give to this game, and they're not feeling as confident as we might think they will be.
I certainly hope so. Hugh Keevins, 23 years old, you've got socks older than that, and 23-year-old Scotland fans, they just think this country's quite good, which is a bit weird, because that's not been the case.
Actually, Cammy strikes a very good point there, because in Germany they are ambivalent towards the national team at the moment. They won the World Cup in 2014. They've gone out of the last 2 World Cups at the group stage. They have this argument going on about being good in terms of attack, but from Manuel Neuer out, they are not so good defensively, and there is some uncertainty. But you look at some of the talents there, Florian Wirtz, and players, Antonio Rüdiger, and Toni Kroos, having his last ever major tournament before he retires. You cannot possibly say that we are favourites going into the game. One of my favourite pastimes on days like this is to look at the newspapers here at home. And I looked at one today where they invited all of their football writers to give their prediction of the score. And it went from 2-1 Scotland to 3-0 Germany. Now there's a lot of ground in between 2-1 Scotland and 3-0 Germany, and that tells me, Gordon, no one is absolutely certain how this turns out tonight.
Yeah, Mark, that's the thing, the talent that Scotland are going to face tonight. I'm scarred by the last Euros. I'm sure I remember live shows like this when people said, I think Modric is slowing down a bit. I'll be scarred forever by that type of stuff. We're going to have to focus on us, hope that we can squeeze everything out of it, and if there is some sort of failure on Germany's part, then great. But to reiterate what we said earlier, I don't think going through them one by one and trying to pretend that they're weak is going to do us any favours.
Yeah, and they've got a great mix in there. Hugh's right in mentioning Kroos coming to the end of his career, just finished off with a Champions League winners medal, so a player in top form, and he's surrounded by other players who've ended the season very, very well. So there's very few failures in that German side, but I say for us it's got to be a whole unit, and we've all got to play to our peak to get anything out of this game this evening.
Cammy, we specialise in Glasgow in the West, and of course we're here in Munich. You're from Fife. Do you know what Clyde One Super Scoreboard is in Fife? Does it stretch that far?
Oh, it definitely does.
These two famous across the country.
I mean, every week I listen to Super Scoreboard. Monday to Friday, working in an office, I'll stick Super Scoreboard on the highlights just to get from me through the day. So.
Cammy, you can come back. I loved it. Thank you very much. Enjoy your night score prediction before you go.
2-1 Hibs.
There we go. We almost made it through without showing colours, but that's fine. We won't grudge him that. Thank you very much to Cammy. 01419511025 if you want to join in. And you know, I genuinely, I'm loving this because we're getting updates from everywhere. We're going to get you the feeling from back home on the phones. We're going to go to some fan zones at home. We're here in Munich. We've been to Andrew in the stadium, and you know, you learn a lot about your colleagues when you're on a trip like this. 12 days right on top of each other. I've learned a lot about you two already. I thought I knew quite a lot about you, but you know, Andrew Maclean's out there at the stadium. Gabriel, our other reporter at the stadium, what I've noticed about him is he cares about two things. Always be near a toilet. The guy carries toilet roll in his pocket, which is really strange on a night out. Always prepared. And secondly, the price of food and drink's a real bugbear of him. So forget the Allianz and how good a spectacle it is or what the team looks like. He's sent me a really important update to say that if you want a Coke in there tonight, it's €9.
What? €9?
Gonna have to savour one of them in there.
There's absolutely no chance he's buying a Coke at all.
He'll be drinking toilet water. €9, Coke. Scott McTominay, 5 minutes in, 1-0 Scotland, over the head it goes, and there we are, 01419511025. We are going to go back to the phones after these.
Scotland versus Germany, Clyde One Super Scoreboard, live from Munich.
1 hour and 15 minutes away from kick-off in Munich, which means the team news will be upon us imminently. The German team is out already. Andrew Maclean, who's in the stadium, and if anyone was hoping to go through that 11, look at those names and think, they're not very good, they might be disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, we were waiting to see whether the Scotland team was going to be the first team out, but no, it is the Germany team, and of course they've got a star-studded lineup, and the names you look for, the likes of Tony Kroos and all of those players. I'll be honest, I'm waffling. I actually don't have the team in front of me.
Don't you worry. I've sent it to you right now. I've sent it to you. It somehow reached the pub before the stadium. I don't quite know how that happened, but that's
no
the wonders of modern technology.
There we go. Yes, so of course, in terms of the big names, Manuel Neuer in goal, Joshua Kimmich at right back, Rudiger, Tah and Middlestat make up the back four. Andrich and of course Tony Kroos are those two holding midfielders. Musiala and Florian Wirtz either side on those wings, the two real danger men for Germany. They are the two young talents that are the future of German football, certainly the two to look out for today. Ilkay Gundogan, more experience playing in that number 10 role, and is the Arsenal forward Kai Havertz who leads the line for Germany.
Mark Wilson, easy as that. I had to laugh. The team got flashed up on the screen here in the pub, and all I could hear was Scotland fans all around going, that's beatable. No pace at the back.
No pace at the back was the greatest shout there.
Rudiger can shift.
Yeah, I think so. Look, I think we all knew what it was going to look like. Maybe one or two in there that could have changed, but they've got their big hitters out, and you wouldn't expect anything less. Because remember, Nagelsmann has pressure on him as well. He has to win this game. They're heavy favourites, opening in front of 80,000 of their own fans, so there was no doubt he was going to play his strongest side.
Yeah, it's not a bad starting line-up, you've got to say, Gordon, but I'm like you and the guys there. I had to have a chuckle when it said that is beatable. I do agree. Listen, they've got terrific talent, terrific players. 4-2-3-1. Scotland will probably line up with their usual back three, the two wing backs, one up top, and that middle part is going to be so important tonight. I don't know what it is about me over here, but I am a bit confident for our Scottish
German beer. That's what it is about.
Please drink responsibly. And no Scotland team yet, I must admit. I was expecting to see it imminently, but it's not quite dropped yet, so we will keep you fully across that as soon as we can. And Andrew Maclean, this is an interesting one because it's one of those situations where you're in the stadium but you might not even be aware. I think entry to the stadium is proving difficult for a lot of Scotland fans. Dave Cormack, the Aberdeen chairman, he's trying to get in. He's tweeted saying it's the worst organisation he's ever seen. I know there's the old cliche about German efficiency, Andrew, but UEFA have had issues at previous Champions League finals and previous major tournaments, Wembley most notably, so hopefully things start to head in the right direction.
Yeah, it actually doesn't surprise me, because when I arrived at the stadium, which was very, very early, well over 3 hours before kick-off, there was just queues and queues and queues of people that seemed to be right in front of where the media entrance was. So, we had to fight past a crowd of, thousands of people to get in, who were all just waiting about. I don't know whether they were too early to get in, but the crowds were already forming at that point, so it's not really a surprise, especially, as you say, with previous UEFA events that we've seen, that there may be trouble. But hopefully there is still a good bit of time before kick-off. But looking in the stadium at the moment, still plenty of seats to be filled up. Hopefully it is all okay, though, in the next hour and a bit.
Okay, let's go to the phones whilst we wait on Scotland teams. 01419511025, that is the number you need. And I believe we do have a caller lined up and ready. Sharon is on. How are you, Sharon?
I am fine, thank you. How are you?
Good. Are you the Sharon that was getting married, invited Gordon Dalziel to your wedding, and he didn't turn up?
Yeah, that's the Sharon there.
I was right, Sharon. Halfway through that, though, I was worried she was just going to say, no, what are you talking about?
But Sharon and I have made up. I sent her a lovely video last night. Did you get it, Sharon?
That's right, Sharon, your friends were in here last night.
Yes, my friend Lauren and her boyfriend Scott was in, and she sent me over, and I couldn't believe it. I was absolutely knocking myself laughing, and showed everybody in my work today, and it was great. Thank you very much, Gordon.
No problem. A happy Clyde One Super Scoreboard family all the way across the other side of Europe. How are you feeling, Sharon? What's the mood like back home?
Yeah, it's actually quite good. I'm actually quite excited. I've got my lucky wee mascot here, Hamish. So he's just watching my wine glass at the moment. But anyway, but the hubby's not home yet, so he's due to come home. So I've got his Scotland top ready, and I've got his Hearts top ready. So just in case, you never know, Shanklin might do it, and there might be a top change, hopefully.
Is the excitement reaching back home, Sharon? We're a bit sheltered here. We just feel like this is the biggest football party ever, and it's never going to end. But are people starting to get a bit of Euros fever back home, or is that going to kick in when the game kicks off?
No, I think it's very much everywhere was so busy. Round about, everybody getting. I think the shoppers went early, so that they could get everything they needed, so that they could go home and, chill out. I'm not that long back in from work, and the places were empty except for obviously the pubs. So there we go. So yeah, everybody's feeling so excited. I think it's quite positive as well, because I've not heard anybody saying, "Oh, we'll get beat" or whatever. But no, I think if we do get a draw, which would be amazing, a win would be ecstatic, and I don't think we'd be able to sober up till the next game if that happens.
I think that's a certainty. We're looking at the German team again, Mark, and I'm sure Steve Clarke will have a very... Well, will he? I'll ask the question. Will he have a very opposition-specific plan here? Everyone that has worked with Steve Clarke, Kilmarnock players, Scotland players, they talk about how structured he is off the ball and how clear he is in his instruction. Had to chuckle when Andrew was going through the Germany team, and he mentioned Wirtz and Musiala as being the real danger men. Yeah. So then not mentioning Toni Kroos or Kai Havertz or Gundogan. Like, it's take your pick. So Scotland's defensive structure is going to need to be spot on, isn't it?
Well, I think so, but Andrew's right to highlight those wide areas where they've got real pace and creativity. So, Daz touched on how Scotland are probably likely to line up in that formation. It's going to be a tough shift for those wing backs and outside centre backs to get it right, because if you're only facing one guy and Havertz up front, you don't want your back three stretched all over the pitch. So whoever plays in that right wing back role, if it's Ralston, then he's going to have to be disciplined, and the same on the other side if it's going to be Andy Robertson, which we expect it to be. I think if you nullify them in wide areas, you've got a better chance of success. However, you rightly point out, through the centre, they're hardly weak, are they?
I feel like I'm forgetting nerves about the game, Gordon. I'm getting team lineup nerves, because everybody's not so much that, but everybody's pretty sure they can pick the Scotland team, give or take. Maybe one decision to make in defence, one midfield, and who's going to lead the line. But is there any chance there's something more left field than that? Nothing at all.
No, I don't think so. I think Steve Clarke would have known what formation Germany was going to play, and then it was obviously down to the personnel. He'll stick to his back three, of that there's no doubt, and that's where the big decisions come for him. One at the back, one in the middle of the park, and one up front, right through the spine of our team. And that's the big decisions that Steve Clarke will need to get right tonight, because he's up against a very, very good outfit.
Score prediction from you, Sharon?
I think it'll be a definitely 2-1 to Scotland.
So much optimism. I don't know if that makes me feel more nervous or less, because to look at the way, Mark, people are building the positive case, it's remarkable.
Well, I think when you look at some of the big games off the back of this qualification campaign, I'm thinking about Norway away, Spain at home. Of course there's going to be optimism. You know, following those results and those performances stick in the fans' head. Like, they're very difficult to replicate, those types of performance, but we just hope that, you know, we peak at the right time and we can just pull one of those performances out from nowhere, because the build-up hasn't been, you know, what we really wanted. You know, the away game in Gibraltar, and then Finland at home, you know, pretty underwhelming, but we just hope we can pull something for the big occasion tonight.
Thanks to Sharon on 01419511025, so you can join in from home. We've got a 2-hour build-up. We're almost halfway through that live in Munich. We're going to keep you up to speed on the game as well, and then hopefully it'll be a positive reaction afterwards. You can give us a call and hopefully we'll be celebrating, but whether it's win, lose or draw, we will look back on it all at the end of the evening. As you can hear, the atmosphere rising here in Scholars Lounge and Munich. I'm amazed that some of these fans are still standing. It has been a long day in the Bavarian sunshine. Many steins have been consumed and they are still going strong. It has been truly unbelievable. If you want to go and check out our Twitter feeds at Clyde SSB or our Facebook and Instagram pages, so much good video content there and pictures to really try and capture the mood and give you a bit of a feel for it back home. Last I checked, there was still no Scotland team out yet. Let me do one more final check. I don't think there is, but that does mean it's time for us to play this.
Beat the Pundit with the Scottish Sun.
For the best football news and opinion online, thescottishsun.co.uk/football.
Now, don't mean to brag about the importance Clyde One Super Scoreboard can have on people's lives, but I think there's a chance to make history here. Imagine being the Beat the Pundit contestant, or even the victorious Beat the Pundit contestant on the night that Germany hosts Scotland in the opener of the Euros. What an opportunity, if I do say so myself. 01419511025 is the number to give us a call after, but we're going to get a live Beat the Pundit performer in the pub. You lost to one last night, You lost.
Yeah.
This lot look pretty sensible again, I think. There's a few characters in here. We'll see what we can do. We'll get the Scotland team and we will play Beat the Pundit next.
Live from Munich, this is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Yes, 1 hour to kick off between Germany and Scotland in the opener of Euro 2024. Your Friday nights do not get much better than that. We've got Hugh Keevins live in Clydebank. We've got Mark Wilson and Gordon Dalziel here live in Munich, and we've got Andrew Maclean who is at the stadium. He is the lucky man. Of course, we usually play Beat the Pundit right now, and we will do so in just a second, but we have to get breaking team news from Andrew Maclean. Take it away, Andrew.
Yes, these are the 11 men Steve Clarke has chosen to start here in the Euro 2024 opener. Angus Gunn starts in goal. The back three, Jack Hendry, Ryan Porteous and Kieran Tierney. At the right wing-back spot is Anthony Ralston. Left wing-back is Andy Robertson. Those four midfielders that have been chosen: Callum McGregor, Scott McTominay, John McGinn and Ryan Christie, which means Billy Gilmore is on the bench, and it's Shea Adams who has been chosen to lead the line for Scotland tonight. The substitutes: Kelly, Clark, Hanley, Shankland, Gilmore, Cooper, Armstrong, Morgan, Conway, Jack, McCrory, McLean, Taylor, Forrest and McKenna.
Well, Hugh Keevins, we never agree on much, but I don't think there'll be loads of grumbling. You can make a case for Billy Gilmore for sure. You can make a case for Lawrence Shankland potentially, and maybe at the back it's a much of a muchness whether it was to be Gran Hanley or not. So is that okay? How does that make you feel, that
team? Yeah, you're right. The one contentious area will be Billy Gilmore, because the defence more or less picked itself. Gilmore is some people's idea of our brightest young thing. the future of the squad, and they thought that he should have been preferred. But Stevie Clarke has taken us to 2 major tournaments back to back. The manager, I always believe, has the right to manage, and if he thinks that's the best 11, that'll do me.
I've got sympathy for that decision, Mark, purely because I consider myself amongst Billy Gilmore's biggest fans. We have spent a lot of time with Billy Gilmore's family. We keep bumping into them over here. They were on
part of the Gilmores now.
But the problem is, it's not about Billy Gilmore or someone similar. It's Billy Gilmore or Ryan Christie, who's clearly the most mobile and he's clearly the one that's got all the legs and presses. So you're just having to make a completely different decision based on what you think the team needs.
Well, that's it. You need players to get you up the pitch, and with Adams leading the line, you need someone to get round about him, and Ryan Christie can do that. Very good box to box. He's a fit lad, as I seen when he ran past me that time out in the roads of Glasgow. But he's had a terrific season as well. So Billy Gilmore might feel hard done by. No doubt we'll see him within the 90 minutes somewhere along the line. But Scott McTominay, you'd imagine, would play that deeper role now with Callum McGregor and allow Christie and McGinn to be the one supporting Adams.
Well, what do you make of that? 01419511025 callers right now. Give us your reaction. Is that the right team? If not, what would you have done? We'll get some live reaction from Munich here as well. But first of all, let's play this.
Beat the Pundit with the Scottish Sun.
For the best football news and opinion online, thescottishsun.co.uk/football.
Yes, Beat the Pundit stops for no man, woman or major international tournament kicking off in just under an hour's time. But the difference is we're going to play with James, who is live here in Munich. How are you, James?
Hello, thank you.
The good thing is, James, I'll give you a chance to brag. Before we even go any further, we spoke a bit between ourselves during the news. I think you called that team bang on, did you not?
Pretty much. Me and yourself put it bang on. I thought Gilmore, he offers a lot, but you think of the big moments, Ryan Christie, he can offer a big moment, and the season he's had at Bournemouth, he deserves a start in this team.
So you're happy with that? It's not only what you thought Steve Clarke would do, you think it's the right decision ultimately?
100%, and as well at the back. Grant Hanley, great player, great experience, but Ryan Porteous, he's a bit quicker. He can be a bit of a hothead, but he's a great player.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that Steve Clarke's picked the best starting 11 available. That question marks middle part. I thought he'd have went with Christie. We need energy, we need that pace, we need closing down. Christie brings that in abundance for me. I think it is the right decision. Yeah. Portes, you're talking about the two wingers that Germany will play tonight. They wing back, the centre backs will need to go out and they'll need to defend. They've got pace. I think he's spot on with it.
Well, we'll elaborate more after we play Beat the Pundit. I suppose the good thing is go 2-0 up and bring Billy Gilmore on to just keep the ball and see how the lead. Anyway, James, how's your Beat the Pundit?
We'll find out.
We will. You've been on the train all day. I have wine, I have beer, and you still feeling match fit for Beat the Pundit?
100%, don't you worry.
Give these to a chance anyway, right? Let's toss the coin. If it's heads, it'll be Mark Wilson. If it's tails, it'll be Gordon Dalziel. It's heads. It's Mark Wilson up against James.
Yes, I fancy my chances.
Come on, son. Mark Wilson, let's swap those headphones, get those on so that you can hear Gordon Dalziel cover his eyes. Just a bit like what you were doing when you shared the room last night. Cover his eyes and make sure that he can't see what's going on. James, you have 30 seconds. Answer as many as you can and pass if you don't know the answer, okay? Top man, your 30 seconds on the clock, James, and your time starts now. How many Celtic players are in the Scotland squad?
3.
Which Rangers player is in the Romanian Euros team?
Hadji.
Who did Alex McLeish replace as Scotland manager in 2018? Who are the highest ranked European team in the FIFA World Rankings?
France.
Name the only German player in the Scottish Premiership.
Pass.
How many games have Scotland won at the Euros in their history?
3.
Okay. Let's bring Mark Wilson back. Mark, can you hear us? You can see us. You open your eyes. Take Gordon Dale's blindfold off.
Yeah. That was uncomfortable.
Are you ready?
His hand across my eyes.
Same set of questions. 30 seconds on the clock, and your time starts now. How many Celtic players are in the Scotland squad?
4.
Which Rangers player is in the Romanian Euros team?
Hadji.
Who did Alex McLeish replace, the Scotland manager, in 2018?
Gordon Strachan.
Who are the highest ranked European team in the FIFA World Rankings?
Spain.
Name the only German player in the Scottish Premiership.
Pass.
How many games have Scotland won at the Euros in their history?
3.
Name any player in the Scotland squad who was born after the year 2000.
Gilmore.
Okay, James, how are you feeling?
The first one, I'm a Celtic fan and I got that wrong and I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. The second I heard that, I was like, I cannot believe it.
Let's find out the damage. You know what you've done wrong. How many players from Celtic are in the Scotland squad? Forrest, McGregor, Ralston, Taylor.
Yes,
4.
forgot about James Forrest.
3.
How could you forget about Forrest?
I'm gutted. Goes 1-0 up. You both got Yanis Hadji as the Rangers representative in the Romania team.
Okay, that's my first pumping over answers here.
I had to give him the answer.
What do you mean? That's team. I can't help read.
Alex McLeish replaced Gordon Strachan. So Mark Wilson's flying. He's 3-1 up at this point. However, France are the highest ranked European team. And James got it. You said Spain.
Did you get it?
James got it. 3-2. It's tight at this point. This is a good one. This tough. Gordon Dalziel, would you know the only German player in the Premiership?
No, I wouldn't.
Nicholas Kuhn, Celtic fan.
Two Celtic fans.
I know. How many games have Scotland won at the Euros in their history? It's actually only 2. So
Switzerland
didn't get that one. And Mark Wilson, name any player in the squad born after 2000. Tommy Conway.
Yeah.
2002. 2001, Billy Gilmore.
Yes.
It's a 5-2
James, I didn't even make it to that question.
James, what can you do? It was a pleasure speaking to you.
Thank you very much.
Going to do the job tonight.
What's that?
Scotland do the job tonight.
1-0, Scott McTominay, 89th minute.
This place will erupt if that's true. Brilliant.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well done.
You were hopeless, James.
Enjoy your night. 01419511025 if you want to join in on the phones, or we can speak to you here live in Munich. Let's go back to the stadium. Andrew Maclean, just remind us of the team for anyone who missed it in amongst all the beat the pundit hilarity.
Yep, so Angus Gunn starting in goal for Scotland. Tonight, the 3 central defenders, Jack Hendry, Ryan Porteous and Kieran Tierney. Anthony Ralston, the right wing-back. Andy Robertson, the left wing-back. The 4 central midfielders, Callum McGregor, Scott McTominay, Ryan Christie and John McGinn. Shea Adams leading the line. The substitutes, Kelly, Clark, Hanley, Shanklin, Gilmore, Armstrong, Morgan, Conway, Jack, McCrory, McLean, Taylor, Forrest and McKenna.
What do you make of it? 01419511025. I have to say, Andrew Maclean, I'm hearing lots of personal accounts of real difficulty getting into that stadium. I take it when you're in there, you're sort of blissfully unaware of that stuff and no real sign of anything.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell from inside the stadium, but certainly when you do look around, the fact that it's, almost 45 minutes until kick-off, you'd expect that a big occasion like this, especially when there's meant to be, an opening ceremony, that people would be in their seats earlier than normal, but there are, big bare patches at the moment, so hopefully the issues outside are resolved very quickly. But I have seen several, photos and videos from outside the stadium where it looks like a lot of congestion of fans trying to get in at the moment.
Yeah, not ideal at all. 01419511025 on the phones. Logan is in Easterhouse. How are you, Logan?
Aye, alright, Gordon, not bad yourself.
Yeah, not bad at all, thank you. What do you make of that team then? Is that the right call by Steve Clarke?
Aye, I think it's probably as good a team as you could ask for. My only real gripe with it would be Shanklin no starting, but other than that, happy with it.
Gordon, you can sort of detect the tone, I think, from Logan's voice. People had their preferences. There was a real split. I don't think it was ever going to be a really controversial call either way, whether it was Shankland or Adams. People had their favourites. I feel people can probably make their peace with either one.
I looked at that and I decided that obviously I'm a big Shanklin fan, but tonight against Germany, you'd imagine they'll have most of the ball, Gordon. At times we'll need to try and go up the pitch, we'll need to turn the German back 4, and I think Adams is getting more pace, more mobility about that. Shanklin is a very clever player, great goal scorer, what a terrific season he's had with Hearts, and also he's starting to fit into the Scotland international team as well. I like him, I think he's a very talented player, but tonight that mobility through the middle with Adams I think that Steve Clarke has got this team bang on for me.
Hugh Keevins, any gripe from you on Adams over Shankland?
No, not really. I didn't think that Lawrence Shankland in the preparatory matches against Gibraltar and Finland covered himself in glory. I know he got a goal against the Finns and he looked a mightily relieved man to get it, but I think we're now talking about competition football at international level, and I think Adams has the head start on him.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, Logan. So let's go Christie or Gilmore. Why do you think he's got it right with Ryan Christie?
I just think that obviously Gilmore's been playing this season for Brighton, but I think Ryan Christie's been brilliant for Bournemouth this season in that sitting position. I don't know if that's where he'll play tonight or if he'll be one of the more further forward ones, but I just think Ryan Christie's done really well this season and probably deserves to be starting over Gilmore.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by it, Gordon, because we touched on it just before Logan came on. They're so different, so the decision to sort of pitch Gilmore and Christie up against each other, it depends what you think you need. Is it a risk to leave your most comfortable ball-playing midfielder out of the team?
No, I think he's got it spot on, Gordon. I think tonight...
But he is the most comfortable ball-playing midfielder on the team.
I think, you know, we're not going to have the majority of the ball tonight.
Even more precious to keep it then than you do?
What I'm going to say is I think you've got McGregor in there that can keep the ball all day long. I think McTominay can keep the ball all day long. I think we need something different. Mark touched on it earlier. If we do get the ball up to Adams, we need that support. We need to go up the pitch. Christie has been absolutely brilliant. He's dynamite for me. I think his energy, everything he brings to it, I think there's a nice balance. Yes, Gilmore is terrific on the ball. He's a terrific footballer. But just tonight, we need something a little bit different in the middle of the park. I think McGregor can do it. I think McTominay can do it. We need support to Adams to get up the pitch tonight. And I think Ryan Christie was the spot-on choice for me.
Yeah, Mark, if it's legs, it's mobility, it's pressing, it's energy, you're going Ryan Christie all day long. Callum McGregor is good at keeping the ball, as Gordon Dale says, and so Scott McTominay. Yeah. I don't think either of them are as comfortable in tight spaces as Billy Gilmore is.
No. And that's where I'm slightly torn on it. I tend to agree with what you were saying there, Gordon. We're going to have very little of the ball, so it makes it that much more important to keep it, and players who are comfortable not go forward too quickly at times, just to give back possession for them to mount another attack. So Gilmore certainly would have held that. I just wonder where Christie plays. Caller makes a good point. He's played deeper this season.
He won't play deeper for Scotland, will he?
But then McTominay, you're taking McTominay out of that advanced position, and you're dropping him back, so you're taking away that threat from an attack point of view. That'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I would have liked to have seen Gilmore in there, I've got to be honest.
And no Christie.
And no Christie, yeah.
Logan, it's an interesting one. What about the back then as well? It feels like Steve Clarke's a massive Grant Hanley fan, so therefore lots of people expected him to play, but Ryan Porteous gets the nod alongside Jack Hendry and Kieran Tierney. Are you happy enough there?
I think he's got it spot on, especially I'm hoping that Ralston will be able to get forward a wee bit more tonight, but I think it'll probably be Ryan Porteous that plays in that right centre half spot, so he's decent at defending those areas, so I think Steve Clarke's got it spot on.
Gordon, it's a trio that's done well. You know, you have to say it's a really interesting mixed bag. Someone who plays in Saudi, someone who plays in the English Championship and used to be at Hibs, and Kieran Tierney has just been a phenomenon for Scotland. You always got the impression that Steve Clarke really would have wanted to play Grant Hanley. Yeah. He loves Grant Hanley, and he brought him back in and he played the friendly, and I think he stayed on when people around him were getting subbed, and he finished with the armband. I just wonder if maybe right at the end, taking a look at them all over the last couple of weeks, he realised that he wasn't getting peak Grant Hanley, sorry.
Yeah, I think he's went with the three because there's good energy, good legs and good pace in that back three, Gordon. We touched on the threat of Germany in the white areas. Ralston and Robertson on the flanks may get caught off the pitch, so you need your two centre-backs, left centre-back, right centre-back, to be comfortable to get out into their positions and defend and have good pace about them. So I think he's got that spot on. I think Hanley brings so much experience, but he's looked at the back three, he's looked at the fact that he can get them up the park, because anything over the top he's got plenty of pace there. He can use that, and I think that's the right decision. I think, honestly, I know what Mark's saying there about Gilmour, and a lot of people listening to this show will probably agree with Mark in the fact that Gilmour should be in the team. I just look at that, I look at who they're playing. I think Steve Clarke's got this bang on tonight for me.
Just quickly, what testament it is to the way Steve Clarke feels about Callum McGregor, Mark. Why, like, there is no one's debating about him dropping out instead of Billy Gilmour, because he just always plays for Scotland. Yeah. And Steve Clarke recognises clearly what he brings. I mean, if you were to go sort of, you know, player kind of profile the level Gilmour's at now in the English Premier League and so on, and they are the most similar of them all. Yeah. But the question's never Gilmour or McGregor.
No, never. And in a season where people have been saying he's not been at his best, Callum McGregor, and then he picks up that injury, of course, at the tail end of the season. You were thinking, are we going to see the best of him in this tournament? But Steve Clarke's obviously had a good look at him. He thinks he's fully fit. And it's never in question. He's always the one who plays, and he'll be so important tonight in keeping the ball.
Are the teams out, Andrew Maclean? Is the warm-up beginning? Is it starting to feel real?
Goodness me, it is starting to feel real. It was the German side that came out first. They ran over to my right where the German supporters are housed. There was a big ovation. Then about a minute later, Scotland, led by Andy Robertson, over to the left, and honestly it was scenes as if a goal had been scored. Just the rapturous, almost celebrations of just being welcomed into the stadium by the supporters that have made it in here so far. And every single time the players are going over to a touchline, doing a different type of warm-up, they're over there, they're applauding, they're waving. They can sense this is a big occasion. The fans are completely wrapped up in it as well. And you know what, it is just a notch up, I think, from anything these players will have experienced on the international stage. And you know what, it's 40 minutes till kick-off. The game's not even close to starting yet.
Incredible, 40 minutes to go. We're excited. Hopefully you're excited at home. Excited fans in here in Scholars Lounge in Munich as well. Now I've got something a bit special for you. I'm sure people have been out buying new Scotland tops and maybe the odd beer here and there to help the Euros go by smoothly. Do you fancy winning some cash? We've got £100 with Cole Robert, and all you need to do is guess the results of tomorrow's games on our pundit predictor. It is that simple. Hugh Keevins has got no chance, hasn't predicted a correct scoreline since 1994, I believe it is. But you could, all you have to, what do you think, Hugh? Do you think you could take the challenge on here?
I'm going to give it a bash.
Anyway, all you need to do at home is predict the results of Hungary against Switzerland, Spain against Croatia, and Italy, Albania. It's 3 guesses. Get all 3 right, you win the cash, and as an added bonus, you go up against either Mark Wilson or Gordon Dalziel for bragging rights. So call now and win with Cole Robert on 01419511025. Call during this break, and we will talk to you next.
The Tartan Army has marched to Munich. And we're backing the Bravehearts in Bavaria.
That's exactly how you can catch out the Germans.
For Scotland versus Germany. Live from Munich, this is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
If you are a football fan of any description, Munich is the place to be anywhere on this planet right now, because Scotland against Germany is just over 30 minutes away. Andrew Maclean, our reporter, is in the stadium. We are live in the centre of Munich from Scholars Lounge, and we are excited to say the least. Hopefully you are at home too. You can give us a call. We'll get some live reaction in the pub. In fact, we're going to go round the country in Scotland and get the flavour from some fan zones very soon as well. But before we do, let's play this. We've teamed up with Cole Robert for our pundit predictor, and we want you to predict the results in tomorrow's games for your chance to win £100. Those games are Hungary, Switzerland, Spain, Croatia, and Italy against Albania. And on the line to play, we've got Donna in Camelon. How's it going, Donna?
Not too bad, mate, not too bad.
Good to hear it. Now, what I think we'll do, because we're in the presence of one of the great predictors of our generation in Hugh Keevins. He's in Clydebank, so I think we'll put you up against him tonight. I think that's the best way of doing it, and you two can battle out in the coming days, Gordon Dalziel and Mark Wilson. So all you have to do, Donna, you don't even need the score lines, I just need the outcome. So first of all, one game at a time. Hungary against Switzerland. Hungary win, Switzerland win, or draw?
I think Hungary will win, and I think it'll be 4-0.
Well, we don't even need a scoreline, that's the beauty of it. But Hungary to win, fine. Spain against Croatia. Spain win, Croatia win, or draw?
Spain win.
Spain win. And finally, Italy against Albania. Italy win, Albania win, or draw?
Italy win.
Italy win, says Donna and Cameron. Right, Hugh Keevins, now tell us how it's really going to go. Guarantee us how it's going to go. Hungary, Switzerland?
Draw.
Spain, Croatia?
Spain.
Italy, Albania?
Italy by a distance.
Right, Donna, we're going to find out if you win that £100 tomorrow. We are on air from 2 o'clock. Of course, we'll need to wait until later on to find out the results, but we're on air from 2 o'clock tomorrow, and the catch is if you don't get all three right, the money rolls over, so there'll be £200 in the pot. Imagine you come on the last day of the Euros, or the last day of the group stages, I think, the last day of the group stages, and nail the jackpot and a winner. Anyway, it's all thanks to Col Robert. We'll play the pundit predictor for the next few shows, certainly. Thanks again to Donna. We'll see who comes out on top between Donna and Hugh, the predictor Keevins. Hugh, not much excites you in football these days. Are you starting to get a wee bit of the old butterflies in the tummy though as we get closer?
Well, you know, we know the teams now. We know what we're up against. I'll give you one Germanic crumb of comfort. This side have only kept clean sheets in 2 of their last 13 games. So, for me, Scotland are good for a goal.
I like it, and with every Hugh Keevins fact or stat, there's a counter one that says Scotland have never beaten Germany in a competitive match, so hopefully that ends tonight as well. The atmosphere inside that stadium you just heard is unbelievable. Here in the centre of Munich, it is fizzing with excitement. We've been hearing from the phones. Let's go round the country in Scotland, because yes, we're here in Munich, but there are fan zones right round Scotland getting ready for the game. Let's go round them. We'll start up north in Aberdeen with Dave Galloway.
Thanks, Gordon. I'm here at OGV Podium in Aberdeen city centre. It's a sellout and hundreds of fans are packing in for a party. Scotland legend Braveheart Colin Hendry is guest of honour. He'll be on stage in front of a massive TV screen. Now, as you can hear, the music's pumping out at high volume, and there's plenty live entertainment played on here as well. What an atmosphere is building up, really, and the excitement and anticipation, it's growing by the moment. I've been out and about speaking to the Tartan Army. They are full of confidence. Now, let's head to Easter Road. Gavin Pearson's there. Gav.
Thanks a lot, Dave. The sunshine is on Leith. We are here. We're ready for Scotland tonight. Martin is here. What are you thinking? How are you feeling as we get close to kick-off?
Quite apprehensive. I think, for me, Germany are notoriously slow starters in tournaments. So, you know, have we got a chance tonight? I'd be delighted with a draw.
Martin thinks there's an opportunity. Now, standing next to Martin is Hibs legend and former Scotland captain Pat Stanton. Our captain tonight, Andy Robertson, what will he be saying to the players right now?
I think these players, I don't think they need much instructions what to do. These lads will know exactly what they have to do. Just turn up for the night and just give their best. Don't be frightened of the opposition at all. Don't show that. Who knows what will happen?
Who knows indeed. This is the best fan zone. Now let's go to the biggest. At East End Park, the Dunfermline fan zone with Ewan Cameron.
Thank you, Gav. Yes, you join us here in Dunfermline. That is the biggest fan zone in Scotland. 3,000 strong here to watch Scotland take on Germany in the opener of the European Championship. Steve Cowan, former Aberdeen and Hibs striker, alongside me. What an atmosphere here tonight.
It's absolutely brilliant. I've just been out there looking at all the fans, and the kids are there, the parents. The music's brilliant, the big screens are brilliant. They have done really well here.
They've done really well. It's looking fantastic, and they're even having a beer in the stadium. When was the last time that happened in Scotland? We're all set to go in Dunfermline. Scotland versus Germany. Come on, Scotland!
This is massive. Mark Wilson from Dunfermline to Edinburgh and Aberdeen to Clydebank, where even Hugh Keevins is getting a little bit excited. We've had households across the country calling us in. We're here in the centre of Munich. Andrew Maclean's in the stadium. There are Scotland fans in Frankfurt, where we're not even playing, in Cologne, where we're about to go. This is one of the biggest events in world world football. In fact, it will be. It's the biggest event in world football happening right now, and we are on centre stage.
Oh, what an occasion it is. And there's very few things that can pull us together as a nation, but football certainly does, and especially when you're playing at a stage like this in the opening game on a Friday evening. No wonder the fan zones up and down the country are packed. The streets of Munich are packed. The stadium will be packed. We're all pulling the one direction.
Yeah, we're just counting down the time, Gordon. It's like waiting for New Year to come. It's waiting for the bell. Oh, it's that excited. We've seen it today. The atmosphere has really cranked up. The Tartan Army are ready. Is the Scotland team ready? I'm sure they are. Let's go off to a real positive start tonight.
Does that mean you're going to kiss Mark Wilson at kick-off?
I will kiss.
No thanks.
If we get a win tonight, I will kiss Mark Wilson at the end of the game.
Do you know it's a dangerous thought of just how excited? Let's just dream for a minute, right? We know how hard it's going to be. Let's just dream. Just imagine this place. If Scotland can pull something off. I'm looking at you, I'm thinking top off, pint over the head,
everything.
Kissing Mark Wilson.
Yeah.
I just, honestly, dare to dream for a minute. Then you crash back down to earth and realise how tough it is going to be. I did say all night, I keep repeating it, we are going to get some live reaction from the Scholars Lounge here in the centre of Munich. I'm pleased to say Danny has joined us now. How are you, Danny?
I'm good, thanks.
Danny, we've had contributors from Fife and various other parts of the country. You're pretty close to Clyde 1 headquarters there in Knightswood. You're a local Glasgow in the West boy. What's the journey been like to get over?
So we started out yesterday, so we travelled through to Rotterdam last night, and then it was 4 trains today to get through. All the lineups for the trains were a bit iffy, so they managed to make it in the end.
Because is this a thing, right? I've had my illusions shattered on this trip, because everyone trots out the German efficiency cliche and talks about the trains, but apparently they're actually not that reliable anymore. Can you believe it?
There was a lot of delays.
Oh, don't tell us that. Seriously, the train on Sunday.
I know, but seriously, you know that way, like you learn something new every day.
Aye.
Apparently that is a myth now. You will be let down by the German trains by all accounts.
Well, let's hope it's okay on Sunday. Saying that our subway was late the other day as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, ridiculous.
What a letdown this country's been.
Longer a 6-inch.
Very good, very
Deliveroo
good.
from Clydebank. What are you thinking? Looking at that team tonight, you happy with it?
I know, I'm happy with it. I'm thinking Ralston 1-0.
What? Ralston to score?
Yep. Put the bet on before I left.
Would that be the most rogue goal scorer in the team?
I put it on before I left. So
brilliant. I love that.
What was the odds in that?
750 to 1.
750 to 1. So it would have been longer than that.
3 quid 50 pence on.
3 quid.
3 quid. Well, that's a score. We'll be next to you.
That, yeah.
Mark,
I'll get the round in.
There are stories everywhere, and Anthony Ralston's is a good one. And try and word this without sounding disrespectful, but I don't think it is, because it's just abundantly clear. Without injuries to Nathan Patterson and Aaron Hickey, Anthony Ralston is nowhere near the starting 11 tonight. That's international football. You've got to be ready to take your opportunity. He's barely featured for Celtic, and he's going to go into the opening game of the Euros against the host nation, up against Wirtz, who's an absolute superstar.
Quite incredible. When you look back at Ralston and his career so far, he's always had to play second fiddle, third fiddle sometimes, and that's where he's found himself in this Scotland setup. But even at Celtic, some of the big games, how he got his breakthrough, all those Champions League nights that he's been thrust into, and he dealt with them very, very well. It's going to be a game, the same again tonight, when, you know, a couple of months ago no one could have seen Anthony Ralston probably even making the squad, never mind starting. So he's got to take his opportunity. He's solid. Someone said earlier about him getting forward, you've put him on to score, but it's the other way, that he has to be so disciplined. It's going to be a tough evening from him, and I think Daz mentioned it earlier about the centre back. If it's Potus is playing that right sided centre back, getting that right, the distances between them are going to be crucial tonight in nullifying that German threat.
Yeah, it's an incredible story for Ralston. I think we all agree that obviously if everybody had been fit, you're right, Mark, I don't know if he'd have been in the squad, but he's here, he's there, he's a number one pick. The one thing I don't think will happen, I don't think Ralston will let Scotland down tonight. I think he'll go up and down. I think he's a willing worker, and he just has to go and defend, and he'll need a bit of encouragement from his centre backs as well to get out there and double up and help him. But I'm looking forward to seeing his performance. He must be over the moon. What a highlight of his career. He doesn't play every week with Celtic, he's not first choice, but what an opportunity tonight.
And what about the main men, the ones that have contributed so much to get us here? Scott McTominay, John McGinn, how important are they going to be?
I think they'll be crucial. I think McTominay especially. I think the fact he didn't really play the friendlies, I wasn't sure if he would start tonight, but I think the fact he is playing that, he could be crucial. So
that's just been a wrapping cotton wool job, Mark Wilson. He played in the FA Cup final, which was like pretty much the last game of the British football calendar. I think the playoff was just after. He took a bit of a knock. I never thought there was any actual doubt about him. It was just more about giving him that rest and just making sure that the risks were taken.
Well, he's just been a top performer this season, not only for Scotland but for Manchester United, who have had an awful season, but he's been the real shining light within that team, and he's dug them out of holes so many times. And then he's, the amount of goals he's scored for us over the past year has been incredible. A player who's played right centre back, centre midfield, attacking midfield, and even finishes in the FA Cup sorting a forward role. He can do everything, and we're going to need everything from him tonight.
Danny Knightswood, the score prediction, you said 1-0 earlier on, you're sticking by it.
Yep,
brilliant. Good man, thanks for joining us. That was Danny from Knightswood. 21 and a bit minutes to go until kick-off in Germany. Scottish football has rarely seen nights like these, and it is only going to get better from here. Hopefully it ends in a positive fashion as well. We'll go back to the stadium next.
Scotland versus Germany. Clyde One Super Scoreboard. Live from Munich.
Just over 15 minutes to go until Scotland take to the field to kick off Euro 2024 against the host nation Germany. Excitement's building in the stadium. We're live in Scholars Lounge in central Munich right now, and even Hugh Keevins is getting excited back in Clydebank as well. What an opportunity for these Scotland players, Hugh Keevins, when you look at everything that goes into a fixture like this one.
When people talk about players being on the world stage, they are tonight. It's not the European Championship, it's the fact that it's the opening game of the tournament, playing against the host nation. The scenes that we are witnessing from the Allianz Arena involving the Scotland fans are unbelievable. It's an atmosphere unlike anything I think these players of ours will ever have known. And they are on the global stage all around the world. People are tuned into this game, and the vast majority of the people around the world would have Germany as the favourites. Perhaps not the overwhelming favourites, but the favourites, and traditionally, historically, that's the way Scotland like it.
Andrew Maclean, I'm not sure there's many people, true football fans, who say, I can't wait for the opening ceremony. But what's going on? What sort of pre-match celebrations did we have?
Yeah, well, the whole stadium really transformed in a matter of seconds. I was about to call it a big white tarpaulin there. That's probably doing it an injustice, but it covered the full surface of the pitch. It's still out there now. There's groups of people sort of dressed up as fans that are waving flags on there. There's a big stage that's been erected in the centre circle as well. So we're just waiting for whatever is going to be the showpiece of this opening ceremony. There was also a tifo display across the whole stadium. Over to the left there was a big Saltire flag as well, but just moments before that, Freed from Desire came on, obviously a song that Scotland fans do love, and just the atmosphere, the scenes over to the left where the Scotland fans were housed look absolutely unbelievable. The Scotland fans in the stadium look as if they are having the time of their life. UEFA are trying to ruin it at the moment by giving us a bit of a dance routine in the middle of the park, but it definitely won't dampen the spirits of these Scotland fans who just cannot wait for this action to get underway.
Scholars Lounge in central Munich. Andrew Maclean's at the stadium. We've put a tweet out to ask where you're watching the game tonight at Clyde SSB. Send us your pictures, and I'm just loving the range of replies. Adam Clarkson's at Broadwood. They've got a lovely fan zone going on at Broadwood as well. Somewhere just round the corner from you, Gordon DL, Craig Fleming's at Club 100 in Motherwell, and just slightly different, we've got Derek Carkery, who's in Typhoon Lagoon, Florida, the water park.
Watching the game
in a water park in Florida. Who knew? Anyway, 01419511025. I'll tell you where Kenny from Hag Hill's watching it, right here with us, Scholars Lounge. You're probably the last caller before kick-off. Kenny, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm brilliant to be here. I wouldn't say confident, but I would definitely bite your hand off at a draw.
I don't mind that, Kenny, right, because there's nothing wrong with optimism, but there's something is going wrong. Every caller we've had and every person we speak to here, and it feels like there's 3 million of them, all say Scotland are going to win. It cannot be that straightforward, so I don't mind your bit of realism. Kenny, what do you make of the team? You think that was the right sort of call from Steve Clarke?
See, to be honest, I would have put Shankland. I would have started with Shankland, but apart from that, I think it is.
What is it you see in him that gives him the edge?
It's just his movement, and he's a goal scorer, so if you're looking for a goal, but I suppose Shea Adams can maybe hold the ball up a wee bit better.
This is the worrying bit, potentially. This is the bit that can put a dampener on things, or maybe make it even better. But how would you sum up just what it's like to be in the city and be part of this, Kenny?
Honestly, right, I was in 1998, I was in primary school, and I've always said that I would go see Scotland in a major tournament, and I'm here, and it's honestly unbelievable. It started yesterday with open goal with these two. They were brilliant. Billy Gilmore's dad was amazing as well, so it really got the party started. And then after it we had Kyle Faulkner on, and it was just, honestly, it's unreal. It's an experience I will never forget.
Yeah, I have to say, so many famous faces around. We went to a wee star-studded bash last night, didn't we? Travis were on the stage, Darren Fletcher and James McFadden, Scotland players, other sportsmen, David Coulthard, actors, Martin Compston, Amy MacDonald. You were a big Nathan Evans fan. I know you like to be
lovely guy.
So you were rubbing shoulders with
some celebs, yes.
Some celebs, and my word, did you two pay for it this morning?
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit jaded this morning. I've had sun specs on for the last 12 hours, but I was well worth it. And listen, Kenny's right. I mean, the atmosphere, the occasion all in the city will be something I'll live with us forever.
What really happened to us last night, Gordon, was when we went up to pay for it was a free bar, so thanks for everybody. But listen, just getting out in the streets here, the amount of ex-footballers and present Premier League players that play in Scotland, we've seen them last night, they're all over the place. Everybody's here, they want to be a part of it, they want to join in. It's a great atmosphere. Every Scottish guy will tell you, today has been unbelievable for me.
You're right.
You know, the excitement that everybody's, and what they're bringing to this country as well, so hopefully we can get a good positive result.
You're right, last night we had Kilmarnock's Robbie Dees, Michael McGovern, who was at Livy and Hibs most recently. Today out in the street I saw Paul and Stephen McGinn, obviously here to support John. Saw Sean Kelly of Livy over to support Liam. We met Lewis Morgan's brother, saw Chief Executive of the Scottish FA Ian Maxwell. Everyone just walking around the streets. It's been incredible. Kenny, you said you'd take a draw, score draw, or we go 0-0 to open the Euros.
I would really like to get a goal to see this place erupt as well. It would be amazing. But it's been brilliant. And see one thing is as well, Scotland and Germany fans have integrated really well with the Girra, and it's been brilliant to see that they've been welcoming as well. So you need to give them a wee shout out.
Kenny, you are a good man. Go and enjoy the game because we're getting closer to kick-off.
Thank you very much.
Thanks to Kenny from Hag Hill. I've been waiting to see a sentence like this on this show for a long time. The opening game of the Euros. Scotland are in it. They take on the host nation Germany, and kick-off in Munich is coming next.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard Podcast with Lookers Audi. The fully electric Q4 is now available on Motability. Discover it today.
At Asda this Father's Day, we've got a whole range of gifts dedicated to him to help your thank yous go farther. Okay, we'll leave the dad jokes to dads and stick to the prezzies. We've got loads of goodies from socks to shavers to mugs, including a Nivea gift set down from £20 to only £12, and Father's Day cards starting at just 28p to help every dad feel above par this Father's Day. Sorry, Asda. That's more like it. Selected stores subject to availability. Nivea offer ends 16th of June. May exclude Asda Express and small stores. Asda.com/small stores.
I love history podcasts. I was listening to one about the suffrage movement, and it got me thinking about my great nan. With Ancestry, we discovered she'd been arrested and imprisoned with other suffragettes. They've got her voting records and even examples of her protesting on the census. It made my family so proud.
Bring your backstory to life. Get a free 2-week trial of a full membership at ancestry.co.uk. Renews automatically from $10.99 per month unless cancelled.
How exciting is it to play the British Heart Foundation's weekly flutter? Ka-ching! Exciting enough to get your heart racing. Just a little bit. Like texting a mate. The same time they text you. like flipping pancakes with majestic grace. Or spotting that last parking space. Yes! With the added joy of knowing the money you donate helps to fund life-saving research. £1 to play, £1,000 to win every week. Search British Heart Foundation Weekly Lottery. See? It's a little bit exciting.
Gamble responsibly. Over 18s only. T's and C's apply. Please see our website for more details. British Heart Foundation is a registered charity.
I love history podcasts. I was listening to one about the suffrage movement, and it got me thinking about my great nan. With Ancestry, we discovered she'd been arrested and imprisoned with other suffragettes. They've got her voting records and even examples of her protesting on the census. It made my family so proud.
Bring your backstory to life. Get a free 2-week trial of a full membership at ancestry.co.uk. Renews automatically from $10.99 per month unless cancelled.
The Clyde One Super Scoreboard Podcast.
With Lucas Volvo. Looking to sell your Volvo? Contact them today for a no-obligation quotation.
German in this stadium to every single German that is living at the moment. She was alongside two of the Euros winning captains, Bernard Dietz and Jürgen Klinsmann as well, either side of her. So they brought the trophy onto the pitch and the players are now waiting in the tunnel. I could see the face of Andy Robertson on the big screen and he looks in the zone. He looks ready for this game. He's psyched himself up and I'm sure the rest of the Scotland players are the same. One last look at the trophy being held up to all four stands here in this stadium, and it's just about time for the players to make their way out the tunnel. It's going to be a quick clean-up operation as well, because there's still the remnants of what was the opening ceremony with a big inflatable trophy that's in the middle of the pitch, the multicoloured flags that are on there. There's a flag of every participating country in Euro 2024 as well. So the Scotland fans are waiting with bated breath, and I think this place is about to go crazy because the teams are making their way up the steps from the tunnel. The ball is being picked up by the young mascot who is beside Clement Turpin, who will be the referee for this match. Scotland will certainly on German soil. There was a good result where Clement Turpin was the referee when Rangers beat Borussia Dortmund 4-2. Is that maybe a good omen for him being the referee? Probably not, but we'll see what happens in this game. The players are walking with the mascots, making their way round the UEFA Euro 2024 banner. The German flag is there, the Scotland flag is there. The Scotland players are waving over to the section that must house their friends and family, and we are just about to get underway for the national anthems at the Allianz Arena.
Incredible, Andrew. Enjoy it, savour it. This will be a special night, Mark Wilson. How do you beat that? Here we go. I mean, let's just go back to Andrew for a quick second, because here come the players. Andy Robertson leading out Scotland at Euros. Special moment, Andrew Maclean.
Yes, so Flower of Scotland is coming over the tannoy. Now the Scotland players are arm in arm singing the national anthem. Not quite sure if you can make it out. I'll give it a go.
Don't you worry. I think we're going to get a rendition of our own in here when it appears on the TV coverage. It shows you the stadium.
Look over to the left at the moment, and the players are in full voice at the moment. The fans as well are in full voice. This is the moment that they have all been waiting for. The camera zooming in on Andy Robertson, who looks emotional, if you ask me. Is a player who of course has been crucial for Steve Clarke and everything that he has done since he moved in, but this game has been a long time coming, hasn't it? Even the last couple of days here in Munich have seemed to last for ages, but no doubt everyone is delighted that this moment is finally here. As soon as that draw was made, when we found out Scotland were going to co-host the opening game, the opening night of Euro 2024, the excitement has been there, but I think the feeling is even more special than people could have imagined. We knew the Scotland fans would travel in their numbers, but not quite like this. I genuinely couldn't believe how busy the centre of Munich was today. This stadium is actually the only place in the whole time I've been in Germany that Scotland fans have been outnumbered by Germans. And you mentioned early on that they would have to stop people from going into the square, but it's a huge occasion here.
welcome off the Scholars Lounge here in central Munich because it is almost showtime. What an atmosphere in the stadium. Thank you to Andrew Maclean for bringing us that. What an atmosphere here. And very quickly before kick-off, Hugh Keevins, how good is this?
I said at the very start of the programme, I believe this to be the biggest day of all days for us, the host nation, the opening game, the European Championships, the first time we have been out of Britain for a major international tournament in 26 years. It is monumental, and given the number of Scottish people who are in Germany, it is absolutely historic in terms of Scottish football.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard is coming live from Germany this summer thanks to UK Debt Expert. They offer free advice with experts who could help you clear your debt or at least help with a large portion of it. UK Debt Expert has already helped over 250,000 people UK-wide deal with debt. That's just about 5 times the capacity of Hampden, and 45,000 of those customers come from right here in Scotland with experts based in Glasgow. In fact, in the time it takes Scotland to play Switzerland, around 145 people will have asked them for help with their finances. So, if you're struggling with debt you can't control, please talk to UK Debt Expert. There is a solution for you. They've got 5-star rating on Trustpilot, so you know you can rely on their services to take you forward. And for more information, please check out ukdebtexpert.co.uk. And remember, keep listening. Clyde One Super Scoreboard is going to be live from Germany this summer.
At Asda this Father's Day, we've got a whole range of gifts dedicated to him to help your thank yous go farther. Okay, we'll leave the dad jokes to dads and stick to the prezzies. We've got loads of goodies from socks to shavers to mugs, including a Nivea gift set down from £20 to only £12, and Father's Day cards starting at just 28p to help every dad feel above par this Father's Day. Sorry, Asda. That's more like it. Selected stores subject to availability. Nivea offer ends 16th of June. May exclude Asda Express and small stores. Asda.com/small stores.
I love history podcasts. I was listening to one about the suffrage movement, and it got me thinking about my great nan. With Ancestry, we discovered she'd been arrested and imprisoned with other suffragettes. They've got her voting records and even examples of her protesting on the census. It made my family so proud.
Bring your backstory to life. Get a free 2-week trial of a full membership at ancestry.co.uk. Renews automatically from $10.99 per month unless cancelled.
How exciting is it to play the British Heart Foundation's Weekly Flutter? Ka-ching! Exciting enough to get your heart racing. Just a little bit. Like texting a mate. The same time they text you. Like flipping pancakes with majestic grace. Or spotting that last parking space. Yes! With the added joy of knowing the money you donate helps to fund life-saving research. £1 to play, £1,000 to win every week. Search British Heart Foundation Weekly Lottery. See? It's a little bit exciting.
Gamble responsibly. Over 18s only. T's and C's apply. Please see our website for more details. British Heart Foundation is a registered charity.
At 3 Business, we know the importance of keeping your business connected. Whether you're doing emails on the 7:30 to Paddington or taking a video call on site, our multi-SIM plans all come with unlimited calls, texts and data. Plus, with 99% UK coverage, you can do your best work wherever you are. Head in store or search 3 Business.
Unlimited UK only. 99% outdoor population coverage. Terms apply.
It's incredible, Mark Wilson, it really is.
Oh, without doubt. And how are those players feeling at the minute? Belting out the national anthem in front of a full 80,000. It must seem like it's full of Scotland fans. How loud it was. You heard the atmosphere in this pub. Everyone ready to go. Just need to get underway now.
Yeah, this is what we waited for, Gordon. It's a long time coming. It's here now. It's up to all the talking, all the atmosphere, all the parties done. It's all about what the players produce on the pitch, and we wish them all the very best. Can we get a positive start to the Euros? I think we can.
It's a special night. Even for a neutral, this would be a special night. But if you're a Scotland fan, if you're a Scottish football fan, it does not get much better than this. The host nation, Germany, a footballing superpower in their very familiar traditional white home strip. Munich, one of the footballing cities, what's usually known as the Allianz Arena, one of the footballing venues, and hopefully Scotland are going to make it Scotland's party, because the atmosphere in the city has been incredible. Can Steve Clarke deliver a result to match? That is the big question, Mark Wilson.
Well, it certainly is. All the preparation, the warm-up games, Steve Clarke assessing players over the last 6 months are all building to this. The training camp, the open training sessions that the press and the fans are allowed in to see, all done and dusted. Yesterday would have been probably a bit of video analysis on the Germans and how we're going to exploit some of their weaknesses. The pre-match team talks are all over. Now it's over to the players. Once they go across the white line, once the whistle goes, it's over to the players to stick together and ride out the storm, because there will be tough times in this game where they won't have the ball. They have to stick together, stay a tight unit, and hopefully nick one at the other end.
Yeah, Mark's right. It's all about the players now. All the homework's been done. Everything's been done, Gordon. It's on the night. Can move for a juice. We need a big, big performance. Not just from one or two players, from absolutely everybody. And I'm talking about substitutions that can make such a difference in a game as vital as this. So Steve Clarke will have done all his homework, all his preparation, and he's now trusting those players to go and carry that out tonight.
There are players who play on bumpy grass pitches on Saturday and Sunday mornings, Gordon Dalziel. From them up to the junior ranks, to our Scottish Premiership, to European competition, to the pinnacle of international football, every single team wants to start the game well. That's not a secret, it's not a brilliant insight from me, but it just is an unavoidable part of the way every fan and player feels going into a game.
Yeah, the greatest saying in the world is keep it tight for the first 20 minutes and play yourself into the game. It's very easy to say that, it's harder to do it, but I think we're so well organised. I get back to the starting lineup. I can't fault Steve Clarke. I think he's got it spot on. I know there's arguments for different players, so we've really just got to start a game, settle into this game. Don't give the Germans any confidence at all. Listen, remember, they're the home nation here, they're the hosts. There's a lot of pressure on this Germany side, so if we can make it difficult for them, be comfortable on the ball, then this could be a good night for Scotland.
Really looking forward to it just getting underway in Munich. What a night this is. You struggle really, which is not something we should be guilty of, given that we're here to find the words. But these occasions, so special for the Scotland players. You see them waving up to the families in the stands. Just what must it mean to them? A bit misty-eyed, but all those hours spent traipsing around boys' clubs and heading off, and now it's showtime, as you can hear in Munich. It's all come down to this for these Scotland players. Long careers in the making. They're actually the oldest team, I think, in the group stages of Euro 2024, so it's been a long journey for some of these players, and hopefully they can deliver on the big stage. It's no surprise, Mark, just to see that shape. So Shea Adams is going to be the furthest forward, but Scotland are going to sit. They're going to try and contain, not extremely deep, but just behind the halfway line. John McGinn to the right of Shea Adams, and you can see Ryan Christie just dropping in, making sure that things are structured early on.
Yeah, quite tight, as you see. Shea Adams in no rush to go and press Rudiger, just happy to allow them possession on the halfway line. And that was interesting. You know, McTominay, who's played in that more advanced role, is dropped back. Oh, it's a chance
for Germany early on. It's a save, Angus Gunn. Hopefully the flag goes up. It's Florian Wirtz, and I don't think the flag has yet, has it? Let's wait.
Very high line from Scotland. No pressure on the ball there, and Rudiger able to pick his pass. Ralston maybe just gets that right, but wasn't much in it.
It's very tight, but I think Ralston has got that right, Gordon. I think it's a good call, but you can't afford to do that. If you're going to step up, if you're going to play that offside trap, everybody has got to get that right. One person stays in, you've got a problem right away. Look, I've looked at the Germans in the opening minutes here. They're very direct. They're getting up to the forward line very quickly, so it's danger.
But it was offside, so it worked. The defence worked, Mark, but it just shows you the fine margins. You're talking a couple of inches and Wirtz is through on goal. Fair play, because Angus Gunn stood up and actually saved it with his head. Oh, and Scotland's defence is a bit all over the place here. I think it's Havertz in. Brilliant, though, from Ryan Porteous. A tackle that's celebrated like a goal here in central Munich. Scotland going to have to just ride out a bit of an early period of pressure from Germany by the looks of things.
Yeah, without doubt, Porteous had to get that spot on, and he did. But what Wirtz has shown there, he's shown Porteous and he's shown Ralston that he's running in behind straight from minute one. So they know that he's not afraid. He's not always going to come to the ball and take it to feet. There is a genuine threat in behind, and Daz is right. Germany will use that as well. So they know what they're up against, but they've done all the analysis on his pace and what he does on the ball, but off the ball, equally important.
I've got to say, Mark, the Germany have started at a good pace. They're really at Scotland. They're trying to go on the front foot. They're trying to upset them at the back there. And Porteous, I just watched them using a wee bit of experience. Just take his time with the throw-in, settle everything down, and let's settle into this game.
Yeah, throw-in goes down the line again. John McGinn falls over and still manages to head it, but Rudiger is going to clear it as well. This will suit Scotland for now. The referee, it's the first decision we can complain about. John McGinn didn't really seem to do much wrong, but Mittelstadt just goes down, draws the foul, and it goes Germany's way. So, John, to be fair, when you see it back, it's a free kick. But remember, we can be painfully biased for the next couple of weeks. The problem is Germany are now in on the right-hand side as well. Musiala, but Kieran Tierney's the man for those types of battles. Gets a pat on the back from the skipper, Andy Robertson. Great tenacity from Kieran Tierney. Goal kick Scotland.
Yeah, what I've noticed about Germany right away, they've obviously looked at Scotland's back three. Robertson and Ralston like to get up the pitch. The balls are getting into those areas. That's where Tierney and Porteous on the other side are so important. They've got to get out there, they've got to close the space down, they've got to protect their goalkeeper. Brilliant play from Tierney, and you've seen how much he was pumped up there, Gordon. He's up for it.
What's a bit scary early on is, yes, you're right, if your fullbacks are up the pitch, it will leave gaps in behind them. But Scotland haven't really been up the pitch, so I'm not sure how the gaps are already behind Ralston and Robertson. They've not had the ball to get up the pitch.
Musiala and Wirtz are just willing runners, and every time they do that, what it does is creates little pockets of space that Gundogan will try and drop into, or Havertz as well. So the Germans have started well, showing that they can mix things up. It's not just about passing it around the back, maybe one or two passes around the back and then it's forward really quick.
Yeah, Scotland finding these opening stages really difficult. Now Ryan Christie wins it back, but when he gives it to Andy Robertson, it's just a long crossfield ball. Remember, there is no Lyndon Dykes. Even if there was, it becomes a very sort of percentage game, but it goes up towards, and here's a chance for Andy Robertson to make some ground down the right side, but Rudiger comes across, and the Scotland fans in here are celebrating throw-ins. That's
how exciting it is. But it was good play from Scotland there. Adams has got a massive job. You can't put big long balls up there and hope that he's going to hold them, but he fought his corner and they picked up the second ball. Andy Robertson's on there. We've got a throw in, and the good thing is we're in the final third of Germany.
Scotland thinking about a long throw, but I think Germany are the third tallest team in the tournament. We're actually one of the shorter teams. There's no Lyndon Dykes anymore, but we are still going to go for the long throw. It's just too easy for Rudiger, though. Not even a challenge on him. It's right on his head. There's been a bit of a collision in the middle of the pitch. I wonder if the ref will stop. I hope it does, because Germany are on the break here, and we might need a brilliant from Jack Hendry. Really strong from Jack Hendry as he just uses his muscle and edges his opponent out the way. And that's good. It's good second ball winning from Anthony Ralston. Just a little bit of possession, not much for Scotland, but that's better. Scott McTominay and Callum McGregor finding Andy Robertson, and now starting to settle as we get towards the 6th minute. It's a through ball, but Ryan Christie can't get in the end of it, and it goes through to Manuel Neuer. Wow, catch your breath. What 6 minutes it's been.
Yeah, it's encouraging. We've settled back into this game here. A nice play in the middle of the park. Callum McGregor just sitting in front of the back three, trying to get on the ball, make simple passes there, got out the other side. It was good play from Scotland, and we'll certainly need plenty of that tonight.
And Mark, you could make a case to say Anthony Ralston deserved a free kick on the edge of the box. Yes, the Germany player slipped, but he did wipe Anthony Ralston out when he was jumping for the header.
Yeah, without doubt, it was a foul. Anthony Ralston does well. He's nice and narrow there, probably about 25 yards from goal to help the ball back in, keep the pressure on, but there's no doubt about it, he's taken out. Should have been a foul.
Yeah, the one thing I've noticed about Scotland is, and we're talking about the back three, we're playing a high line at the back. There's a lot of grass in behind between the back five and the goalkeeper, so we've just got to make sure we've got our timing right. You see that there, Germany starting to get players into these dangerous positions, but good defended by Scotland.
Well, this is the cat and mouse nature of football, Mark, because Steve Clarke trusts that back three because they are quick.
Yeah.
But you're also up against elite level attackers, and it's just about who gets the fine margins right.
Well, in the service, it's supplied. You know, the types of passes that are played over the top. Rudiger's shown that he can certainly do it. Tony Cruz on the ball at the minute, he can certainly do it. So I'd like just to see the Scotland midfield just squeeze up a bit, just to restrict what we're seeing just now.
Well, that's the challenge, Gordon. And Tony Cruz, you're up against a guy that, quite frankly, can put the ball wherever he likes.
Yeah, he's a quality player. Mark and I were looking at the honours and awards that he's won. He's been a top quality footballer, so you can't really let him get his head up, dictate the play. At one point we need to get close to him, close the ball down, but Germany look like they're using the wide areas very well, Gordon, so we've just got to be a little bit careful here.
Yeah, a little bit of a nervy moment for Anthony Ralston. The ball came to him, but there was no one near him. He had no options, and he sort of panicked a little bit and tried to flick it. And Scotland fans thought that we should have had a throw in, but I do think it was the right decision from the officials. And Germany just looking to get their foot on it, and Scotland just scampering around. Everyone bar Shea Adams is behind the ball, and even he now finds himself just about in line with it as Tony Cruz, the orchestrator, picks a pass, and it's very narrow from Scotland. It's obviously a deliberate plan to just hopefully defend whatever comes into the box, but it does leave you with your heart in your mouth a little bit when the ball goes out wide. Scotland are so narrow, they're not getting out to fullbacks.
Yeah, I think that is the plan. I think Steve Clark's worked on that. I think they're going to try and leave Germany in the wide areas, Gordon, and hope that any balls come in the box that they can deal with. But Germany just starting to dictate the play here. Scotland dropping off. They've got everybody behind the ball. They've just got to be careful.
Yeah, Germany look very controlled, don't they, in possession. But you're right, Scotland happy with the ball out wide. They've got decent size in there with Hendry and Portis to defend those cross balls. But they're just getting deeper and deeper. That moment with Ralston there was because Shea Adams had won the ball back 25 yards from his own goal, and he passes it wide. So there's no length to get it. Got no length at all to hit, so he was reluctant just to put it up the line.
Yeah, I mean, let's just wait for this Germany attack down the right to hopefully come to nothing. Kieran Tierney and Andy Robertson over there paying some close attention, but Germany just so tidy on the ball. The movement's been really, really good so far. We'll get the thoughts of Hugh Keevins in a second when it, like I say, hopefully this peters out and comes to nothing. Hugh, if we were under any illusions as to how tough this is going to be, I think the opening exchanges have underlined just how good Germany are.
Germany are playing as Germany are obliged to do. They are the host nation. They are in the first match of the tournament in their country, and they've just scored.
Oh, it's a terrible start for Scotland, it has to be said. News hasn't reached the Scholars Lounge yet in Munich, but it's about to, and Scotland are behind, unfortunately. And it's that man, Florian Wirtz. He sweeps it into the back of the net off the right-hand post with 10 minutes on the clock, and that's not the start Scotland were looking for. We're going to have to do it the hard way. We sensed it was coming. Patient build-up from Germany. They've been very good early on. And as the ball comes to Wirtz outside the box, he sweeps it into the corner. Gunn gets a hand, but it goes in off the post. And this is not the start Scotland were looking for.
Disaster. Absolutely disaster. And for me, I think Steve Clark, as a coach, will be so angry with that, Gordon. It's too simple. The ball just goes out to the right-hand side. We don't get out quick enough.
But we're not. We're staying narrow. That's the problem, isn't it?
Sometimes you've got to go and address the ball. It's cut back to the 18-yard box, and you've got to say, I am hoping the goalkeeper's got to do better. For me, he's got to put that away. He's got to push that away. That's a poor goalkeeping.
Yeah, Daz is right. I mean,
not in the corner, Mark.
It's not in the corner. It's probably about a good 3 yards inside the post. And Gunn has got to push that round. Even look at Ralston. Now, Wirtz, look, is clever. He's come in off the line. He's went for that central area just at the edge of the box. And Ralston reluctant to come all the way in with him. And that gives him the time and space to shoot. But no doubt about it, the goalkeeper should do better.
I totally take on board what you're saying, Gordon, about how we're playing narrow, and I totally agree with that. But when the ball goes to that wide area, you've got to get out a little bit quicker. You've got to close it down. It gives them too much time. This is a quality team with first-class players. He gets his head up, he picks an easy pass out, and you're right, the goalkeeper must do better.
Well, we did say, Mark, get off to a good start in any game, but I think it's more worrying on occasions like this because teams can come back from 1-0 down and get something from a game of football. But it's everything we sort of hoped it wouldn't be. It has been really tough. We can't really keep the ball. Germany can. Yeah. It's got all the hallmarks of a really tough evening so far, and we're only 13 minutes in.
We're looking a bit shell-shocked at the minute. We're looking like the occasion is a bit too much for us. The Germans are looking calm and composed, and they've taken our one opportunity, and we're looking like we're struggling a bit. So we don't want this to quickly unravel into a very long evening. Scotland players just need to compose themselves and try and get a wee bit of possession, work their way up the pitch, and give that backline a bit of rest.
Yeah, it's a perfect start for the host, Mark. You've got to say, they'd be delighted with that. After 13, 14 minutes, they're 1-0 up, they're dictating the game. Scotland, when they get the ball, for me, they can't just punt the ball up the park to Adams. It ain't going to work. They need to be brave in the ball. They've got to try and make passes. We've got players in the middle of the park that can do that all day long. But the biggest problem just now is getting the ball. The Germans look so comfortable.
Well, it shows you the level of opposition, not only technically and tactically, but even physically. Mark, the famous John McGinn backside tried in the middle of the pitch to do its thing, but it didn't necessarily work.
No, well, these players are used to that. They're so physically well made up. That's why they play at the top level. It's not just their skill and technical aspects on the ball. It's the strength they've got. You can see they're a fit bunch, this German team. They're certainly enjoying in the opening exchanges.
The response to this is going to be so important, isn't it?
We can't afford to lose another one, Gordon, quickly. Obviously Germany now playing with that confidence. They've got that goal, the pressure's off a little bit, they've got talented players, their movement is terrific. I've got to say, they're moving the Scotland defence all over the pitch. They're just being patient. Scotland just need to be calm here. 1-0, we're still in this game. 2-0, it's an uphill battle.
They just seem everywhere, Germany. Scott McTominay did really well to win the ball back, but then someone was on him, and there's a bit of respite because Ryan Christie's taken a whack to the face. But you would like for respite to come in the form of sort of meaningful possession.
Yeah. You know what? I'm looking at how the game's panning out. I would like one of your players to get closer to Tony Kroos. He is dictating everything, and the German players, you can all see they're just looking for Kroos, but there's nobody within about 10 yards of him, and he's had more touches in the opening 15 minutes than I would in a full 90-minute game.
You can always do something, but are we talking about a guy that European football's been trying to get close to for the last 15 years?
Yeah, it's very easy for us to sit here, Gordon, and say that, he's a clever player. He drops off, he takes up great positions, he's comfortable on the ball. Mark's right, he's dictating everything that Germany are doing is going through this guy. We've just got to, as I say, let's just settle into it. It's been a bad start for us, of course it is, but it's still 1-0. We've still got an opportunity, maybe there's a goal in us, and we've just got to be careful. As I say, 2, I think we'd be struggling.
I mean, crossing the halfway line would be a start, but let's not get too cynical, let's not get too negative just yet. There's a bit better possession-wise for Scotland. The problem is when it comes out to Anthony Ralston, there's not really much for him to do apart from come back with it. But actually, given the way we've started, we could just do with knocking it about the back five for a little bit, coming into midfield and going back again and recycling things, because it's been really tough, and that is better as it's found in, but it's just a loose touch this time from Ryan Christie.
That's the difference in real top quality players and where we're at the minute, because you work it so well between Tierney and Robertson, and then into Christie, and his first touch lets him down, and you give away possession and allow Germany to mount another attack.
I think it's all down to the way Germany close you down. They know that the trigger points. The minute the ball goes into the middle of the park there, you see the German players just get nice and tight, not giving Scotland any opportunity to get the head up and make passes. We've just got to make sure we do the same. There's Germany again. They're quite happy to keep it. They're quite happy to pass it about the bag. They're comfortable on the ball, just making spaces, dragging the Scotland players out, try to find those gaps. We've just got to concentrate here.
Yeah, even when it goes back to Manuel Neuer, Scotland keeping a shape about midway inside the Germany half. It's not like they're deliberately sitting way back. It's just been very difficult to try and get the ball back. But there we go, Scotland just trying to press a little bit. It's slightly wayward from Germany, but when it goes back to Neuer, you're dealing with one of the best with the ball at his feet. But he doesn't do the old sweeper-keeper routine. He just boots it long. It's going to be a throw into Scotland. And you just wonder the thought process of Steve Clarke currently. 17-18 gone, Scotland trail by that Wirtz goal to 0.
Well, it would have knocked the wind out his sails a bit, no doubt, but he'll certainly not be looking to change his plan in any way. I think he'll be the same as us, sitting here thinking, I wish we could just get a period of sustained possession and move ourselves up the pitch rather than what we're seeing at the minute.
Well, you can certainly see Germany's plan. The minute we get the ball at the back, they're pressing very high up, and it's been successful for them because they're winning the ball back. They're putting a bit of pressure on us. We've got to make passes. Be brave on the ball. Keep the ball. We're not doing that. We're giving away cheap possession, and we may get punished if we keep doing this, Gordon.
I mean, the thing is that the first little bit of possession's actually okay. The centre-backs look comfortable. It goes to Ralston, maybe come back in. But it's always that next bit. It's the tailing pass. It's the bit to break something. And we're just in that really unfortunate balance as well, Mark, between, of course, we need to do more. You're up against a team that really knows what it's doing and it's carrying out its plan perfectly.
Well, of course, you just look at, again, Tony Cruz, he just drops almost into the back line there to try and draw Scotland out. And if they don't come out, then he picks his pass. In the wide areas, they keep their width. They've got willing runners. And Havertz up top, just occupying the centre-backs. They're very good at what they do, this Germany team.
How important is that discipline? Because I can understand that I'm thinking it a bit in my head, and I can understand fans at home who might be watching and saying, OK, John McGinn or Scott McTominay, can you not just go and stay closer to Tony Cruz? When he drops in, can you go and press him? Why is it not as easy as that?
Well, obviously they're playing a game plan. Steve Clark's obviously told them just to keep this rigid shape and not break the lines. If someone... Like I'm saying that I would like someone closer to him. I would. But as soon as you do that, another hole opens up somewhere else, and these guys can pick passes. So if it doesn't go to Cruz, it'll go to one of the other ones who may punish you.
I think John McGinn's the one who's got the problem. I keep watching him, and he doesn't know whether to go or stay and keep his shape. On trouble again here, Gordon.
Yeah, real trouble for Scotland as Germany break through into the penalty box, and it's 2-0. This is a disaster for Scotland as Musiala rattles it high into the roof of the net. And this is a real worry for Scotland. It is all falling apart inside 20 minutes in Munich.
Well, just absolutely picked apart there. We were in trouble from the first pass through. Looked a bit disjointed. And when the ball falls to Musiala in the box, he's got so much time. He's never going to miss from there. Fires it high into the roof of the net. And punctured the Scottish supporters' dreams.
You could see that coming, going. That was coming all day long. I'm sure Steve Clark was a bit worried. It's too easy. It's good play from the Germans. You know, their movement's terrific. There's too big a gap in the middle of the defence there. They get in behind us, and the minute they get in behind our defence, we've got problems. Callum McGregor doesn't do enough for me, but I've got to say, what a top-class finish. No, we blamed the goalkeeper for the first one. I ain't blaming him for that. He's not stopping that.
Musiala does turn Callum McGregor, Mark, but it's wonderful. That's why he's playing at that level as well. The touch, one come across his body, and Callum McGregor looks miles away from him when he wasn't to begin with. This is a real sore start.
Well, it certainly is. I mean, not even 20 minutes in, 2 down. It's going to be a long evening by the looks of it, but they just show their quality. They are within 10 seconds from the middle of the pitch. Just everything looked like it was controlled. Then that one splitting pass, Gundogan with a turn, and then it's a great ball through to Havertz. Ralston maybe out of position a bit, maybe a bit easy in that right hand side for Havertz to cut it back. It's a disaster to start.
Yeah, we've always said that Scotland have got big hearts and big characters. They're going to need it now, Gordon. We're really up against it. You don't want to give the hosts the opening game after 20 plus minutes 2 goals a start with the quality that they've already showed what they've got. This could be a long night for us.
I think the problem as well, Mark, is even Scotland team obviously has its faults, even when we've been going through qualification, but teams don't really tend to play through us like this. Well, credit to Germany because they're doing their bit, but we must be contributing. That was a full qualification campaign against decent sides, and even you look at some of the friendlies and so on that we went on to lose heavily, but teams don't tend to play through us like this. This is a real worry.
Yeah, certainly is. I think, look, we've mentioned Tony Cruz so much in the opening 20 minutes, but I think when you've got a player like him at the base of your midfield, you've got the technical ability to play through anybody, and we're just giving him too much time. He's picking the passes easy. We look a bit disjointed, if I'm honest, Gordon. You know, and you're right, usually we're a well-drilled unit. Certainly doesn't look that way tonight.
Mark, I've got to say, I think the biggest problem, I'm looking at how high a line Scotland are playing, and I think it's playing right into Germany's hands. They've got willing runners, they've got good movement, they're comfortable on the ball, their passing's good, and we need to drop off a little bit. We're giving them too much grass between the back line and the defence.
But it's everything at once, Mark. The ball goes into John McGinn's feet again. He's trying to use the backside. It's Tony Kroos that's behind him. Tony Kroos wraps a leg round, nicks it away, and we lose it again. It's everything. It's not just the fact that, you know, off the ball things aren't going well. On it, it's
look at the pressure the German team are putting on Scotland. They're 2 up in a home game, the opening game. They could easily just sit back, but the pressure on the Scotland players, even Ryan Christie there, you know, getting pressed so aggressively.
They're not giving us a minute on the ball, Mark. Look at how high they're pressing, putting us under pressure, putting us back towards our own goals. And do you know what? The Scotland players can't settle into a rhythm.
Fouling as if they have to as well.
Yeah.
It's no issue, just get close.
Yeah, make contact, let your opponent know you're there. That time with Ralston, he's heading nowhere, but he knows he's under pressure from Mittelstadt. So look, it does it right. Scotland players need to settle and just keep the ball, hopefully for about 20 seconds. That's where Billy Gilmore would have come into his own in a position like this. We've seen Ryan Christie, he's playing a bit more advanced, but you know, he's not contributed anything really in this opening period.
Listen, sometimes it's better. Get it out to the left hand side. The game's opened up a little bit for Scotland, but the pressing from Germany has been excellent.
Yeah, this is what Scotland plan to do, is have Kieran Tierney carry the ball, and he does for a bit, but he tries to throw a hopeful cross in, and it doesn't quite work, and Callum McGregor commits a foul in the middle of the pitch. But quite frankly, that's okay. That, based on how bad this opening 25's been, you would take a foul like that in the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, well, he had to break things up, but once again it was Germany that was first to react, getting the second ball there where it came out, and they were just about to spring another attack. So it's not a bad foul from Callum McGregor, but at least we got up the pitch a bit. At least we managed to work that out to Tierney to allow him to go forward into the space.
I just think it's too easy for Germany, Gordon. I really do. I think they're finding the space, they're getting in behind. Scotland are really struggling. They've got to be careful here. They're just giving too much possession away.
Germany. This is an absolute disaster for Scotland. It's a penalty to Germany. I thought there was a touch in the ball, but I don't think it. You don't know if it's ever going to be enough to get overturned at this level. UEFA do treat VAR slightly differently from what we do in Scotland. This could turn from mild disaster into complete disaster.
Kieran Tierney on Musiala's right ankle.
Yeah, I think that's going to stand.
Left ankle,
I think that penalty is going to stand. It's Christie and Musiala. Musiala sort of throws his left leg in a bit, but is that ever going to be enough to get overturned?
No, I don't think so, Gordon. I think that's going to be given. I think it's poor defending again.
Oh my goodness.
Decision making. And it's just all going wrong for the Scots just now.
2-0 was on that level of this is a disaster, but okay, let's not get too carried away. But 3 before 25 minutes would be, can we just call it quits and move on to next week?
Yeah.
You look at how you just see.
I think Kieran Tierney on the back of Musiala's heel is going to get given there, it has to be said.
You look at them when they work into the wide area, into Mittelstadt, he doesn't flash it across the front, he cuts it back to the 18-yard line where he finds Musiala. You know, it's so clever.
I mean, the check is ongoing for quite some time, but I would be surprised if this got overturned, you would have to say.
I'll be amazed if this gets overturned.
Yeah, I think this will stand, Gordon, and I think Mark's right. If this gets...
penalty.
Yeah.
Hold on. No. Outside the box, I think, is the initial contact. So there we go. Free kick, let off for Scotland. I'm very surprised, I have to say, but maybe the initial contact did come outside the box.
The initial contact from Christie outside, then maybe Tierney on the back of Musiala's heel inside the box. We have got off with 1 minute. Well, we've not seen the free kick yet, but
it's a massive break for us. It's something that we certainly need. We need a wee bit of luck to go for it, especially when we're doing
look at this free kick routine. It just goes to show you the quality the Germans have. Usually you've got 1 or 2 designated takers. They've got a huddle round the ball here.
And interestingly, just in case you've forgotten your VAR protocol, because that was what they would consider a factual decision. So is it inside or outside the box in the end? That's why the referee doesn't go to the monitor. The referee thinks it's a foul, but he doesn't need to go to the monitor, so it becomes a free kick rather than a penalty. But I have to say, you guys might feel like it's a let-off, but looking at Tony Kroos, he's 18 yards with the ball down on the edge of the line. I'm not feeling too confident yet that this scoreline stays at 2, unfortunately.
Well, this looks like something they may have worked on. There's a lot of conversation going on there. You actually look at the Scotland wall. Germany have put a wall in front of the Scotland wall, so they're obviously going to separate. This is going to be fired straight through. I mean, if
could we be a wee bit lucky here, Mara? It's too near, it's too close. We've seen that to get it up and down. I know there's plenty of quality there
for players like Tony Kroos. I don't know if there's such a thing, Gordon.
Yeah, well,
and they're going to knock it.
Crossed here.
They're going to try and move the wall around or move those attacking players, and indeed it's an easy save in the end for Angus Gunn.
What a let-off! What a let-off that is.
If you're looking for a representation of how this game's going for Scotland so far, it's a good decision by VAR. There you are, the initial contact is outside. But if you're looking for an idea of how this is going, we're 2-0 down inside half an hour. Angus Gunn's just made an easy save, and it was celebrated here inside the pub in Munich.
Yeah, huge sighs of relief. Listen, 2-0 is really poor, really deflating. But if that went 3-0 from a penalty kick there, this place may have emptied.
I think the stadium would have emptied, to be honest with you.
Can we go as well?
Is that what? Yeah.
Yeah, we just, as I say, you just wonder what Steve Clarke's thinking now. Is he going to try and tweak one or two wee things before half-time? Is he going to try and ride out his luck and get to half-time, still 2, and then change it then? It's a big couple of minutes coming up for Steve Clarke, the coach.
You look at how we're trying to keep possession, and it's moved to the outside centre halves, and you look at how well Germany are doing at closing off Callum McGregor and Scott McTominay. They're not allowing them the ball. Havertz is just dropping them, and you're thinking, well, can we not do a bit of that with Adams on Kroos to try and restrict him?
I can't believe how well they're pressing Scotland. And you know, it sounds daft, Germany, and they're a footballing superpower, but my goodness, Mark Wilson, it looks like there's 15 of them.
Yeah, without doubt. You know, they're on the Scotland players right away. They're not getting a second on the ball, and then when they win it back, they've got the energy and power to go the other way. Musiala just dancing away from a couple there, and I think it was McGregor that commits a foul. It's a long evening.
Yeah, for me just now, Mark, I think the Germans are about a yard sharper than what we are.
3 yards.
All over the pitch. All of their movement is absolutely sensational as well, and we're finding it very difficult to pick up runners.
Yep, it is a grim picture if you're a Scotland fan. Of course it's great to be here, and of course it's the opening game, and you take part and you hope that it is a result or a performance at least that matches, but so far miles and miles away from it. It's been the worst combination for Steve Clarke. It's been a tepid Scotland performance, Hugh Keevins, but combined with a brilliant German one.
Yeah, I have to say, Gordon, we did get away with one, I think, with the penalty that was not given, a free kick given in its place. But we are still walking that line between respectability and embarrassment. We are doing ourselves no justice whatsoever. We are being outplayed by a vastly superior team, and I think the time remaining in the first half is very important. Were the Germans to go 3 ahead, we would have crossed the line between respectability and embarrassment. So it's an extremely tough evening for Scotland and an extremely easy evening for Manuel Neuer, the German goalkeeper.
Yeah, yellow card shown to Germany. It was a very heavy challenge of Scott McTominay. I don't think it's ever going to be enough for it to be anything more. But Andrick, who is the enforcer, he's the one who's come into the Germany team and really does put himself about if you've watched him recently. So that's kind of what he's there, Mark, trying to put his stamp on things.
I think Steve Clarke's maybe changing one or two things. I think.
See John McGinn travelling all the way to the left-hand side, changing something. That'll be interesting to see what he's actually done here. Is it just a simple case of Christian the right and McGinn on the left?
Christian McGinn have switched sides, but I mean,
I think he's trying to get Christie up the park a little bit to try and get the ball up the park and try and keep up there, because it's just wave after wave of attack from the Germans. I know what Hugh's saying there, it could be an embarrassing night, But if you're a German, you're thinking, this is a top quality side. They're knocking the ball about, they're playing with confidence, they've got 2-0 up. We just need to be careful here.
Yeah, it's been a real difficult one. We're over the half-hour mark. Steve Clarke will be desperate to get in at half-time, but the problem is that's miles away yet, unfortunately. Germany even had the ball in the net again, but to be fair, the flag had gone, the decision had been made early. It's not one that can be overturned. There was a handball, I think. Referee blew his whistle nice and early.
It's a handball.
Yeah, so
yeah. But again, in the build-up there, Gordon, you just see how German players did move. That time it was Wirtz holding the width. The fullback comes in off the line. Ralston doesn't know whether to go with him or stay, and they just pick the passes. They're so good at picking those passes through the lines.
It's just too easy, Gordon, I've got to say. They look a class above us at this moment in time. The one thing we could be doing, we certainly need a goal from somewhere. We've not had a shot on target, we've had no encouragement. Steve Clarke already tweaked the system. He's not waiting to try and get to half-time, because I think it would be well gone by half-time if he doesn't tweak one or two things. Christie, I think, moved further up the pitch to try and get the ball up there, to get the back men up and get the midfield. But Germany are so comfortable on this ball.
I mean, Mark, it's not like Scotland haven't played good teams. You look at Spain at Hampden, and even if you want to take the Hampden factor out, there was elements of Spain in Seville that was actually very good. Yeah, they created chances, but we looked like we had heart. We looked like we had the quality to keep the ball at times over in Seville. We have played good sides before, so there's no shame in losing to this German team, but it just needs to be better. It needs to be miles better.
Yeah. We honestly look like the occasion has got to some of these players, and these players have played in massive games. I mean, not being able to keep possession for any time at all. Even their back tank is gone, and it side foots it, looking for Shea Adams, but it's nowhere near him. He's just giving possession back, so it needs to be much better. I wonder if Steve Clarke will think of a change personnel, because he needs to get the ball to try and get us up the pitch, and we cannot keep the ball at this minute in time.
I think that's all down to Germany. I think they've been terrific. I think they've been so sharp on the ball. Their movement is brilliant. Scotland already tweaked that system. I think Steve Clarke would be right now desperate to get in at half time, only trailing by 2, because this Germany team are just growing in confidence. They're knocking the ball about, and that's so easy for them.
To be fair, Ryan Christie gets close to Tony Kroos and brings him down. I think that's okay, Mark. Yeah. Obviously you can't do it all night, but it's certainly better than what we've been doing so far.
Gordon, if you look at the first 10 minutes, nobody got within 10 yards of Tony Kroos. Now, in the last 5 minutes, at least we've seen Callum McGregor have a little bite on. We've seen Ryan Christie. So, you see McTominay there pretty close to him as well. So, we need to get closer to him. He's like the quarterback. He just dictates everything, picks passes, and it's where the goals have came from.
I think the big problem for us, Mark, is the strongest part of your team are not in the game. The mid-left part. Yeah. You look in that mid-left part, you're looking for your big players, Germany come forward again. You're looking for your big players to step up. We've not achieved that yet.
Yeah, that's really good. That Scott McTominay just takes it under pressure. But when it comes out to Ralston's got 2 players around him, and he does excellent.
Yeah.
And then Callum McGregor, and it is better. But you just trying to sustain any possession for Scotland, because now Robertson has it. He's only got McGinn inside him, and he's going to play a long cross to Shea Adams. Is just a difficult ball to feed off.
I think that's poor. Was it John McGinn there that played that in? Just keep it for a bit. Doesn't need to come back. I still think he has options. Robertson moved out to the left. They had someone else just advanced of him. It's a sort of hopeful ball.
I agree with you, Mark. We've not got the Dykes in there. It's going to be the physical presence to go up and go and header things and cause problems. You're right. It was a good build-up. Keep the ball. Try and keep the ball. We're just giving that away too cheaply to the Germans.
I think that comes with when you're 35 minutes in and you've not really been in the German box, and John McGinn's just thinking, let's get some territory up there. But again, you're just giving away possession.
Yes, we're edging towards half-time. Still a good 8 minutes or so of the 45. There was a VAR delay. Of course, when Scotland got a bit of a let-off, Germany got a penalty, but it turned into a free kick because the initial contact was outside the box. But that's all incidental at the moment. The important fact is Germany leads Scotland by 2-0. They are cruising. It could be worse. They've not had loads of shots on target. They've had the 3, scored 2 of them, but That's why shots on target are not the be-all and end-all. And Scotland try and play the ball long, and it's literally near nobody, and it goes through to Manuel Neuer.
No, it's not good enough. Not at that level. If you keep doing that, you're never going to cause any problems. You just see the Germans now. I was looking at their manager on the touchline. They were pressing very high up the pitch early on. They've got the two-goal lead, and they're just dropping off now and leaving one or two the Scotland defenders on the ball, and they're just giving it straight back to Germany. They've got to try and make passes through the middle of the park.
They're so good at protecting the middle of the pitch, so Germany. When you look at that, they know Callum McGregor and Scott McTominay are the ones who can dictate play, but they're just shutting the space so those two can't go on it, and allowing it to go to Portis, allowing it to go to Ralston, and then pressing from there.
That's better from Scotland. It goes in, and then Shea Adams darts over, slides, wins it back, but when it goes to Gunn, has to go long, and then hopefully Scotland do draw the foul, and there we are. We might have the chance to just boot the ball into the box.
This is a chance.
That's about as exciting as it gets. The only thing that I said earlier is they have a massive height advantage over us, Germany, so it's going to have to be something, and it's not an easy ball, Mark. It's going to be a kind of straight high ball. It's not a good crossing position or anything.
No, certainly not. Pretty central. It looks like McTominay is going to take this and just try to get it forward. Who's he aiming for? Maybe Portis, someone like that. Adams.
Portis and Hendry would be the only ones, because McTominay is your aerial threat. He's taking it, and of course there is no Lyndon Dykes, as we keep mentioning. That cruel injury at Lesser Hampden ruling him out in the lead up to this.
John McGinn's took up an interesting position.
I have no idea what the plan there is with John McGinn. Why is he so far?
Just you leave it to Austin.
Austin.
John McGinn
trying to get on the second ball.
Now he comes back and it's just falling at the edge of the box, but it's a white jersey. You can see the sense.
Yeah, I can see that, because no German player can see John McGinn coming off that line.
Bit of confusion between Dunn and Robertson as it goes up the pitch, but eventually the Scotland keeper does just clear it. Scotland get a bit more of it. They're at least winning some second balls.
We need width though.
If they could try and finish this half on a high, it would make a little bit of difference. Rudiger's just so strong, and Christie does well.
He does brilliant.
Rudiger's an absolute machine, and then his pal comes and helps him out as well, and it's so tough physically, tactically, technically. The Germans incredible throwing.
Christie thought he should have had a foul there. He thought there was a handball. Does well initially to hold that ball up, because Rudiger's really tight to him, but again just can't quite get his pass off. But look, the last couple of minutes have been slightly better, only because we've managed to catch sight of the German penalty area
from a distance.
Yeah.
Binoculars out.
Yeah, but here they come again.
Yeah, you hope the Scotland team were at least beyond the learning curve stage, a tournament under their belt. They've had some sore ones against big teams in friendlies, albeit, Hugh, but unfortunately this is a real stark reminder of how far there is to go.
Yeah, we are bang up against it, Gordon. We really have to acknowledge that we are men against boys in this game, and that the play will have to be upped by a good deal in the second half. But you made the point earlier on that we have to get to the interval without having conceded any more goals. I can't remember in Steve Clarke's reign any game that looked the way this game has done for 40 minutes. We have looked totally out of our depth.
Hugh might be onto something again. I know it was a friendly, but a 4-0 defeat to the Netherlands. We created loads. Yeah. We got forward. Even France, it was a heavy defeat, but Billy Gilmore scored. Maybe England at home in that friendly in the first half was a bit like this, but Gordon, that's just, I'm splitting hairs at this point. Hughes is at least very close to the truth on that one.
Yeah, we're just giving the ball away too cheaply, Gordon. There's no confidence whatsoever. I think we're shell-shocked. I think the Germans have come out, they've had a game plan to get at us, not to settle on the ball. It's certainly worked. They're dictating the play, they're taking their time, they're patient, they can play it round the middle of the park, goes out the other side. They're just looking to move the Scotland players round, find the gaps. They've got good runners, and I agree with you. I think Steve Clarke will be sitting there just now thinking, get me to half-time at least 2-0.
Just it's interesting.
At the most, you mean?
Yeah, it's interesting to see how Germany plays. Even when Angus Gunn there goes to take a goal kick, they promote 5 bodies up against Scotland's back line, just ready to press them so high, and that's why it's so difficult for them.
They're so impressive. To get out. And then they've got ball carriers as well when they need to. Musiala is an absolute ballet dancer with the ball at his feet. He's skipping away from players for fun, and as it comes in, it's a save. Angus Gunn, it's a brave challenge.
Oh, that's
surely it might be another penalty. It might be once they see it back, because there was loads of the ball by the Scotland challenge, but Ryan Porteous, as he left a whole load on Gundogan as well. It's a nervous wait. I think Porteous has came off pretty badly out of it as well.
What a ball it is. What a cross into the box. A good save by Gunn. Porteous. Oh, I mean, does he lunge? And initially I thought it was a really poor tackle from Porteous, but I could be wrong. I need to see it back.
Oh, it's going to be given. Oh, he might be sent off.
He
might be sent off, Ryan Porteous.
Gordon, my initial reaction was right. I thought he lunged two-footed. It's a desperate attempt to get there, but it's reckless. I think it's really reckless. I think he'll be lucky to survive this. That's a red card.
Oh, dear.
That's a red card all day long.
Oh, dear. Ryan Porteous' studs land on Gundogan's shin.
That's a penalty kick.
It's almost certainly going to be a penalty. The main worry might be, does Ryan Porteous survive this? Does his evening end here?
Yeah, he could be in real trouble. But the worrying thing for me, Gordon, is it's too easy. Through the middle of our defence. Gundogan's in there. He's, 5'10"? He's not even that. He's one of the smallest German players. He's getting a free header. It's too easy. It's good movement from the Germans. But I think Steve Clarke will be looking at that back three and saying, we have got to be tighter. We can't do that at this level.
There's been a let-off already by VAR. I suspect this one won't be the same. Hopefully, you never know. It's an unpredictable beast, the video assistant referee system, but you have to say there was a whole lot of Ryan Porteous' stud on a whole lot of Ilkay Gundogan's shin. Certainly high ankle, call it what you will. He's taken a sore one, and the referee's gone over to the monitor. This is a disaster for Scotland.
It ticks all the boxes, Gordon. Endangering an opponent, reckless. Look, it was desperation from Porteous. He knew he had to throw his body at it because it's 6 yards out. However, he goes right in it.
He won't even take a minute to look at that.
That's the quickest check you'll ever see. He's given the penalty. What colour is the card going to be?
He could be in trouble here.
That would be the problem. Ryan Porteous is hoping that his own injury takes the heat away, but obviously it doesn't quite work like that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well, it's certainly the first half we didn't want, Gordon. We were so hyped up. The Tartan Army were confident of getting a result here tonight, but Germany have just been a class above us for 45 minutes.
Hugh, have you got a mixtape ready just to put on for the...
let's leave Hugh Keevins to it just now while we go through the action here in Munich. Ryan Porteous is protesting his innocence. It's not going to work. The referee's describing it to him, and I am as biased as it comes with Scotland. I couldn't really build a case.
It's worth every time you see it.
The ball is not a defence anymore. It's not been for a long time. I always say it on SuperScoreBoard when he's been sent off. Ryan Porteous as well. This is... I don't really even know the words. I mean, disaster, embarrassment. It has gone well beyond that. We've not even reached half-time. Scotland face a penalty. It will be 3-0 if Germany score. And Ryan Porteous is sending off. I mean, Scotland are down to 10 men. It genuinely could not be worse. It could not be worse for a nation that came here with such high hopes. And my goodness, any chance we can cut this show early, because this is going to be grim.
Well, you wouldn't expect Havertz to miss this. Good end to the season. Yeah, it's as bad as it could have got, Gordon. Down to 10 men, facing the possibility of 3-0 before half-time here.
Yeah, and I think it'll be a long second half, I've got to say.
More than that, yeah. Kai Havertz, you would fancy him, unfortunately. What can Angus Gunn produce in goal for Scotland? It would be a big moment. It would just be damage limitation, really, but that's the stage it's at. We need it really from Angus Gunn if he can, and it's a long nervous wait. Ryan Porteous will be in the changing room by now. He will be feeling dreadful, and sympathy to him, because that will be a lonely place to be, having been sent off. But Kai Havertz steps up, stuttered run, and he strokes it away confidently. It's Germany 3, Scotland 0. Scotland are down to 10 men, and we have not even reached half-time, Hugh Keevins.
No, I don't agree with the sympathy for Ryan Porteous. This is top-class international football, and that was the reckless challenge of a championship player up against players way above his ability. I now underline the point that in 5 years of Stevie Clarke's management of Scotland, and there have been great times under the manager, but this has been the worst half of football under Steve Clarke as manager, and we're down to 10 men. There's a long second half to come, and my worry, Gordon, is that the Germans look keen for more goals, because this sets the tone for the tournament. They're under pressure as the host nation to win this competition, and on the other side of that coin, it sets the tone for us. The next game against Switzerland, we have to hope that this does not go from embarrassment to humiliation in the second half, because that sets an ugly tone.
It's not far off humiliation already, and it will probably get there if we're being honest about it. And as Hugh says, I don't think there's any... Can't believe we're having this discussion before half-time. There was no shame in losing this opening game. We can, this is, I'm cringing saying it, we can still do something in this tournament, but the tone can be set. If you're going to lose the opening game, you possibly can't afford to lose it like this. And again, to repeat, we're having this conversation before half-time.
Yeah, listen, it was always going to be difficult, we know that, against a top quality side, the home nation, first game, opening game. You look at Germany, they've been excellent, there's no doubt about it, but we have been off it all over the pitch. Our big players haven't turned up. We just look like we're shocked for the occasion. Every player, we're giving the ball away cheaply, we're making it too easy. As I said, the penalty kick there left to terrible defending. Our defending has been absolutely awful, but all over the pitch, we're not getting up the pitch, we can't hold the ball up, we're giving the ball back to Germans, they're dictating the pace. I agree with you, this could be really embarrassing if the Germans keep this up.
Yeah, I mean, Scotland tried to put a cross in, it's nowhere near anyone, it sums it up. We're going to get the foul. Mark, when we say sympathy for Ryan Porteous, that's not because I'm saying it was the wrong decision. These guys are human beings. His world has just crumbled and he's sitting in there. You know, we've always got to bear that in mind. Let's not be silly about it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, biggest game of Ryan Porteous' career ended before half-time. So much anticipation surrounding this tournament for the players personally. Their families will be in the crowd, their friends, and to end it that way for them so close to half-time is a real shocker. But we need to get a bit of composure into this performance, and we'll try and get some pride back in this.
Half-time.
Yeah, the half-time whistle's gone. I'll get Andrew Maclean to give us the eyewitness account from the Allianz Arena very soon. I can't imagine it looks any better than it does to us here in the centre of Munich. In fact, it probably looks worse. It could not be a worse start to the Euros for Scotland. If you're watching at home, maybe you're tempted to turn off. It is that bad. Germany lead by 3-0 at the break. I wish that was the whole story, because Ryan Porteous has been sent off. We are down to 10 men. Germany had another penalty that was overturned by VAR. And quite frankly, this could be anything, Gordon Dalziel.
Yeah, it's been a poor opening start to the Euros for us, Gordon. We had high hopes, but Germany have just been too good. All over the pitch. They've dictated the pace. They've got their goals. They look hungry for more in the second half. We're down to 10 men. You just wonder, what does Steve Clarke do now? Does he sacrifice a forward-thinking player and try and get another defender on there and just try and damage limitation? I think that's the only way forward, because if we keep playing the way we're playing, this could go to 5 or 6 tonight.
Settle for that at this point. I mean, Hugh Keevins, it's everyone's worst fear, realised. I think you would have to acknowledge before the game it was possible that Germany swept us aside with ease, but it's possibly even worse than that, and it's just wiped all the kind of feel-good factor away within 45 minutes.
Absolutely, and I think we've been guilty of mass self-deception here. I heard all the excuses in the lead-up to this match that this plays into our hands, the fact that Germany are the host nation and all the pressures on them in the first game. And then we heard Germany, they're slow starters in tournaments. And then we heard Germany, they've gone out the last 2 World Cups at the group stage. They are a force in decline. Well, if this is a force in decline, thank goodness for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think, to be fair, anyone who said that was saying that was their hope. I don't know if people were... Well, maybe they were. Maybe it was the drink talking over here. If people truly believed they were a spent force, it's the opposite, because Wirtz and Martial are young.
Yeah.
And you know, that just doesn't make sense. That doesn't stack up to any sort of logical scrutiny at all. what you do in the build-up to this. I said it earlier on, you liken it to our domestic game when we've got really big teams and everyone else. You try and build the case. Maybe they'll be off it. Maybe the pressure gets... That's what you're doing. It's all caveated with maybe, Gordon. None of it's come true. Germany have done their bit and more, so they've played close to their maximum. We've played below ours, and they're better than us to begin with.
100%.
It's a terrible combination.
Yeah, 100%. From the first whistle, I thought the Germans were at it. They were sharp. They put us under pressure. They didn't let us settle into the game. They had a game plan, and they got the goals at the right time. Early settled everybody down. Quality side.
Let's get the eyewitness report from Andrew Maclean in the stadium.
Germany 3, Scotland 0, the half-time score in Munich. So much build-up, so much excitement heading into this, but the hosts have killed the mood early on in this Euro 2024 opener, and it really could get worse with Scotland down to 10 men. There were early warning signs, balls over the top, exposing space in that Scotland defence. They looked right at it from the start, and you sensed that Germany were in the mood for it. 10 minutes it took for them to get their goal as well. Joshua Kimmich with the ball across from the right, across the edge of the box, and there was Florian Wirtz to sweep the ball home from the edge of the box. Question marks over whether Angus Gunn should have done better. He could only tip it onto the post. And in the second came from Jamal Musiala. Havertz could have had a shot himself, but he cut back, played it to Musiala. Lovely from him, the way he just let the ball roll across his body before controlling, firing high into the net for a second Germany goal. The Germans thought they had a penalty for a tackle in the box later in the half, but Clement Turpin, the referee, was instructed by VAR that the tackle happened outside the box, but they did get a penalty on the stroke of half-time, a challenge by Ryan Porteous, where he did win the ball, but his other leg caught Ilkay Gundogan high with his studs up. Turpin went to the screen, pointed to the spot, and also sent Porteous off. Kai Havertz stepped up from 12 yards and sent Gunn the wrong way with his stuttered run-up. The Germans are having a party, and it's a real tough night for Steve Clarke's men. The half-time score here in Munich is Germany 3, Scotland 0.
Yes, it doesn't sound any better in the stadium than it did to us here watching in central Munich. That was grim. 01419511025, I guess, if you want to get your thoughts in. I suppose most of you might be watching at home. We'll maybe get some live reaction here in central Munich as well. That was grim. Things can only get better. I don't even think that applies here, unfortunately. Scotland down to 10, they trail by 3. We'll be back after these. Yes, unfortunately we're mulling over a really, really, really bad first half for Scotland. 3-0 down to 10 men. It really couldn't be worse. Ewan, who's a big Scotland fan, maybe pretend he's not now, is joining us here in central Munich. And yeah, I mean, Ewan, we were chatting to you before, it's almost, the game's over, clearly. So how do you find any enthusiasm for this second half?
I don't know, you've got to find a bit of pride and take a bit of possession. I don't think we've had the ball in the first half at all, to be fair. And I think when you take someone like Gilmour out of the team and don't have someone that can take them off the... have someone that can take the ball off the defence and spray it out to anyone, you miss a big part of the entire team, to be fair. And I just don't think we have that when we take Gilmour out of the team.
Mark Wilson, everything's gone wrong. Just Billy Gilmour in place of Ryan Christie or whatever doesn't mean this is that different. You know, you speak about big players not being very good, but they've barely had the ball anywhere near them. It's everything. You only get an outcome like this when multiple things are going wrong. Let's go right back to that first goal. Should Angus Gunn do better? That's the one that sets the tone.
Yeah, without doubt. You even look at how they get the ball into Wirtz as well, and you look at Ralston. Can Ralston go in and be a bit braver to follow him all the way in? But the goalkeeper should save it. And just not enough pressure on the ball, allowing Germany to pick their passes. Everything that could go wrong has gone wrong, and Gilmour's just a small problem in what's a huge problem.
Thank you very much to you, and we'll let you go and enjoy the second half. I don't think that's the right word. Can we go back to Andrew Maclean? Is he in the stadium? I think we can. Andrew, any changes for Scotland at the break?
Yeah, there is one change for Scotland, and it's Grant Hanley that comes on, so Scotland will continue with that back three after Ryan Porteous was sent off late in the half, and it's Shea Adams who has been sacrificed for him. So Scotland either won't have a focal point up top, or it'll need to be someone else that is that focal point. We are now back underway in the Allianz Arena.
Well, Gordon Dalziel, I guess a change like that probably did have to be made. We were thinking more like, does Gilmore come on and keep the ball? But we were a central defender down. Grant Hanley comes on. Shea Adams pays the price. He's not touched the ball anyway, and Ryan Christie will need to do even more running than he was before.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I just wondered whether he would go to a back four, Gordon, but he likes that back three. He's brought on the experience of Hanley. Obviously sacrifice a forward thinking player. Damage limitation, that's what he'll be looking at. He has to get out here. I think he's right. If the Germans keep playing the way they played in the first half, and we allow them the balls, and we give the ball away so cheaply, this could get very embarrassing.
Hugh Keevins, what's the next level up from damage limitation?
Ask for a postponement. I don't know what we do here. Hanley is clearly unfit. That was shown in the preparatory matches before this tournament began. And it depends on how much Germany want it now, Gordon. I mean, they will win. That much is obvious. But how much do they want a fourth and a fifth and maybe a sixth goal? We've got a little chance ourselves for a free kick, but we are really up against it, and I just don't know where we go from here, because nothing about it looks right to me.
Yeah, it's going to be a free kick to Scotland in a good crossing position. It was clumsy from Rudiger. He tripped Ryan Christie, who was just going to collect the throw-in. It wasn't really a great opportunity for Scotland, but it was clumsy from the German defender. And it's right exactly in the spot that Scott McTominay put one in the top corner against Spain. You remember it?
Yeah.
It got ruled out because Jack Hendry was too close to the goalie. This time, John McGinn's close to the goalie. Surely he's not trying it again. We've all seen the highlights. Scott McTominay, they might know that it's coming, because if it does go in and McGinn's interfering, he would be offside, but I guess he's going to try and dart back on. Try the exact same thing, is he? Yeah, indeed he is, and it almost finds its way through, but it's blocked by a German defender. And unfortunately, a free kick that smashes into someone in front of goal is about as close as we've come, Mark Wilson.
Yeah, I thought it was a poor free kick as well. I could see what he was trying to do, just needed a bit more height on it, I think, just to clear that first man. Pretty much sums up where we've been. Deflated, way off it in terms of possession as well. Our pressing, I don't think it's been good enough. There's been holes everywhere. Poor decision making at times. Let's hope we can just get a little ray of light in this second period.
Yeah, another free kick to Scotland. Started the second half okay. I mean, it feels so stupid to say we have. I don't know what it counts for, Gordon. If it will count for anything, you've got to take it.
Yeah, we've done more in the second half in the first 2 minutes than we did in the full 45
yeah,
plus.
Tierney down to the byline, flashes one in that doesn't come to anything.
This is in trouble here now.
Yeah, Germany on the break. It's well stopped by Ralston, but I think maybe a foul, is it? Yeah, and he's going to be booked as well. Yeah. So difficult now for him against the dancing feet of Germany's attackers.
Well, how quickly did it work that? Go from one end to the other. Great play, just to dance away from John McGinn, and then Wirtz is just bearing down the Scotland backline. Ralston has to make the foul, but he's walking the tightrope now.
You look at the way Musiala manipulates the ball, Gordon. We can be hard on ourselves tonight. We deserve to be hard on ourselves. John McGinn is the captain of an English Premier League team who just qualified for the Champions League. Yep. John McGinn operates at a high level in world football, and Musiala skips away from him as if he's not there. That's the next level.
They look a level above. Of that, there's no doubt. And it's okay for us sitting here analysing the game, Gordon, saying, well, go and get closer, get tighter, whatever. When you're playing against top players and they've got top players, their movement is so good. You know, you just have to switch off. You look at the ball and all of a sudden you turn around and think, well, I was marking a man a second ago, and all of a sudden he's on the ball dictating. And that's what Germany's doing. They're a step above us tonight in every department.
Well, Mark, there's the chance to, and I'm clutching, but going to have to, there's the chance to at least do something in the second half that makes you feel a little bit good about yourself. That's all it is. Look, a goal would be incredible, even that seems far off. But even if it's a really gutsy second half with 10 men, because you know now you're not going to win the game, and it's still going to sting, but you might just be able to walk off then at the end and say, right, consign that to the bin, because the 2 more winnable games are still to come, and we need to try and do something to avoid complete humiliation in the group.
Yeah, you need some positivity going into Tuesday's game. I mean, the players, this game's gone, but the players will feel, you know, downhearted tonight and tomorrow, but they need to pick themselves up really quickly, and if they can give us something in this 45 minutes to grasp onto, then we'll take that. But Germany, you can see how patient they are, the Germans. Just try to move them about.
For me, the positivity is I don't think we'll score a goal. I think we can hardly get the ball to get a shot. I think the positivity, the only thing we're looking for, Gordon, is can we keep a clean sheet in the second half? I think if you can take something with confidence is that, because I really don't know where a goal's going to come from unless it comes from a set play, and they're very strong in that department as well.
Twice in quick succession, John McGinn has got the ball, and there were 4 players round him in a box, Mark. 4.
Amazing counter pressing. It's so good at it. When they give the ball away, Germany, which is very few and far between, they want to win that back instantly, and our players just can't deal with it. You're right, John McGinn operates at a high level, very good in possession. Cal McGregor's the same, Scott McTominay's the same. They cannot string 2 passes together tonight because the pressing is so aggressive against them.
Gordon, that was incredible. It was twice within about 30 seconds. John McGinn got it, he tried to drive. 2 players came at him from the front, and there were 2 came behind, and like I say, in almost a square, closed them off. It's a corner, Germany. Rudiger strikes one from distance, and it bounces. It's a bit awkward for Angus Gunn.
Yeah, it's a long-ranged effort, Gordon. I'd be disappointed if it be the Scotland goalkeeper from there, but he's got to put that round the post and gives away another corner kick. But look, Germany, from the first whistle, their closing, their pressing, their organisation has been top class. And added to that, the minute they get the ball, they're brilliant in possession, and they're causing us all sorts of problems. We've just been outplayed. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, set piece, a bit of a heart and mouth moment for Scotland, and it doesn't quite run all the way out. It looked like it would, but Kimmich, again, just the names that you're so used to hearing in Champions League football, all doing their jobs. And it is Andy Robertson that's able to carry out of the box, and we know he's a willing runner, but he's got so many people in front of him, and that's all he could do, draw a free kick, and down he goes.
Does well to buy that from Cruz, because he looks up, he knows he's going nowhere. To be fair, Cruz just steps across the front of him, and it's a little bit of rest, but this is going to be a long old second half for that back line of Scotland. Germany just patient, side to side, and what they're looking for is just one little gap, someone to switch off, and they'll try and play that penetrating pass through.
And I mean,
you see again there, Gordon, how quickly they press. The minute the ball goes back to Tierney, they're on him like a flash. They're giving him no time. They win the ball back, and all of a sudden they're on the attack.
Yeah, Germany attacking again. Scott McTominay tries to stick out a leg, but the footwork is so tidy. Not the pass, though, goes through and out of play. Hugh Keevins, the first 8 minutes are done, and that's it. Unfortunately, you need to take it in small sections and try and battle through.
Yeah, you have to hope that eventually the Germany team think, we've done enough to get our competition off to a decent start. If they start to get anxious and want to please the crowd and look for more goals, then we are in serious trouble. I have to go back to my one contention that in 5 years of Stevie Clarke, it has never looked like this. And I do know that he's had tremendously bad luck. It was ill-fated from the very outset with the loss of Hickey, Patterson and Ferguson through injury, and then the injury to Lyndon Dykes at the worst possible moment. I appreciate all of that, and that's on his record. But the team that he put out on the park was simply not good enough. He started to tweak the system after half an hour. He lost Porteous to the player's own recklessness, and now he's got his fingers crossed and put Grant Hanley on, a player who is clearly unfit. That's where we are. In other words, the place where we are is all over the place.
If Germany had anything about them, Mark, they would appreciate what the Scotland fans have brought to this country. And
the economy.
They boosted the economy with beer sales, and they would let us get out of here with 3.
Yeah, you would hope so, but I very much doubt it. I think you touched on it earlier. Germany's got a point to prove. Been the host nation, had a bit of stick at the turn of the year, but they're certainly looking more like the old German sides. Very well drilled, bit of flair in there. Musiala looks like he could be an early running for player of the tournament. I'm going to go early.
Wow.
He is a wonder kid.
I haven't seen any of the rest of them.
Yeah, he is a wonder kid. High expectations of him, but he's certainly performing like it, and that's hard for young players to live up to that bill, and he's certainly doing it.
Their pressure is brilliant, Gordon. You've seen McGinn getting the ball there. He's taking too many touches. They push him back the way. The ball goes back the way. Goes to the defender. Goes back the way again. Germany squeeze up. They've worked on this. They know that they're putting pressure on Scotland. They're going to win the ball back, and they're doing that. I agree with you. I totally agree. For the first time in a long while, I've looked at this side, and they're getting totally outplayed.
You know what? Even simple things like that from Scotland tonight. Throw-ins. Even when we did have 11 men on the pitch, it was kind of hopeful up the line throw-ins
against a team that's bigger than you.
Yeah, and you're thinking we've got players that should be able to take the ball in that middle area. I know Germany are pressing well, but we have showed a lack of confidence and belief in keeping possession.
But there's 56 minutes gone, and Germany miscontrol it out for a throw-in though. And Mark, that is genuinely the first time that there's even been a bad touch, a heavy touch, a misplaced pass, really, apart from a couple that have been overhit. They've been flawless at the same time, so it's a perfect storm.
Yeah, without doubt. I mean, they've got a top manager, they are top players themselves, all playing at huge clubs, but a lot of pressure on their shoulders going into this, and they have certainly turned up tonight. You've got to give them huge credit, but I think we all know that our players should or can be much better than they're shown this evening.
I wonder if we ignored it a bit, Gordon, or it was wishful thinking, because again, always the caveat with it being a friendly. This was a German team that just the other month were very convincing in a win against France.
Yeah.
Well, this was always possible.
100%, Gordon, 100%. It was all about if they can get that early goal, settle the nerves. You just look at that team, every one of them are comfortable on the ball. They've got world-class players. Their movement is terrific as they come again. And they've been very patient, and they've got off to a perfect start. You just hope that they drop off the pace a little bit, but by the looks of things, I think they're eager for more goals and to put more punishment to the Scots. So it's been a long 56, 60 minutes so far. Not the best start.
Yeah, you think back to, as Gordon says, about the way you start a game, Mark Wilson. I can't with a straight face suggest that if the first goal doesn't go in, this could be a lot different. I think Germany were in the mood right from the off, and we weren't. So it might have just delayed the inevitable. But when it is early and you're under pressure and you face not a brilliant shot from the edge of the box, and then that one goes in, it does have such a massive impact on things.
Yeah, I mean, Gunn should save the first one. Would it have had an impact? Probably not. I think German players tactically have been better as well. I think the way that their wide players have come in off the line, opportunity here again.
Yeah, it could get worse. It goes over the bar though, across, and it falls to Wirtz, I think. He fires it high and over. But you see what I mean? Sometimes you need, when you're second best as we are by a mile, you might just need to dig in a certain way. You need your keeper to make a save. You need to prolong things.
Yeah.
And we didn't do that, and then it set the tone completely.
We certainly didn't, yeah. And then we've been all over the place. Apart from that, that just sapped any confidence that we might have had. And it puts you right up against it. And we've never recovered from then. That's the thing. There wasn't a period 5 minutes after that you thought, okay, we've taken a breath and we've put our foot in the ball and we're calm. We never got the opportunity to recover, and that's what's led us to 3-0 down and 10 men. And it does look like it can get worse. The Germans are promoting so many bodies into the box. It's unreal. 4 bodies in the box there. They are settling for 3. They're going for as high a scoreline as they can get this evening, unfortunately.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mark. I think they sense that they could really ramp up a few goals here tonight. They're obviously get bags of possession. They're up against that 10 men that's trying to defend with everything they've got. But they're just simply getting outplayed. The movement's too good. They're moving the ball about nice. Every one of them are comfortable on it. They're finding the spaces. They're finding the gaps, and they're causing problems.
Yeah, I mean, it's about 15 minutes into that second half, and in one sense, Scotland have done a bit better defensively, but as Germany make me eat those words almost, it still looks like they could score at any time.
Musiala, I mean, how quick he moves with the ball is frightening. Ralston thinks he's got him, he just goes outside, he comes inside, and then he flashes it across the front. Scotland hanging on here, throwing bodies in front of the ball. I think it was Callum McGregor makes the final block on it. Worrying times.
And it's just such an unforgiving task now, Hugh, because you've got a scenario where, because they're professionals with pride, the Andy Robertsons and the John McGinns and the guys who will have to go again, they will have to try and carry Scotland throughout this tournament, are now knocking their pan in to achieve very little.
Yeah, they're just chasing shadows now. I actually think that the German manager might be slightly disappointed because he's playing 10 men who are chasing shadows and suffering the physical toll of doing that, and they haven't scored yet. But perhaps they've just been unfortunate. They've fired one over the bar, another one charged down. But for us, we've gotten the full Craig Levein now. We have no one up front at all. We've abandoned the idea of scoring a goal, and we are all about not losing any more goals to Germany. So it's a dark, deep, sorrowful night.
Yeah, it's back to the wall stuff now. There was I can't possibly embellish it, but there was the odd moment at the start of the second half where we tried to get forward and you tried to make things happen, but we're in a little backs to the wall period at the moment. We have passed the hour mark. If you are purely looking at sections of this game, looking at damage limitation or humiliation avoidance, call it what you will, we've reached the hour mark, and it remains Germany 3, 10-man Scotland 0. I wonder what Steve Clarke will do next, Mark. Not with a view to getting back into it, obviously, but you'd imagine we'll see Billy Gilmour at some point try and keep it. There's not loads in attack. Is it a chance to, at some point, might you as well swap Ryan Christie for Tommy Conway or Lewis Morgan? Are we at that stage?
Well, listen, who knows? Maybe Steve Clarke's mind should be wandering to Tuesday and maybe should be thinking about, okay, some of those players that are certainly starting, should I give him a rest? It's the through ball, almost catches it. Angus Gunn, he just does enough there to take that off the toes of Havertz. But yeah, the options aren't great. I don't know if they'll even think about bringing on Shanklin. What's the point if we're playing,
you wouldn't do that,
with no striker at the minute?
Well, it looks like Germany are going to change things up, Gordon, but I just think that one ball through the middle has been too easy for Germany tonight. I think that Scotland have got that wrong defensively. Their distances from the goalkeeper to their centre-backs, for me, hasn't been good enough. And I think it's invited Germany to use runners and get those balls into dangerous areas.
Yeah, it's not really been a theme of Steve Clarke's Scotland either. That's the strange thing about it. That was, again, a small period of possession for Scotland, and it results in a sore one for Ryan Christie. And tag is into the book as well. So, Germany, that's what top teams do. They've put themselves about as well. I think, is that their third booking?
Yeah, I think so.
They're not shy.
Certainly was a booking.
Unfortunately, our non-shyness was a bit too aggressive in the form of Ryan Porteous, and he got sent off. Germany staying on the right side of things. It's going to be a double change. Oh, good. Delighted to see Sané coming on for Germany. That'll cheer us all up.
Wow, if you're on that back line and you see him coming on, you're thinking, give me a break.
Yeah. Kai Havertz, the man who scored the penalty to really, really turn this game into something ugly for Scotland. 2 at half-time, maybe acceptable. You're not getting back in it, but it's maybe acceptable. But what they take with one hand, they give with another. Wirtz goes off. Good news, he's excellent. See you later. Thanks for your contribution. But on comes Leroy Sané.
Yeah, quite a handful. But you just that little passage of play there from Scotland, that goes to show you when we keep possession, when John McGinn took it in there out to Robertson and we trusted ourselves, we managed to work it up the pitch. There's not been enough of that. And Robertson just poor touch, gave it away.
Yeah, even our big players. I mean, it goes to Andy Robertson. It's a simple touch and he just loses it. And now Germany break and they're in the box. This would just about sum it up, but it's a weak finish, luckily, by Sané, who's just on. Maybe caught him cold a little bit. And if Andy Robertson's giving away the ball in that situation, you're really up against it.
Yeah, really poor from the Scotland captain there, giving it away high up the pitch. His teammates were up hoping for a ball in the box and it just left his side exposed.
Very few can do anything right, Hugh.
Yeah, I actually think that the Germans are showing leniency. I really don't think that they have pressed home the advantage that they have numerically, and that we are getting off lightly. Obviously it'll be a long, hard slog towards the final whistle, and there is the possibility we'll lose more goals, but I actually think we're 3 down and getting off lightly, Gordon.
Yeah, there's no doubt it was always going to be a grim second half. We've reached the 65th, so again we're now 20 minutes in to that second half and haven't conceded again. I would love to be able to put more of a positive spin on it. I appreciate that is elite level clutching at straws, but that is the way it has to be after a first half like that, Gordon. You're left with no choice.
Yeah, exactly. Just back to the walls. Germany have been excellent. You've got to say that about them, Gordon. All we can hope for here in the second half is just try and stay disciplined, try and stay together. Don't let these gaps appear. Don't give Germany any more encouragement, because if a fourth gets in, especially for these Scotland players, that is a long slog. It's a hard shift just now, but they're fighting the fact to take something positive from the second half. You know, it would be good for them to take something out of this game. Not losing any goals second half. That for me, because I can't see scoring. I don't know where a goal is going to come from. Just try and defend your box.
They've conceded various types of goals already, unfortunately. Set piece now, Tony Kroos with that right foot of his, which we know is on a different level to most in the world of the game. John McGinn and Rudiger battling. There's a real height disparity. That shows you what Scotland are up against. That would maybe be Lyndon Dykes' man as an example, Mark, if he were playing. But John McGinn's going to have to battle hard, not too hard that he oversteps it from the referee. Someone did go down, and it's fired from the edge of the box and over the bar.
They're not afraid to have a go from outside the box either, the Germans. You know, they mix up the play. They're not all about trying to piece together the perfect goal. That's probably about the fourth effort from within about 25 yards out. So
I think when you're 3-0 up, Mark, and comfortable against a 10-man team that you've dominated most of the game, you're going to try them. You're going to have a go at those efforts. Steve Clark's decided to bring on some subs here, try and freshen up a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be that popular midfield change which often sees Kenny McLean come on.
Couldn't get a bet on that, could you? It always seems to be the first sub.
Billy Gilmore is going to join him though, so it'll be the kind of two holding midfielders off, and those two on. Steve Clark sees them as his ball retention guys, so we're going to need to do some amount of it, that's for sure.
Well, who does he bring off? Does he move McTominay up one and maybe take Christie off?
He might take McTominay off because he's obviously done train before.
Callum McGregor is going to be withdrawn. Again, high standards, Mark. We love what he's done. He's contributed brilliantly for Scotland. It's his birthday. How's this for a birthday? Just like all his teammates, it's not about singling him out. He's not been at it.
Yeah, he's been poor. The only good thing he done was that block on the 6-yard line 5 minutes ago, and it's John McGinn. So I can only think that Steve Clark is now casting his eye ahead to Tuesday's game, because John McGinn certainly not the worst. You know, he's won a few fouls in the last 10 minutes. You just wonder if he does push McTominay up a bit more advanced.
Again, Gordon, it didn't really matter which two you took off. I suppose they've all underperformed.
Good ball.
I get the point. You kind of know what John McGinn can give you. We've seen next to no signs of it, so might as well.
No, I don't think Gibbons get past Mark Gordon. I've got to be honest with you. I think we've been off it. I think every department's been off it, from our defence to our middle part to up front. I'll give the Adams a little bit of slack, because I don't think we get any quality up there to him at all. Made it very difficult. He gets subbed at half time. He could have sacrificed a lot. I agree with Mark. I think as he comes forward here.
It's a stunner. Germany get a fourth, and it's Fulkrug who's just came on, and that shows you the strength there as well. It falls to him in the box, and he rifles it into the top corner. It is getting worse, Hugh Keevins.
Well, Fulkrug was the player involved in a training fight with Antonio Rudiger, and everyone said, this shows the Germans are feeling the strain. They're carrying on from the Champions League final, where Fulkrug was on the losing side and Rudiger was on the winning Real Madrid team. No, that for me showed that Germany were getting the competition heads on, and now we are well and truly into embarrassment territory, humiliation territory. Call it what you like. It's 4-0 and there's still a quarter of the game left.
And yet again, Mark, you can always do more as a team, but sometimes as well, what chance have you got when it's that clinical? That is unbelievable.
Well, what about the first touch? Because it falls to him, he's got the awareness to take it out his feet, and what a finish. Gives Angus Gunn absolutely no chance. Once again, it's Musiala down that left-hand side, jinking in and playing that through pass that leads to the ball. But what a finish. High quality from Germany, and all our mistakes have been punished. They've been ruthless. what a night to forget for Scotland.
You can always break it down and look and say, can you do better somewhere? But let's not be kidded here. That was sensational. When that ball fell to him, he's touched Mark said there. He puts that by the goalkeeper before he even starts to dive. Is that good? That is a top quality finish, and obviously 4 now, we're in real trouble.
Yeah. I mean, the changes, you know, you're a manager, you hope that changes make a positive impact. Hugh was possibly correct, saying that they're maybe being a bit lenient and letting us off and not really working it. So the manager makes the changes and they come on and just make that instant impact.
Yeah, that's the difficulty as well. I'm not sure Billy Gilmore and Kenny McLean thought they were going to change the game, Gordon, but they didn't have time to even settle onto the pitch and try and get the ball, and 4-0 down before they've even really taken up the positions on the pitch.
Yeah, Steve Clark just trying to freshen things up, maybe looking at Tuesday night's game as well, taking McGregor off, taking McGinn off, but obviously the Germans just smell the blood. They want more goals, and as I say, when the ball's fell to the lad, his first touch, I think it's Hanley here, Hanley's a little bit unlucky, but it falls to him and he's got the ball in the back of the net before the goalkeeper's dive. That's unstoppable for me. That is absolutely top quality striking.
The speed of the strike apparently was 110 kilometres per hour, which is a bit much slower than our taxi drivers have been going, I have to say, over here. But this is no time for joking matters, because this is very serious football, a disaster going on in front of our eyes. Yeah. Hugh Keevins.
Yeah, it's a disaster, and I'm already thinking, Gordon, about the best 4 in third place who go into the knockout stages. A result like this one, and by the margin of the defeat, begins to affect that argument. Never mind the Swiss and the Hungary game to come a week on Sunday. This sets a very dangerous tone, even if you're hoping that you finish third and among the 4 best third finishers.
We'll just need to finish second. It looks a long way off from here, because even there, they're sort of toying with us, Mark. We're down to 10 men, but try and press, and McLean and Christie go into the box, and Germany obviously just pop it round. There's another bringing on Thomas Muller as well.
But brilliant from them there. You know, we actually went after the ball there for once. I thought we should have maybe started the game like that, but it's just like a game of chess. They just move pieces around, and before you know it, they're up the other end of the pitch. This German team will be hard to beat. I know it's easy saying just now, but you just look positionally how they move. They've got ball carriers, they've got pace, they've got guys that they can bring off the bench who can, you know, just be clinical, like Fulkrug's just been there. Yeah, they'll go deep into the tournament, no doubt about that.
Bearing in mind, many Scotland fans paid eye-watering prices to get into this game tonight, like high hundreds, thousands, and some of them left, Gordon, when that 4th goal went in. That's what this performance has done tonight.
Yeah, it's obviously in the stadium. Andrew will tell us he's there. It's obviously went flat. It's went flat in here as well. There was a great atmosphere, great build-up to this game, Gordon, but we've just been totally outplayed, outclassed tonight. I agree with Mark. I know it's very early. We've only seen the first game here. This German side look a real quality outfit.
Yeah, got depth as well. I don't think anyone's pretending Thomas Muller is at his absolute peak anymore, but my goodness, just evergreen, constantly contributing, a world-class player for many years. And he replaces one of the young pretenders, Musiala, who was outstanding. Blasted one high into the roof of the net to make it 2-0, and it was, well, we probably realised it before that, but that moment confirmed how tough a night this was going to be.
Yeah, and it just shows you the quality you're up against in that moment. Musiala puts it in the back of the net. It does well to just breeze away from Callum McGregor, but the finish again is clinical. I've liked him. Well worthy of that number 10 Germany shirt he's sporting.
Yeah, I agree with Mark. The finishes tonight from the Germans, I know we've made it easy for them, Gordon, but when they're in the position, their finishes have been absolutely top quality, top draw, and as I say, there's still a bit to go in this game, and I would take 4 right now and just leave and try and build on something for Tuesday.
I've always felt 5 is considerably worse than 4.
Yep.
I'm basing that on nothing. It just feels like it becomes a proper hammering once it gets to 5. And I am distraught to say that's what we're clinging on to at the moment, but that's the reality.
Certainly is. You know, and only to concede one in the second half would be a bonus. I mean, how depressing is that?
It's bad
to be saying that after all the optimism around this city. Every Scotland fan we spoke to had us down for a win or a draw.
I know. We were even predicting draws today as well with the supporters, Gordon. We were fully confident, but our dreams were shattered after 10 minutes. But Steve Clarke will have a lot of work to do over the next couple of days lifting these players, because let's be honest, they will be feeling it as well. They will be really feeling this.
Because the thing is, Mark, with the sending off as well, you're going to lose it like this. You know, it makes it so much worse, and it doesn't mean that the team gets off the hook, because they were already second best by a mile anyway, and it doesn't mean Steve Clarke gets off the hook. But you add that in as well, it's like, how many things can you get wrong? How many things can go wrong?
And you have to look at the energy levels of the players as well within a tournament, and they're playing, you know, 3 games in a short space of time. The last thing you want to do is be playing, you're there again,
and it might get worse.
What a save.
No, it's in the back of the net. It's 5. I said the hammering was round the corner, and it is definitely here now with over 15 minutes to go. This is really grim for Scotland. This is a dark night for Scotland. All the joy, all the optimism about taking part in this opening game, and the dreams of causing some sort of upset or even coming close, wow, they evaporated a long time ago, and they look like they may never return. That's how bleak it seems. Germany 5, Scotland 0. A bit of good fortune about this one. He might be offside. It would be a let-off. Hopefully it comes.
He's got to be offside, is it?
Yeah, I think so. I think so, Mark. I'll be very tight. But I've got to say, if you're playing against this quality, you cannot defend like that. The defending is very poor.
I think it is offside. What a let-off. Brilliant.
It's
back to 4.
Yes.
It's back to 4.
Just as good as us scoring.
What a result.
Yeah. But look, Daz is right in terms of defending. The pressure on the ball has been so poor from us tonight. You're talking about world-class players who can, you know, pinpoint accuracy with their passing, and we've allowed them so much time in the ball to play crosses and passes through the middle of the pitch.
Steve Clarke goes to the bench again. It's just going to be a reshuffle, like for like, maybe a bit more physicality to stand up to some crosses here. Scott McKenna is going to replace Kieran Tierney. Kieran Tierney's last act was to see the ball go over his head and end up in the net, but the offside flag eventually, or VAR should I say, intervened very quickly and taught us, pulled Scotland back from complete embarrassment to just mild embarrassment. I don't know.
Yeah, we never thought with 77 and 78 minutes on the clock that we'd be 4-0 down, and already you've got McGregor, McGinn and Tierney off the pitch.
It's got to be with a view to Tuesday. I was just saying there before that 5th goal went in there that the energy levels in playing large period of this game with 10 men, how do the players recover?
Yeah, what's the point?
Yeah, so you're going to take Tierney off. He's a certain start. You're going to take McGinn off as well. Certain start. McGregor, similar. So Steve Clarke trying to manage the tournament, not just this game, now that it's long gone.
You're looking forward to the hour-long reaction we've got after the game here.
People are
in
going to their
Central
beds
Munich.
in Scotland.
We might be the only people left. They'll drink their sorrows away. The Scotland fans, I'm sure, please drink their
people in here have actually stopped watching the game. Some of them are just chatting amongst themselves. And
can we do that?
Don't think so.
I've got to say, Gordon, it was always going to be a hard task, but it's been disappointing. You know, every department's failed tonight. I don't see any players that said pass marks. We were up against it. I thought the Germans started absolutely brilliant. They set the tone of the game. They were on top of us. The closing us down, the pressure, every one of them. They were brilliant at it, and they got the goals at the right minute, and they've been very comfortable in this game.
Scott McTominay commits a foul to remind everyone that he's still on, Mark Wilson, and again it sounds so like picky on individuals. It's been a bit like that for everyone. That didn't, you know, it's not to blame him, but genuinely kind of forgot he was still on until that foul.
Without doubt. You know what, I was just looking there, there's been very few positive passes forward and from blue jerseys. Everything seems to go back or sideways. That ends up at Angus Gunn, it ends up at one of the centre backs. And here's another chance.
Yeah, good defending. Andy Robertson at the back post. Scotland players hope an offside flag goes up, but I don't think it's going to come. Thomas Muller was lurking.
How old is Muller?
55, I think.
Yeah.
He's been about forever. He's won a fair few things, and that's the difference. We look at our bench, and we've got good players. There's no doubt about it. But when they're bringing,
he's actually on 34.
34.
That can't be right, is it?
They're bringing on World Cup winners off their bench.
That can't be right. It's only 34. Remarkable.
There's nothing wrong with being old.
You're right, Hugh.
Gordon, I was trying to think what is the level above embarrassment, and the word that came to mind was ignominy. And we have avoided an ignominious night because we should have had 7, possibly 8 goals against us, and we are living on our nerves now. But it's an embarrassing night, but it didn't reach the stage of ignominy, and that's because of VAR.
I couldn't say that word. I'll let you use that.
There's still time for it to go there. Let's look, Hugh, this is bad enough without getting the Hugh Keevins calculator out. I'm not interested in what this could be because it's bad enough. Tony Cruz goes off, great. Emre Can comes on.
As you say, the quality of this squad is unreal. I've got to say, the quality they're bringing on, they're in a great position. They can just manage the game now. They're comfortable. Look, would they want another one? Of course they do. But if you'd have said to the German manager before a game, it's going to be 4-0, it's got to be comfortable, you've got to put this performance on, he'd have taken it all day.
This isn't ending 4-0, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it just evades Germany at the back post.
I cannot see it. I mean, the Scotland players will be feeling it in their legs at the minute. It was a hot day in Munich today. I mean, obviously cooler now on the pitch, but when you've played a large part of this game with 10 men, you are feeling it in your legs. And Germany bringing on quality off the bench. Here comes Shanklin. It's a bit of a surprise.
Maybe Steve Clarke's now trying to register a single shot at goal. None so far.
Yeah, or he may be just saying, right, OK, go and get some game time in. Try and hold the ball. Try and get us up the pitch.
Get us a quick 4 goals, Lawrence.
Get us up,
get back into this.
Why are you stopping at 4?
Exactly.
Yeah, no, we'll take a draw. We'll take a draw and then we'll move on. But I think that obviously it'll be interesting to see what Steve Clarke says after it, because he'd have been working on this game. He'd have been wanting to take positives out of it. I can't look at this game and give you one positive so far, Gordon. I really can't.
It's the difficulty of tournament football, Mark. We will, because that's what we do as a footballing nation. You can't afford to get hysterical. You just can't. People are going to want to, and it might be able to do it in a week or 10 days or whatever it is. Get a game to go in the next couple of days, then another one after that. Ball into the box, goes near Shankland. That's it, the ball's now going near people in attacking areas.
Good. But if we're being honest, this one was all about the occasion, and it was brilliant to be a part of the opening game. I think we can all agree that the Switzerland game was the one that we seem to think is most winnable.
So nothing looks winnable now, though. That's the problem. We're going to need to deal with that when it comes, but this is going to have to be taken on the chin. This is sore, you know.
I mean, football managers have to be like politicians sometimes when they come out after games and try and put a positive spin on things somehow. Now, I'm a bit like Daz here. Can't see many positives to take from this. I mean, Steve Clarke might touch in the second half and say it was a bit more.
I mean, Hugh, he couldn't possibly put a positive spin. But to repeat what I said, he won't get hysterical because he can't.
No, you're absolutely right. He can't afford to deflate the mood within the camp to the extent that the game against Switzerland then becomes a trial as well. But he cannot come out with any form of excuse making here. Take your medicine, hold your hands up, admit that you were outplayed by a far better team, because who really thought that Scotland had better players than Germany? Who really thought that we could walk into the Allianz Arena and get something? We've been guilty, as I say, of self-delusion, self-deception, and we did not get the beating that we might have had. So I wouldn't want to hear him come up with any old nonsense about negative Norman.
Yeah, a couple of tidy touches from Lawrence Shankland, just trying to get involved, trying to show his credentials. I think you give sympathy to Shea Adams to a point, because he's absolutely nothing to feed off Gordon. So But Lauren Shanklin can only do what he can do, and there is still time for this to get worse.
Yeah, they come down the left-hand side, Gordon. They're just relentless. You know, I agree. I think that if you look at Adams' performance in the first half, he hardly touched the ball. All he did was chase about. When Scotland did get the ball, there was no quality going up there. He couldn't hold it up. They were just outplayed. Hugh's right. They've been outplayed by a terrific side tonight. I didn't think that, you know, you could go and turn up at Germany in the opening game and think, right, okay, we'll get a real... Everything had to go right for Scotland tonight.
Totally.
And it went wrong.
In Germany, I was going to say claim for another penalty. They don't really. It's Kieran. No, it's not Kieran Tierney. He's gone off. My head's clearly gone. Scott McKenna in that area of the pitch, who commits the tackle, and it goes out for a goal kick in the end. Should have been a corner vote, we'd have to say. Kenny McLean came back and helped, but it was a goal kick given him short.
Just look at some of the stats there that popped up, and you know, in 94% pass completion from Germany. You're up against it when you've then got players who can dribble and carry the ball as well. Perfect combination.
Yeah, they've been excellent. I mean, I guess you talk about trying to do some sort of form of protection. Even it might not even be publicly, but hold on a second as Germany come forward again over the bar. Privately, maybe Steve Clarke not uses the red card as an excuse. You couldn't go that far. But you might lean into a touch. If you're 2-0 down against this team and you give away a penalty at the same time as you get a red card, you're probably going to lose by 4 at a minimum, and he might sort of excuse his team of any second half criticisms.
That's the only avenue I can see him going down, to put some sort of positive spin. Remember, when he comes out, it's a message to the players as well. He can't come out and just say we were absolutely dreadful and everything's doom and gloom. He's got a job to do to get the best out of these players for the next game. Now, the only positive thing is it's 4-0. We've only conceded one in the second half.
Wow.
I mean,
low bar.
I know, a very, very low bar.
Look, there's a way to lose games, and you can take positives out of defeat. Of that, there's no doubt. I don't see any tonight, Gordon. I think we've been poor, and I keep saying it, in every single department. It started with the first goal. I think the goalies looked a bit edgy, and it's filtered through the full team for me. We've not been at it. We've not been good enough. When we've got possession, we've not used it well at all.
Free kick, Scotland is miles out. Andy Robertson's going to try and whip something in. Can we get...
Scott McKenna was the man with the final touch. The Dalziel and
Yes, we're back, Jordan.
We're back with a bang. No Scotland, no party rings out. Scott McKenna, the final Scotland touch. I think it's an own goal of Rudiger. Hopefully there's no offside decision to ruin this glorious moment.
Good job, Rudiger.
It's a huge slice. McKenna at the back post keeps it alive. Off Rudiger's head.
We'll take whatever we can.
Yeah. What a finish it is. I've got to say, it was never going in, but it's a good ball in. It's caused them problems. Listen, we will take anything. Is that a positive? That's a positive. We're taking it.
It's one each in the second period. That's the way to look at it.
Still no shots on target, by the way. We're back with a goal. That's all we've got to celebrate.
Yeah. Well, look, a good moment. You're all joking aside. A good moment for the fans inside the stadium to cheer. And look at the atmosphere.
What are they checking here?
I didn't see anything wrong with that goal.
This would be very Scottish, this. We can't even get a consolation at 4-0 down.
Yes, it's a goal.
Yeah, I think the goal stands. Oh, it's been one of those nights, Hugh Keevins. What can you do?
Well, the score as it stands at the moment is like a mirage. The fact that we're only 3 off the Germans is a miracle. But we are mocking ourselves now. You know, good luck to the fans. They paid big money to go to Germany, and good luck. But we are sending ourselves up here.
You've got no choice. What are you going to do? Just trial, like, it's one of those things. It's a football game at the end of the day.
I like your spin on it.
One each the second half.
Yeah. This is the attitude that's holding us back.
You can't tell people how to feel, unfortunately.
We'll go and celebrate this 1-1 draw.
I'll still be in my bed straight after the show, but if people want to spend all their money, come here and have a laugh when things are going wrong, good on them. Here we go, Germany again, though. They're going to try and win the second half now, I think. It's really got to them.
I would put a dampener on their celebrations
as they come forward. Yeah, they're rattled here as they come forward again.
Well, at least it gives the fans in the arena, especially, it's paid the big money, something.
Hugh's partly right. I mean, there's an irony to that. It's not giving them something to celebrate, really. It's an ironic celebration. They're having fun. They're poking fun at themselves, which is fine. But to take your small victories when they come along.
Well, we get to see the Swiss in the Hungary team, but you'd imagine that they're going to find it every bit as difficult against this German side. Just when you see the players, individual players, and how they've carried out the task tonight.
You still can't help but feel, and this is the annoying thing, because you thought this Scotland team had become this, you thought they'd shaken it off. You can still see both of them just being a bit more solid, just being a bit more hard to beat, even if they lose the game, just not like this. But then we have been down to 10 men for over half the match, so maybe that becomes a bit more difficult. Does this?
I just didn't like the way we started the game, Gordon. I thought we gave the ball away cheaply.
Miles off it, miles away.
I thought we defended too high and over get pace there, and we just encouraged that ball for the German runners, and they punished us after 10 minutes. I think obviously you can look back at the goalkeeper, yes, point the finger at him, but we've not been at it tonight, all over the pitch. We've not given ourselves any opportunity at all, and the Germans have totally outclassed us.
Yeah, we're into time added on in Munich. It's been a really grim night for Scotland. It got a fraction better with that goal. It certainly means it's not the absolute humiliating result it could have been. I don't think 4-1 is that in anybody's book, but it has been a performance that's been miles off it from Steve Clarke, and he will know that for sure just into the final minute or so, maybe even a bit closer to the edge as the ball goes all the way through to Manuel Neuer, who's had a very quiet evening. The only thing he's had to do is pick that Antonio Rudiger own goal out of his net, and he will have far more difficult evenings in this tournament, you would imagine. Although Germany have set their stall out early, as bad as we've been, they've been excellent. There is no doubt about that whatsoever.
Yeah, the big players, you know, the ones that they came into the tournament, the high hopes and the hype around them, have came and performed tonight, and probably in one of the hardest games. You know, the expectations there, the crowds there, you know, a lot of weight on your shoulders, and Wirtz and Luciana, that certainly been excellent. You look at the subs as well coming on, terrific, good team.
Yeah, just awaiting that full-time whistle. We'll try and do a very quick visit to Andrew Maclean to get the eyewitness account. He has seen Scotland score at a major tournament. Not many people say that, but that's about it. I don't think it goes much further than that, because it's been a very, very tough watch, a very difficult night out here in Munich. Hopefully it doesn't set the tone for the tournament. That's about all you can hope for from this point on. But if the referee had any manners about him, maybe just call this quits and we all move on and deal with the conclusion to this game that we knew was coming from a fairly early stage in this game. As soon as Germany started popping the ball about, you had an inclination, certainly when they scored, and then when they got their second, wow, that was panic stations in here in central Munich, and I'm sure in the Allianz Arena as well. Surely this full-time whistle's going to go before Germany score again. No, it's not. 5-1 Germany, and that sums it up. Emre Can on. It is the 4-goal deficit called DL. We couldn't even hang on for another 10 seconds.
Yeah, another disappointment. You've got to look at it. Germany were patient there, Gordon. They were just moving it side to side, keeping the possession. It falls to him at the edge of the box. Listen, he's a top quality player. He knows what he's doing, and he gives Gunn absolutely no chance. A sickener for Scotland.
Yeah, I mean, Mark, it just cancels out our goal. If our goal didn't mean much, neither does that. It's the kind of end, it's the 4-goal deficit we sort of knew was coming. It's grim, really grim stuff.
It's what Germany deserve, because they've been excellent, and again, Daz is right, they're patient, they move the ball so well, up, you know, back to go through. I think Gunn should do better again with that. I know it's a decent finish, it's in the corner, this one, but I think he should probably get a touch in that. Yeah, and it's what we deserve absolutely nothing out of it. We've been taught a lesson tonight. Such a pure start.
It's nothing like the first goal, Gordon. It's curling and it's right in the corner.
Full stretch.
Gunn does get a hand to it. There we go, it's full time. Let's go to the Allianz Arena. Andrew Maclean, how bad was that?
Yeah, Germany 5, Scotland 1, the full-time score in Munich. The day started with optimism and belief for many, but it really turned into a nightmare for Steve Clarke's men. Germany set their stall out early. They looked quick, didn't they? They looked sharp. They looked in the mood to put on a show on home turf, and the damage started just 10 minutes in. Joshua Kimmich with the ball across the edge of the box. There was Florian Wirtz just to sweep it towards the bottom corner. Angus Gunn did get a hand on it, probably should have done better, but could only direct it off the post and in. The second came from Jamal Musiala, who was really good tonight. The ball came to Kai Havertz in the box. He could have shot, but he cut back. Jamal Musiala let the ball run across his body and smashed it high into the net for 2-0 Germany. Then a penalty for them before the break, not initially given by referee Clement Turpin, but he was sent to the VAR screen, and what he saw was Ryan Porteous take the ball, but also with his other leg connect studs up on Ilkay Gundogan's shin. Penalty given and red card for Ryan Porteous. Kai Havertz stepped up to take from 12 yards, sent Angus Gunn the wrong way, and it was 3-0 before the break. In the second half, as you'd expect, Scotland ultra defensive, trying to keep the score down, but the Germans kept on pushing. They threw on a few substitutes. One of them got the fourth. What a goal it was as well. Nicholas Füllkrug, the first touch to set him up, and then rifled the ball into the top corner. Absolutely no chance for Angus Gunn on this one. And Füllkrug had the ball in the back of the net again just after that, but that one was ruled out for offside. There was a moment to cheer for the Scotland fans. They celebrated it like it was an important goal. That was mainly really in jest though. Scott McKenna's header across the box came off Antonio Rudiger and went into the back of the net for a consolation, but Emre Can piled on the misery by curling one into the bottom corner for a fifth in injury time. Not the start we wanted. Attention's now turned to Switzerland. Thousands of Scotland fans, though, have stayed in the stadium. The Scotland players are waving to them. They're taking in the applause. The Scotland fans still showing appreciation for their efforts, but Andy Robertson on the big screen at the moment, his head in his hands. He can't quite believe what's just happened on that pitch at the Allianz Arena. However, there are still 2 games to go. The Germans are all celebrating together now as the Scotland players make their way off the pitch. Steve Clarke will not be happy with what he's seen. The full-time score here in Munich is Germany 5, Scotland 1.
Wow, that is a sore one. It's going to take a bit to get over that. The tournament rumbles on. The party continues here in Germany, I'm sure. And we have to pick ourselves up and go again. But what did you make of that? Where did it go wrong? How long have we got? Well, the answer to that is an hour. And you can tell us where it went wrong. 0141 951 1025 on the phones. We'll get some reaction here live in Munich as well. Talk to us and we'll speak to you next.
The Clyde One Super Scoreboard Podcast.
With Lucas Volvo. Book a test drive for the Volvo EX30 today. Head online for details.
I love history podcasts. I was listening to one about the suffrage movement, and it got me thinking about my great nan. With Ancestry, we discovered she'd been arrested and imprisoned with other suffragettes. They've got her voting records and even examples of her protesting on the census. It made my family so proud.
Bring your backstory to life. Get a free 2-week trial of a full membership at ancestry.co.uk. Renews automatically from $10.99 per month unless cancelled.
How exciting is it to play the British Heart Foundation's weekly flutter? Ka-ching! Exciting enough to get your heart racing. Just a little bit. Like texting a mate. The same time they text you. Like flipping pancakes with majestic grace. Or spotting that last parking space. Yes! With the added joy of knowing the money you donate helps to fund life-saving research. £1 to play, £1,000 to win every week. Search British Heart Foundation Weekly Lottery. See? It's a little bit exciting.
Gamble responsibly. Over 18s only. T's and C's apply. Please see our website for more details. British Heart Foundation is a registered charity.
At Asda this Father's Day, we've got a whole range of gifts dedicated to him to help your thank yous go farther. Okay, we'll leave the dad jokes to dads and stick to the prezzies. We've got loads of goodies from socks to shavers to mugs, including a Nivea gift set down from £20 to only £12. And Father's Day cards starting at just 28p to help every dad feel above par this Father's Day. Sorry. Asda. That's more like it. Selected stores subject to availability. Nivea offer ends 16th of June. May exclude Asda Express in small stores. Asda.com/small stores.
I love history podcasts. I was listening to one about the suffrage movement, and it got me thinking about my great nan. With Ancestry, we discovered she'd been arrested and imprisoned with other suffragettes. They've got her voting records and even examples of her protesting on the census. It made my family so proud.
Bring your backstory to life. Get a free 2-week trial of a full membership at ancestry.co.uk. Renews automatically from $10.99 per month unless cancelled.
The Clyde One Super Scoreboard Podcast.
With Lucas Jaguar. Looking to sell your Jaguar? Contact them today for a no-obligation quotation.
Live from Munich, this is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Welcome back to Clyde One Super Scoreboard live in central Munich. We were hoping for a party atmosphere. Mark Wilson and Gordon Dalziel joining me, Gordon Duncan. We've got Hugh Keevins back at Clyde One HQ. Not only do we not have a positive result to celebrate, Mark Wilson, it was a particularly bad one. It was a 5-1 defeat. We were down to 10 men for the entirety of the second half, and very, very little to even come close to cheering anyone up tonight.
Yeah, everything that we didn't want happened tonight. Conceded an early goal, looked disjointed, couldn't keep possession, fouled quickly by a second, the red card, down to 10 men for a long period, which then obviously takes a lot of energy out of the players who are still remaining on the pitch. And then when we get a slight glimpse of something positive, we go and then undo it and concede again with the last kick of the ball. It couldn't have worked out much worse if we tried tonight.
Outplayed, outfought for me. Terrible performance. Look, it was always going to be a difficult fixture, but when you give away goals as cheaply as we did, it made it too easy for the Germans. They dominated the pace of the game. They were excellent, the home side. You've got to say, some quality players, some good finishes, but if you look at our performance as a team, we were well off it tonight.
Well, the mood is dampened slightly. The Scotland fans are here for a good time. There's still a bit of buzz around, but clearly not what it should have been. Liam joins us live here in central Munich. How are you, Liam? I've got a challenge for you, right? To step up to the plate, describe that performance without swearing. Liam's mic's not even up today. There we go, we're gone. Right, second take.
Germany are a good team. Scotland sort of gave it what they could, but like once you go down to 10 men, you can only do so much, can't you? And
I mean, that is it though. Like, you never know. There's a case to say we could have lost that game by 4 goals with 11 men, judging by the way the start to the game went. But what the sending off does do is probably guarantees that you're going to lose it like that. If you go down to 10 men at the same time as they scored their third before half-time, your night's over. Unfortunately, in this game, you can't wave the white flag and you need to grin and bear that second half.
You can never tell, but the way the Germans started, I thought if we kept 11, Gordon, it was going to be a tough night for us.
That's what I'm saying, it guarantees it at that point.
Yeah, and it makes it easier for them. Then they can just be patient. They get in with that comfortable lead. At half-time, the game's gone. They can just come out, they were patient. They'll be disappointed they conceded a goal, but then to score 5 in the opening fixture, especially in your own, back garden, they'd be delighted with that. I thought Germany looked a good side tonight, but I keep going back to our performance as a team. I can't give them the pass marks. I thought we were off in every department.
I was going to say, look, Germany were excellent, but when you're analysing our performance and what we could have done better, even with 11 men on the pitch,
let's do that at the flat start then, because like we said, the second half just becomes like...
well, how can you pick anything from it? But I think, number one, we could have pressed better. I thought we gave them too much time to pick those passes, and secondly, our good players in possession just didn't have that belief. We didn't keep the ball, we didn't play many positive passes, we didn't even get up to Shea Adams at all to get McGinn or Christie round about him, and it was just so flat. We looked nervous, we just didn't look like we trusted each other. So you combine those two together, you're really, really up against it. If you're just giving the Germans the ball back time and time again, and then not pressing them, they are going to play through you, and that's exactly what happened.
Liam, they're much better than us, obviously, and we should have known that before. Could Scotland have done more? Was the approach wrong?
I think when you lose 2 goals early on, you've got your back up against the wall, really. When you go to 10 men, you're sort of damaging limitation at that point. You go into the second half 3-0 down, you get your backs up against the wall at that point. Obviously, it finishes 5-1. You get a goal to make the fans celebrate, but at that point, the game's finished.
Yeah, I mean, Gordon,
it's not only hindsight, because people said it before the game, that the gulf there was so big that I'm struggling to give too much weight to the suggestion that if he'd just played Billy Gilmore, that could have been much different. It felt like there was a lot wrong.
It was like they were a yard sharper in every department, Gordon. Their movement was brilliant. We couldn't handle it. I totally agree with Mark. I think when our big players got it, especially in the middle of the park, where we've got players that can take the ball, they're comfortable on it, they can make passes. It didn't happen tonight, and it was down to the fact that Germany came out and pressed us very, very quickly. They were on the front foot, they made it difficult, they unsettled us. And if you're going to do anything in tournaments like this and you're Scotland, you've got to defend, and you've got to defend with your lives. We didn't achieve that tonight. It was too easy. I thought one ball through the middle caused us so many problems. We defended quite high because we had a bit of pace at the back, but I just thought we got our distances wrong all over the pitch. And as I say, you've got to sometimes just hold your hand up and say, Germany were just too good for us on the night.
Yeah, I mean, let's go through it in a semi-chronological sense. The first goal, Hugh, you watched it back in Clyde Bank. Angus Gunn do better?
Yes, definitely. I don't think he's the finished article for us in goal. Everyone will go back to the Craig Gordon controversy, leaving him out, and I'm not saying that if Craig Gordon had played tonight it would have been entirely different, but I'm not convinced by Gunn, and I think we have a little question mark there about the goalkeeping position. But even more worrying, Gordon, that the men we regard as our game changers, McTominay, McGinn, McGregor, totally subdued the whole night long.
Let's take a poll around the table. Liam, first goal, Angus Gunn do better for you?
Aye, first goal, he gets a hand to it, but he'll be disappointed with that one. I think if you get a hand to it, you should be saving it, put it by Provost. So
it's a big hand, Gordon, if that makes sense. You know, it's not like the last one where it's a finger. He gets a proper hand. It's not in the corner.
He'll be disappointed, Gordon, there's no doubt. I think everybody agrees that the goalkeeper's got to do better. I thought he looked edgy tonight. I agree. I don't know what Hugh's saying if he's not up to the standard, but I thought he looked edgy tonight. I really did. And I just think it filtered through the side. And to give away a goal, especially the first one after 10 minutes, you give the home side so much confidence, and then they control the game.
Like, we've seen a lot of football games where one team comes out, looks much better than the other. You think it's a matter of time. But then that goal just doesn't quite come, and then things flatten down a little bit. So I hope I'm describing this accurately. It is not about saying Scotland could have even got close tonight. I have no idea. But when you concede the first goal like that early and against a team like that, it really sets the tone.
Yeah, well, it was just weak goalkeeping. That's the word that I would use to describe it, because he does get a hand to it, but it just doesn't do enough to push it round the post. And then, I'm looking at other parts of the goal and how it came about and the position that Wirtz takes up. And Ralston, I think, has to be braver. He's got no one outside him, so when he sees his man going to the edge of the box more central, he has to get out there and close him down and stop at source. But no doubt about it, the goalkeeper should save it.
It felt like thereafter, though, Gordon, it became that perfect combination of where, yes, we can do things better, and oh my, they're really good at taking advantage of it when you don't. So I think the second one maybe starts. I think Callum McGregor tries to commit in midfield and nick it in front of someone. He doesn't get it. When it eventually comes back, he's the defending player at the edge of the box, and Musiala it's magnificent, on top of us being a bit untidy, and that's a bad combination.
I just think that was what we did all night, Gordon. Our decision making was poor. McGregor shouldn't go there and try and nip that ball. He takes himself out the game. You're playing against top quality midfield players, and the lad just kept running. McGregor's obviously got a problem when it comes back to him. Take nothing away from him. What a finish it is, and I totally agree with Mark. It's the first I've really watched this kid. He's absolutely terrific, but I think McGregor would be disappointed. But I think Hugh made a great point. When we look at our big players, the guys that can step up to the McTominays, McGinns, McGregors in the middle of the park, they were a mile off it tonight for me.
Liam, we love to be biased for our own team. It's the great joy of football at times. We argue black is white. Can you make any case for Ryan Porteous?
Not at all. It's like a red card all day.
It really is, isn't it?
Red card all day, every day.
Yeah. I'll be surprised. I mean,
I just wonder why he has to lunge like
in the moment you see the ball fly off in the opposite direction to he's coming, so you do the old thing, oh well, he's won the ball there. I mean, when you see the rest,
he's so far off the ground with that left foot, it doesn't need to be that far off the ground.
Is it not, like, not to obviously condone it? How could you? But that's just a split second mad reaction, isn't it? It's like he's thinking, I need to get to that ball no matter how I get there, otherwise it's a goal. Yeah. And what actually happens in the end is worse.
Like Ryan Porteous is shown up well in a Scotland jersey, but let's be honest, he's no stranger to maybe reckless tackle from time to time, full-blooded, and I like defenders being like that, but sometimes, I think you made the point, when you play against these players at this level who move the ball so quick, you're always running the risk of something like that happening, and it was reckless, and it didn't cost his team, because it looked like the direction of travel was going one way anyway, but he certainly made it harder for his teammates, and they had to put in a lot of running, a lot of miles in their legs. They've got Tuesday to think about also.
This is the sort of harsh realities of international football though, Hugh, where there's an inevitable balance that you have to try and strike. People will come out with all sorts of profound stuff about how Ryan Porteous is a championship defender, and he's nowhere near as good as Gundogan or whatever, but he's still clearly amongst the best we have, and then he plays a part in getting you there, so you don't have much other choice.
No, but the choice is getting even more dodgy now, because after Porteous you get Hanley's not fit. After Hanley you get McKenna, who's third choice to get on the park, so Porteous will obviously miss the game against the Swiss. Hanley is not fully fit, and McKenna was a last resort, so that is an area of concern going forward.
There's plenty of time to plan going forward, but just quickly on that, there's not loads between all them though, is there? I mean, in the next game, as an example, if it was to be McKenna in the middle with Hendry to one side of him and Tierney to the other, I'm not sure that's a million miles different from what we've got.
No, but we've got to defend better. I thought that our back three were very poor tonight. I really did, and I thought two wing backs didn't help. I think Mark's right about Ralston at the first goal. You've got to, if you're playing against top quality players, you've got to pick up runners. You talk about Porteous sending off, it all comes from one straight ball into the box, and they had runners. We've got to defend that better before it even gets to the tackle with Porteous. I just didn't think we defended well at all.
Liam, before we let you go, what's the overall feeling? What's the danger like that this derails everything?
Look, I think the hardened Scotland fans wouldn't really be expecting a lot out of tonight, really. I think a good performance, which we probably not really got. We're going to the next two games where you can pick up the 3 points, take it from there. Everybody goes on to have a good night. Take it from there.
Oh, a good night, that's for sure. It's going to take more than a silly 5 on defeat to derail that in here by the looks of things. Thank you very much to Liam joining us live in Munich this evening. What does it feel like back home, Davy, in Wishaw? How did that go down back in Lanarkshire?
It wasn't too nice, mate. It wasn't too nice, but I was saying to my 11-year-old son, what has Shea Adams done in a Scotland jersey to deserve a start against Germany?
Been a pretty key player though in the journeys to get to these tournaments, hasn't he?
I don't see it, mate. I don't see it, to be honest with you. Honestly.
Again, Gordon, it's kind of similar to that point we made about the defence. I'm not offended if somebody thinks that Shankland's a slightly better option. We're kidding ourselves on if we think there's loads in it though, and who else do you choose? And Lyndon Dykes was injured before the tournament. That's not to say Davy's not right. He's allowed to think Shea Adams is not quite as good as Kai Havertz. But what do you do?
Yeah, I said before when I seen Scotland starting 11, Gordon, I agreed with Steve Clark for the game. I looked at Adams, I thought we were going to be under pressure. We had to have some, pace in behind the defence to try and turn Germany, get up the pitch, try and hold the ball up. I like Shankland, I'm a massive Shankland fan. But to be fair, you've got to give service. I don't think Adams had any service whatsoever. We were giving the ball away so cheaply, just giving it back to the Germans. We were hitting long balls up there. That's not his game. If you're going to give him any chance at all and you're going to turn
the back four of Germany. You've got to get some quality down the flanks and let him go and run onto it. He get no service tonight, and look, I keep going back to it. I have not got any positives for any players in that pitch tonight.
No, let's not even worry about pass marks or who was the best players, Hugh, but if you were to draw a list of Scotland's worst, it could kind of be them all, but I don't know if Shea Adams would he be that close to the top?
I think when Adams was preferred to Shankland, that showed to me that in Stevie Clarke's professional judgment at this particular level of the game, he was better off starting with him than the man who was Scotland's Player of the Year and top goal scorer. So the reason why he gets a game, Davy, is because the manager clearly thinks he's a better option than Shankland.
Yeah, but I mean, Davy's allowed to disagree with that, I suppose. Davy, where does this leave you? Is this kind of killed everything off, or can Scotland still somehow find something in the next couple of games?
No, I'm never a negative guy, right? But I don't know if you've seen it, but all these Scotland videos come out on YouTube, and like, I watched the John McGinn one, and I've never seen John McGinn back at a player so much in my life, and I don't know if it was Steve Clarke that told him to back off, but I can't remember John McGinn making a good clean tackle, and he's not that type of player. He's normally 100% focused on his tackle, and every time a player came near him that had the ball, he was backing away, and I hate to be negative, but nobody was pushing. Just really frustrated me.
Yeah, those are frustrating ones to watch, Mark. We didn't sit to start with it, well, you can give us the modern coaching terminology. The block wasn't that low at the start, it was somewhere in the middle. But it's a really frustrating one to watch that, because when that works, then great, but if it doesn't, it leaves people like Davy and many others saying, well, what was the point then? What was the point in giving those good players that time?
Well, yeah, and that's what I'm certainly thinking. You know, you looked at you can give up, you know, the ball to Rudiger, and that's the way it looked in the opening exchanges. In the first few minutes, you thought, okay, that looks okay, but really quickly, Tony Cruz just started to drop deeper and deeper, and sometimes into that kind of left back position almost, and they just kept feeding them the ball, and Scotland allowed them so much time to pick the passes. That's the one guy you don't want to give time to. So I wonder in reflection if Steve Clarke will look at that and think, in those opening exchanges, could they have pressed Cruz a bit better and stopped that supply into Verts and into the Havertz and the more forward-thinking players? I think he probably will when he looks at it, and it'll be interesting to see then how he approaches the game on Tuesday. Do they go, you know, be a bit more braver when they're pressing? I would like to see that, to try and nick the ball further up the field, to allow us to get the ball to our front men. That just wasn't possible at all this evening from the off.
Get the logic, Gordon. If our players go and try and press Tony Cruz, like loads of people have tried over the years, it might not work.
Yeah, and they'll play around you.
But that doesn't mean it's wrong to then be angry at what you've just witnessed.
Well, we got to give you sitting here, and I kept looking at McGinn, and he looked like he was in two minds. Do I go and press, and all of a sudden they can play through us and open us up and then obviously punish us, or do I sit here and just let him dominate the ball from where he is? And he chose to just sit off him, as Mark said. And he's won every trophy going about. He's a top quality international. And when you allow someone like that to get their head up and play passes, and you've got the willing runners that Germany had tonight, you're causing yourself problems.
Mark, according to Opta, Tony Cruz tonight had, let me just find the stat again because it is like eye-watering, 102 passes attempted, 101 completed, a 99% pass accuracy at the Euros. Yeah. And we're not talking about a guy that just passed it backwards every time.
I mean, incredible. But, you know, I'm not surprised, because I think I said in the opening 10 or 12 minutes, Tony Cruz had touched the ball probably more than I had done in 90 minutes. He was that involved in everything. And he he's got such a variety, such a range of passing. You know, that he's got that diagonal in his locker out to Kimmich in the right hand side, or he's got the little short ones that drag you out. But the most dangerous ones is, I think, was at the second goal, the one he plays right through the Scotland midfield and allows the German forwards to turn right on you. He's a terrific player, and I'm looking at, you know, the passes at Scotland. What did you say? Tony Kroos had 100 and whatever. Scotland only had 251 passes in that game. Tony Kroos alone made just about half.
Yeah, remarkable. Thank you to Davey on the line, 01419511025 if you want to join him. We'll try and get more live reaction from here in central Munich as well. And who knows what Steve Clarke and his players will be saying for themselves after that. I was going to say a sobering night. Nothing's going to sober these people up in Munich. But we go again, and we take more of your calls next. Clyde One Super Scoreboard is coming live from Germany this summer thanks to UK Debt Expert. They offer free advice with experts who could help you clear your debt, or at least help with a large portion of it. UK Debt Expert has already helped over 250,000 people UK-wide deal with debt. That's just about 5 times the capacity of Hampden, and 45,000 of those customers come from right here in Scotland, with experts based in Glasgow. In fact, in the time it takes Scotland to play Switzerland, around 145 people will have asked them for help with their finances. So, if you're struggling with debt you can't control, please talk to UK Debt Expert. There is a solution for you. They've got 5-star rating on Trustpilot, so you know you can rely on their services to take you forward. And for more information, please check out ukdebtexpert.co.uk. And remember, keep listening. Clyde One Super Scoreboard is going to be live from Germany this summer.
At Asda this Father's Day, we've got a whole range of gifts dedicated to him to help your thank yous go farther. Okay, we'll leave the dad jokes to dads and stick to the prezzies. We've got loads of goodies from socks to shavers to mugs, including a Nivea gift set down from £20 to only £12, and Father's Day cards starting at just 28p to help every dad feel above par this Father's Day. Sorry, Asda. That's more like it. Selected stores subject to availability. Nivea offer ends 16th of June. May exclude Asda Express and small stores. Asda.com/small stores.
I love history podcasts. I was listening to one about the suffrage movement, and it got me thinking about my great nan. With Ancestry, we discovered she'd been arrested and imprisoned with other suffragettes. They've got her voting records and even examples of her protesting on the census. It made my family so proud.
Bring your backstory to life. Get a free 2-week trial of a full membership at ancestry.co.uk. Renews automatically from $10.99 per month unless cancelled.
How exciting is it to play the British Heart Foundation's Weekly Flutter? Ka-ching! Exciting enough to get your heart racing. Just a little bit. Like texting a mate. The same time they text you. Like flipping pancakes with majestic grace. Or spotting that last parking space. Yes! With the added joy of knowing the money you donate helps to fund life-saving research. £1 to play, £1,000 to win every week. Search British Heart Foundation Weekly Lottery. See? It's a little bit exciting.
Gamble responsibly. Over 18s only. T's and C's apply. Please see our website for more details. British Heart Foundation is a registered charity.
At 3 Business, we understand the importance of making savings. With our multi-SIM plans, the more SIMs you buy, the more you'll save. Get up to 15 SIMs from as little as £7.50 a month each, all with unlimited calls, texts and data, so you can keep your business connected and your costs down. Head in-store or search 3 Business.
Unlimited UK only. £7.50 per SIM when you buy 10 to 15 SIMs on a 24-month plan. X 20% VAT. Annual price rises apply. Terms apply.
The Tartan Army has marched to Munich. And we're backing the Bravehearts in Bavaria.
That's exactly how you can catch out the Germans.
For Scotland versus Germany. Live from Munich, this is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Incredibly, the mood in central Munich is certainly above what it should be after your team loses 5-1, but that's the beauty of an international tournament. You're away, you're having a good time. It should have been a better time, but Scotland fans taking it on the chin and moving on. Aaron joins us live here in Scholars Lounge. Aaron, same challenge to you, don't swear, but sum up what we just witnessed.
It's hard to explain. Played the occasion, but not the game.
think the occasion got to the players?
Aye, definitely, 100%.
Yeah, it's hard to. I mean, it's one of those intangible things, Mark. You never really know, right? But it's certainly hard to argue because it's not like this Scotland team have never played good teams. We spoke about the Spain games. It's not like these players, or lots of them, not them all, but lots of them operate at a high level. It was just so far, the gap was just so big right from the start.
Yeah, it certainly looked like they did play the occasion. I would agree with that. They looked nervy. They looked, again, go back to it, they looked like they didn't trust each other with the ball, or didn't look like they wanted the ball. And you're right, these players operate at the highest level. However,
there is an imbalance in the squad, obviously.
Of course, but I don't think they would have played it in a game with that much pressure and expectation and lead-in time that we've just seen tonight, and they certainly performed way below what we actually expect.
Look, I've got to say, we didn't play well, we know that, but sometimes you got to look at the opposition. The Germans from the first whistle tonight were at us. They were at us, Gordon, and they pressed us, they were sharper, and when they got the ball they kept it, their movement was great. All of a sudden our big players couldn't get into the game. They couldn't settle. Scotland could not settle into the game, and when you lose a goal 10 minutes in as well, all of a sudden your back's to the wall, and it just became a real poor night for us.
Yeah, I mean, the scoreline in the end, Darren, I don't know if it matters too much whether it was the 4-0, the 5-1. At that point, really, who cares? I take it you've no arguments with the red card either?
Oh, Stonewall red card. Can't argue that. That's the other way around. You're saying, get off. Stonewall.
I mean, yeah, you know I hate still images. It's always my most hated thing. I've said it for a long time on this show, but I've just looked at some still images to break my own rule, and it doesn't look pretty for Ryan Porteous, that's for sure. And Hugh, you know, you talk about even trying to get moments right or get things to go your way. The 10-minute first goal is a disaster, but you can recover from that, but not if you concede again so quickly. And then the double whammy of the sending off and the penalty right before half-time. It was like every element of the performance and the game management was so wrong.
I'm afraid that all the fans are going to have to come to the realisation that this had nothing whatsoever to do with the occasion. The better team won the game because from the first whistle they showed their class, and they outclassed us, and I'm afraid the expression should be play the game, take the blame, because we were way off it. We had no part to play in the game. Germany even scored our goal, and we have to regroup very quickly and assess the psychological, never mind physical damage that was done tonight. But please, the occasion had nothing to do with it.
How could you go about proving that?
Well, I watched the match along with yourselves, and in what way did the occasion get to the players? They were outclassed by the opposition. You said it yourself, there were 2 goals down inside the first 20 minutes. They were very lucky the whole night long. We conceded 5. If we had conceded 7 or 8, we could have had no complaint about that. It's the biggest defeat under Steve Clarke. We lost 4-0 in a friendly to Holland, but this is a different matter altogether. But I cannot accept that somehow the occasion got the better of us. The game was over before we even realised the occasion had started.
Well, that's not the way it works, because the occasion comes first before the game, obviously, Mark. I said it, like, there's no point in going round and round and arguing about it, but it's intangible. You can't prove that the occasion played a part. Similarly, Hugh definitely can't prove that it didn't, and we looked nervous, so... Yeah. But I don't know why we're acting as if that somehow lets the players escape blame, and we're trying to say that they weren't outclassed. There's this crazy thing in football where more than one thing can be true simultaneously.
Yeah. Look, you look at the German team. Hugh's right. They did outclass us because we were very good in possession. But then I have to look at our players and how good were they. I thought they did look nervous. I thought they didn't handle the ball well. and we've seen them handle the ball well in big games before. So what's the difference? The difference is the occasion, the opening game of the Euros, the expectation, the 200,000 Scotland fans here, the social media. They knew what was expected, and I think that got to them. I think it showed it got to them, especially in the opening stages. So it was my opinion that I did think the occasion got to them, but I'm not disputing the Germans did outclass them, but our players are way better than that. There is no doubt about our players being better than that. So let's hope that it's a different setup on Wednesday, it's a different mindset on Wednesday, and they get a different result on Wednesday.
Mark, you said, sorry Gordon, Mark, you said that the Germans looked good in possession. For me tonight, I thought the Germans looked brilliant out of possession. The minute they lost the ball, they were hungry, they put us under pressure, they unsettled us, we got the ball back, we ended up kicking just hopeless balls up the pitch, giving the ball back to them, and then all of a sudden that's when they could go and pass and move. And their movement, middle to front, was absolutely excellent. So as much as we talk about Scotland occasion and everything that goes with it, I just think the Germans were at it to the first whistle tonight.
Yeah, you look through the team, Aaron, there's not really much. There's no point in analysing who was good, because they were all miles off it. They were all outplayed by their opposition or their opposing number. What do you think happens from here? How damaging is that going to be going forward?
Go out if you want to get out of the group, that's the one thing everybody's talking about. Let's get out of the group, first time ever. We now need to win both games. We can't slip up anymore, we need to win both games. And personally, my personal opinion, Shea Adams up front, if you're going to do a long ball, going to pump it forward, doesn't work. You need a Shankland. Obviously Dykes probably would have played, but if he was here, but you need Shankland, you need somebody that can hold the ball in, bring players in, and you know what I mean, Adams is a good player, but he's not that type of player.
I mean, everything would be better though if we played that way tonight, but just swapped Shankland for Adams. It wouldn't make any difference.
No, I totally agree with you, Gordon. I think everything's got to be better. I'm talking from the goalkeeper all the way up. And when we get the ball, we've got to be brave in the ball. We've got to make options. We've got to pass the ball. We've got to try and keep it. If we play the way we played tonight and defend in the next two games, we ain't getting anything. We're going home. It has to be a massive improvement. Yes, the opposition may not be as good as what Germany was tonight, but I was disappointed on, even when we had the ball, the big players, it was given away too cheaply for me.
Thank you very much to Aaron, who's here with us in central Munich, digesting a really grim start to the Euros. The beauty of getting here is that you've got another chance to go again, but my word, success looks a long way off just now. I think we would all agree on that front. 01419511025 on the phones. Frank is in the city centre. How do you look back on it now, Frank?
I thought we were humiliated tonight. I thought there was a class difference between the two teams. I thought we were showing up for what we are, and that's just a bang average team. Well, going into these championships, the form was very bad. 2 years ago, I spoke to Hugh about two specific things, and Mark. I said at the time, the manager's not good enough. He's not going to make this team any better. And I also said to Hugh about the centre half. He's going to end a player's career. That's no doubt. I've no doubt about that, because I remember him 2 years ago at Ibrox. He went through Joe Aribo, and it was a disgusting tackle. And tonight, against a class player, a world-class player, he could have ended that guy's career. And I'm very angry about that. I would rather watch my football team get beat because the other team are better and you're watching class. But when I see that kind of tackle, it's disgraceful. It's absolutely disgraceful, and there's no place for it in Scottish football.
It sounds a wee bit like Frank just doesn't like Ryan Porteous though, and has waited his chance to come on and mark. Like, it wasn't terrible tackles. He sent off. Like there's no further analysis needed on that, and people can then point to there was a time when he had issues with that sort of stuff, and it went away. But what do we do? Do we pretend the qualification campaign didn't happen then? Because Frank's on, 2 years ago I said this manager wouldn't take us forward. Well, in that 2 years, we qualified for this tournament. Ryan Porteous may make tackles that he shouldn't, but he played nearly every game in the qualification campaign. So let's not be smart. Let's not all be like Captain Hindsights about things. Steve Clarke was always going to take us into this Euros once he qualified. That should be, I mean, obvious doesn't even cover that. And then, yeah, fine, look, there are question marks. Should you go Grant Hanley over Ryan Porteous? But playing a guy who played most of your games to get you there is not that much of a surprise. Let's not pretend otherwise.
Yeah, Porteous has been excellent for us. You know, he get caught tonight. It was a straight red card, Gordon. Frank says there that they looked unordinary. I thought they were terrific.
No, we said we were bang average.
Oh, sorry. I thought Germany were terrific tonight. I really did. I think they unsettled us. They caused us so many problems. Look, it's been a bad night, and we've got to go over it very, very quickly. You can look at did Steve Clarke get the starting 11, because Mark was talking about playing Gilmore to keep possession. We didn't keep possession tonight. We gave the ball away too cheaply and caused ourselves all sorts of problems. Was the three at the back the right choice? You know, we can get through everything, but Steve Clarke's got to settle everything down now. We've got to take this in the chin, and we've got to really react in the next few days.
Yeah, I have to disagree with Frank on the phone. Steve Clarke has made us better. He has taken us forward.
Well, I mean, the proof is there.
Yeah.
There's quite an easy way of measuring that.
Well, going to tournaments, look what we've experienced in these past couple of days. Look at this place we're in just now. This is what you call progress in taking the national team forward. Yes, it was humiliating tonight, but look, we are still in this same position I think most of us thought we would be. I think we need, 4 points would get us at this group, or you'd like to think so. It's still achievable.
Does depend on the psychological scarring after how bad that was tonight, don't know?
Yeah, without doubt. I mean, like, you throw everything into the mix. We didn't play well. We got a man sent off. We had extra miles in the legs that you really don't need in a tournament. Of course, it was a disaster, but there's still 6 points up for grabs, and at least one of them, I believe the Swiss game is winnable. Hungary's going to be difficult, really is, but look, we've got to put this behind us as quick as possible. That is tournament football. You have to move on to the next one really, really quickly.
Hugh, this is going to be a real test of Steve Clarke's man management, isn't it? Because Frank's, I think, entitled to criticise him for sure, and lots of fans are. And this might surprise people because they see the Doer expression, and I've seen it myself.
Yeah.
Whether you agree or not from the outside, trust me, these players really, really like Stevie Clarke. So it's going to be a big test for him, though, to make sure the scarring from tonight doesn't impact that scenario that Mark outlines. And probably, we still need to do the same as we probably needed to before tonight.
I think you made a point earlier on, Gordon, that it's important not to become hysterical. It's important not to have an Olympic scale knee-jerk reaction. Steve Clarke had an genuinely outstanding qualification campaign and took us to the Euros back to back. What we have to dig down and find out about now is we've had one win in our last 10 games, and Steve Clarke has now suffered his biggest defeat as Scotland manager. He's going to have not only the powers of man management, he's going to have to be a psychologist. He's going to have to assess the effect of this night on the players. And also, Gordon, I looked at Callum McGregor when he came off, and he looked physically drained. Now, I know the temperature, etc., but McGregor's had a very demanding season at Celtic. McGinn's had a very demanding season, taking Aston Villa into a Champions League slot. McTominay, with all that's going on at Manchester United. I hope I'm wrong, but they looked a little on the tired side to me as well.
Well, chasing shadows will do that to you. Listen, we've got the shorts on, but believe me, it's not that hot. We don't need to blame that at all. It's nothing more than a summer's night in Glasgow. It's not that hot, but anyway, they certainly look tired. I think that was more down to the football. Thanks to Frank for his thoughts tonight. Before we take any more, let me tell you about this.
Super Scoreboard presents Scotland's Euro Stories with the Scottish Sun.
Now, I know what you're thinking. This is a tough sell on a night like this, but if you've got Euros fever still somehow and you want to hear even more and get swept up in it all, make sure you check out the new podcast Euro Stories in conjunction with the Scottish Sun. Roger Hanna and Stephen Mill have been speaking to Scotland players that have played at previous tournaments. You can catch up with the likes of Stephen O'Donnell, Stuart McCall, Kevin Gallagher, Colin Hendry, Declan Gallagher played at the last one. And our latest episode out today with Pat Nevin, we talked through playing through Euro 92 with a broken ankle. You can hear the full story in Scotland's Euro Stories with the Scottish Sun. Just get it wherever you get your podcasts or Clyde One Super Scoreboard YouTube. And if you head to Clyde1.com, this might cheer you up after a tough night. We still need to play a couple more games. You can win a state-of-the-art projector and a barbecue to get your grub on as well. So stay ahead of the game with Scottish Sun Sport at thescottishsun.co.uk. And it's the last chance to get through tonight. 01419511025.
Scotland versus Germany. Clyde One Super Scoreboard. Live from Munich.
Yes, Gordon Dalziel and Mark Wilson with me, Gordon Duncan, here live in Munich. Hugh Keevins back at Clyde One HQ as well. I have to say, I feel like when we hatched this plan to stay on until 11 p.m. back home, midnight over here, we probably had a bit more of a positive result in mind, Gordon Dalziel.
Yeah, I think we did, Gordon. I think we're all flat just now. We're all trying to go over the disappointment of tonight's game, the opener. Look, we came into this, we were underdogs, but I think it's a performance. I think it's the way we get beat tonight that's made it so flat. But it's all about bouncing back, and I'm sure that once we go over the disappointment tonight, we'll be looking forward to Wednesday.
That's the thing about football, Hugh. Mark Wilson first. It's not all about the result, because it's bits that go in between that. Had we put up a decent enough showing, lost 2-0, people would have shrugged their shoulders to a point, you move on, try and pick yourself up. But now there are concerns, real concerns going forward.
Yeah, well, you look through every department of the team tonight and it's hard not to be concerned with what we witnessed. Okay, you take into account that Germany are a world-class side with world-class players. You give them time, they will punish you. But you're right, there was so many failings on our part, individually, tactically as well, maybe poor in that respect, and discipline as well. So everything went wrong tonight, and let's hope we can fix it quickly for Wednesday.
Are you in your second mug of Horlicks by now, Hugh Keevins? This must be way past your bedtime.
No, I'll be on something stronger in about 10 minutes, but consider this. Because of the time difference, your rotten day will end an hour quicker than my rotten day.
Well, Gordon Dalziel's turned to the Guinness, I can see in front of me. Please drink responsibly, but it's his first one. He's a professional.
I needed one.
He's done well.
Yeah, I needed one. It's very warm in here.
No, I'm pleased to say, as always, we've got still, and it's incredible, honestly, the contributions from here live in Munich have been sensational. We've got Taylor, who's live with us here in Munich. Taylor, I've gave everyone the same challenge because it's relevant. You need to sum that up, but you're not allowed to swear.
I think these are all absolutely spot on when you talk about coming into the game and having a good discipline about us. Conceding an early goal doesn't help us any. Kind of puts the game plan out the window a little bit, and then you concede another one shortly after. It's sort of game over, really, especially against a world-class side like Germany. I thought we gave them a little bit too much respect at times. Probably didn't press them as high up the park as we probably should have done. It was a really positive lineup as well. Scott McTominay coming back in as well, but yeah, really disappointing, especially with the build-up of the Euros and everything round about it. I thought everybody else was expecting a little bit more than what we got tonight.
Yeah, I think a lot more. Mark Wilson, we said earlier the big players didn't get into it. What was quite alarming about the nature of that was we didn't even see any of them display their attributes like once. You know, there was no long-strided, powerful run from Scott McTominay. I'm talking one run in a game. There was no backside in and roll somebody from John McGinn. Not even one. There was no brilliant run down the left from Andy Robertson. Not even for a single moment did we see any of the players really show what their attributes are.
Well, and I mentioned during the game, how many positive passes did we actually make as well? When you look at Callum McGregor and Scott McTominay in the middle of the pitch, how many times did we look forward, pass it forward and run forward like you're saying? How many times did we see Tierney carry the ball for Robertson to keep his width and overlap him? And that's been a huge asset for us, having a left-sided centre-back who has a full-back who can get up there and cause problems. We didn't see any of it, and it was so negative in possession. That's why I think the occasion really played a part. And I think we froze on the big occasion when we had the ball. Of course, the other side of it, we got picked apart defensively. Daz is right. Defended poorly, gaps were too big, allowed, and you're right as well, gave too much respect to them at times, didn't press them high enough. So a full combination of all that leads to a 5-1 hammering.
Taylor, does the performance worry you in terms of going forward?
I say, particularly over the last kind of few games, especially the games against Northern Ireland, Gibraltar and Finland, we've kind of lacked that cutting edge in front of goal. But when you're conceding the goals that we're conceding in the way we're conceding as well, I thought especially the first two goals tonight were very sloppy. We need to kind of shut the back door a lot better than what we have been if we want to qualify at the group.
I've got to agree. I couldn't take anything positive out of that game tonight, Gordon. I'm a bit concerned because I thought we defended terrible. I thought the goalkeeper looked shady. At the middle of the park, contributed nothing. You've highlighted there, the McTominay run, the Robertson down the left, that bit of passion, that bit of movement. We had none of that tonight. Absolutely none of it. Yes, you can look at this German side and say, they look top quality. We're not going to face that sort of a quality in the next two games, but I just think we need to be better all over the pitch.
Well, let's thank Taylor for his time, because it's interesting to hear what he thinks and what you think, but I think we're all really interested to hear what Stevie Clarke has to say. So let's hear the thoughts of the Scotland manager. He's been speaking to the media after full time.
Difficult night. Obviously we didn't play to our standard, and I thought the German team were excellent. Disappointed. Feel as though we've let ourselves down. We're better than that. We're a better team than that than we showed tonight, and hopefully we can show that in the next two games. So we have to go away. This is always going to be a tough night for us to get something. We need 4 points from the next two games, and that's what we focus on. The game ran away from us very quickly. Obviously conceding the third with the sending off as well was always going to make it a difficult night. After that it was about damage limitation and seeing what we could get. Second half, I thought the boys gave everything they could. They worked ever so hard to try and keep the scoreline reasonable. But we have to move on from this one, and we have to move on quickly.
Can't really grumble with any of that, Hugh Keevins.
No, he had to be as pragmatic as possible there. Any excuse that he made would have been seized upon. He's trying to mark it down to one of those nights. Let's move on. But he has to be the architect of the revival. He has to get those players and somehow erase the memory of what happened in the Allianz Arena and get something more positive against Switzerland. And from this distance, it's a tall order.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. That's just typical sort of Steve Clarke, Mark. He's not overcomplicating that. He's certainly not trying to find excuses and pull the wool over people's eyes. He's also not going to spit the dummy out, because he needs to get a tune out of these players for the next two games and a tune out of himself. So a fairly accurate summation of the game.
Oh, without doubt, exactly what we've said in here. Didn't perform well, needs to be much better, let themselves down, but he did say we still need 4 points and there's 6 up for grabs. So there have to be a level of optimism come a couple of days' time.
Yeah, I would concede it's going to be tough to win the Euros from here. Gordon Dalziel and Hugh Keevins, but we'll give it a good old go. Thank you to Hugh back in the studio. Thank you to Gordon and Mark for joining me, Gordon Duncan. More people than usual to thank. The calls and the tweets, much appreciated as always. And I will tell you what, the people who are contributing all over the place here in Munich, really sensational stuff. Unfortunately, Scotland's performance not so sensational, and the result even worse. How do we pick ourselves up from here? We'll find out in the coming days. Have a good night if you can, and we are back at 2 o'clock tomorrow. We are live from the fan zone here in Munich. We'll pick over that with a calmer head and see how we move on. We'll speak to you then. Enjoy the rest of your Friday.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard Podcast with Lookers Audi. Looking to sell your Audi? Contact them today for a no-obligation quotation.
At Asda this Father's Day, we've got a whole range of gifts dedicated to him to help your thank yous go farther. Okay, we'll leave the dad jokes to dads and stick to the prezzies. We've got loads of goodies from socks to shavers to mugs, including a Nivea gift set down from £20 to only £12, and Father's Day cards starting at just 28p, to help every dad feel above par this Father's Day. Sorry, Asda. That's more like it. Selected stores subject to availability. Nivea offer ends 16th of June. May exclude as for express in small stores. Asda.com/small stores.
I love history podcasts. I was listening to one about the suffrage movement, and it got me thinking about my great nan. With Ancestry, we discovered she'd been arrested and imprisoned with other suffragettes. They've got her voting records and even examples of her protesting on the census. It made my family so proud.
Bring your backstory to life. Get a free 2-week trial of a full membership at ancestry.co.uk. Renews automatically from £10.99 per month unless cancelled.